The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to Wednesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's our talk and text line. So you can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. 310-840-4910. Got a tremendous show lined up for you here tonight. The one guest, we are going to have Gabe Ramirez, who's a host for the Chicago Fire of the MLS. Gabe Ramirez is going to join us in an hour from now, 7 p.m. Eastern, because the World Cup starts tomorrow. That's right. No Italy. Which I can't believe it. Cannot believe it. I'm not going to go back to a dark place. No Italy, but USA hoping to have a chance for glory. And it's going to be a tremendous, tremendous tournament. It's expanded to 48 teams. The World Cup begins tomorrow. USA plays Paraguay on Friday. We'll talk to Gabe Ramirez about Team USA and everything else that you need to know ahead of the World Cup in an hour from now. We're going to play a little 162-0. We're going to go streaking. And, of course, it'll be a Game 4 watch party tonight. NBA Finals at the Garden. Game 4, Knicks and Spurs. Knicks up 2-1. Brad, before I get to how I'm feeling, how the hell are you feeling tonight, brother, ahead of a monster game in the NBA Finals?
I am rather giddy, mi amigo, to say the least. I think it's going to be rollicking. I think it's going to be exciting. I think this one's going to be a nail-biter yet again. None of these games have been full-out waxings by any stretch of the imagination, but the Road Warriors have reigned supreme. Is that trend going to continue? Will it be thy friend? If you are a bettor on the San Antonio Spurs tonight, at plus odds right now to partners there at BetMGM, or the Knicks squirt by, squeeze out a tight victory yet again. We'll ultimately have to wait and see. There's a real opportunity for San Antonio. Get this sucker back to even and just hit the restart button if that is the case. Heading back to good old San Antonio where they know what salsa tastes like. And it could be game on there at Frostbank. I think Wimby's going to show up. I think he's going to show out, not on the glass, and I'm going to discuss maybe a little prop action in rebounding tied to Wimby a little bit later on the program, but he's probably going to eclipse 30 points. It's the ancillary players around him. Is Stephon Castle going to be that guy? Julian Champagnie, a guy, right there in his own backyard. Is he going to rise to the occasion? How about my guy, Dylan Harper, who has been awesome off the bench this entire series? I only know he shot 27% in the last game, but still scored 13 points, 9 rebounds, and the 4 assists. So, you're going to be on pins and needles. It's going to be heart-stopping action. And all that I am asking is I am imploring the good people of New York City to party and do it in the right way. If you reign supreme tonight, if you catch an L, win, graciously and lose graciously as well, especially if you're out there partying on the city streets. And inexcusable if you lay hands and shove people around in a malicious way if they're wearing a Spurs jersey like we saw in the postgame in Game 3. So, again, party your heart's content if there is a victory, but lose the right way. Just do the right thing, New York, and don't look like supreme jackasses.
Yeah, well, Brett, here's the thing, man. And I don't know, this is a blunt statement. That's why prisons exist. That's why jail exists.
Yeah.
Because there will always be people, regardless of the city, that are acting a fool, that are scumbags. that should be behind bars. And so I said this the other day, and I'm going to say it again because it has taken on a conversation of its own here. And it's part of the reason we'll get to, by the way, the canceled watch parties and the increased security. Maybe, I guess it wasn't because of the president. That's what James Dolan is saying. You got the mayor and you got the NYPD police chief saying otherwise. We'll get to that in a bit. But like I said this the other day, those are not Knicks fans. Those are people looking for an excuse to commit some crimes. Like, those are people that didn't say, wow, the Knicks losing makes me want to go beat somebody up. No, it's people that are looking to commit violent crimes or looking to beat people up on the street, and they have an excuse to do it. So I get it. All right, it's taken on, everybody wants to call New York fans classless and trashy. There's 9 million people that live in New York City. You're bound to have some criminals. That's all I'm going to say about it. There's nothing really else to say. But Brad, ahead of Game 4 tonight at the finals, this isn't any other game. And this isn't just any other feeling that I have. I have a very special message. For those of you that don't follow me on social media, I only put it out about an hour and a half ago. At Pat Boyle 44. I have a very special message ahead of tonight's game. NBA Finals, Game 4 tonight, Knicks Spurs at the Garden, and I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good, baby. Now, I don't know if it's because I got a little fresh cut just now, a little Buzz Lightyear, a little Trimothy, a little Fedorowski, how you do-ski? But I feel it in my loins. My loins are girded. Don't do it to them, Patty. They can't handle the G word. They can't handle the G word. I'm going to do it. I am personally guaranteeing a Knicks victory tonight. I am guaranteeing that the Knicks win Game 4 tonight at the Garden. Big Brody Brunson is going for another 30-piece. OG's going for 20. They're going to need a body bag to take Wemby out of the Garden. You want to cancel the watch parties? You want to shut down outside of MSG? You want to have increased security and police forces in Midtown Manhattan? That's fine. You can't stop what's coming tonight in the world's most famous arena. And that is going to be a beatdown unlike you've ever seen. The greats have done it. Joe Namath guaranteed a Super Bowl victory. Mark Messier guaranteed a Game 7 win. Patty Boyle is guaranteeing a Knicks win tonight. That's it. Guarantee. Knicks win tonight, Brad. Knicks are going to win tonight. And you know what? I got a little rain in my parade. I got a little, dent in my thunder because I didn't see the owner of the Knicks, James Dolan. It's actually on WFAN literally as I'm recording that video, and he basically said the same thing. He goes, I made predictions that came true before. I think we're going to win tonight. I think we're going to win the finals. I'm like, oh, that's great. I don't know if anybody else was planning on guaranteeing that the Knicks are going to win tonight. And then the owner literally does it. But hey, we are lockstep. And although I've been very critical of James Dolan as an owner of the New York Knicks in years past, we had Charles Oakley on the show. I think that the whole thing was a big, big mistake from James Dolan's standpoint. He has managed in the last couple of years here since hiring Leon Rose to get the hell out of the way and let the smart basketball people make the decisions. But now in the last 48 hours, inviting the president to the arena, which, again, nothing to do with political affiliations or anything. It's just a giant inconvenience it caused for fans. We talked about that on the show the other day. It caused a distraction. Now he's going back and forth with the mayor of New York City and the NYPD police chief who canceled the watch party. Did the Knicks, where they only allowed 1,000 people? Mamdani is saying that James Dolan got a permit for only 500 to 1,000 people. I don't know who's telling the truth. And I don't care. James Dolan is starting to become a distraction, and I don't want it. Knicks fans and the Knicks do not need it right now. The last thing they need is a distraction. But James Dolan and I are in lockstep in that the Knicks are winning this game tonight, Brad. And like I said, it's a guarantee.
Oh, my friend, you can never drop the G word. You were broken a cardinal rule here on BetMGM tonight. Now, you haven't been around since a very early iteration of the show. Hell, I wasn't even around either. But ever since I took over the mic on this program, I established very directly and, succinctly, anybody that comes on air with me, you cannot ever say guarantee. You cannot ever say the L word, lock. You cannot ever say easy money, because guarantees, locks, and easy money, they do not exist in the world of sports. No matter how much you believe in it, no matter how much energy and passion that you put behind it, or you implore it to make it happen, it may not happen. So way to go, mi amigo. Shooting yourself directly into the foot, guaranteeing you will never catch me dropping the G word or the L word or easy money about my ILL. But you have supreme huevos, mi amigo, and I can appreciate that. Dropping the G word and guaranteeing a victory for your beloved New York Knicks tonight. You know what that means? Follow the San Antonio Spurs. Bank it!
Wow. All right. Now you're raining on the parade. And by the way, Brad, I do want to clarify. I know that our friends at BetMGM, they are the sponsor for the name of the show. This is not betting advice. You could bet the Spurs. I already know producer Brandon Combs watched me make that video, saw me make that video, and then immediately sent a screenshot. He's betting the Spurs tonight. That's fine.
Yeah.
You do whatever the hell you want. This isn't betting advice. I'm not saying to bet $1,000 on the Knicks. I'm not saying bet your mortgage, bet anything, bet responsibly. Whenever you do bet, I'm not saying this is a lock betting wise. I'm not saying any of that. As a fan, as a Knicks fan, from my fandom, I'm guaranteeing a Knicks win. And that might not make a difference to you. That might not make a difference to you. But I've never been more confident in my life that as a fan, my favorite team is winning their basketball game tonight. You know why, Brad?
We suck again.
And you know why? Because the Knicks have big body Brunson. They have Jalen Brunson, who anytime the Knicks really need it, and they really need it tonight, I don't even want to think about if the Knicks lose. We know what the scenario will be. It'll be 2-2, and it'll be the Knicks losing all the momentum they got from winning both games on the road in San Antonio. But when the Knicks really need it, Jalen Brunson delivers. I'm expecting a 30-piece from Jalen Brunson. I'm expecting a Jalen Brunson closeout masterpiece fourth quarter. I'm expecting OG Anunoby to drop another 20 because he has been the most consistent Knick all postseason. And against these Spurs defenders, Castle, Champagnie, Vassell, Fox, Keldon Johnson, they want to play physical? Nobody's more physical than OG Anunoby. He's posterized Wemby every single game. I expect another one tonight. Karl Anthony Towns, who has transformed. He has metamorphosized from a little caterpillar, a caterpillar. Karl Anthony Towns has turned into a beautiful butterfly. And he might have had a little bit of a setback last game. But the guy that he has turned into, that's who I expect to see tonight. Grabbing rebounds, being physical, being aggressive, and avoiding the stupid foul trouble. Mikal Bridges, who has been a mid-range assassin and has also transformed to a guy that I wanted no part of. That you heard me saying 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges, and now I'm saying F them picks because Mikal Bridges is playing the best basketball of his career. He got into foul trouble last game. I'm expecting a full, well-rounded, balanced, physical attack from the New York Knicks tonight. And yes, I use the metaphor. They're going to have to take Wemby out in a body bag because he is going to get dominated. He is going to be frustrated. He is going to struggle. Just like Stephon Castle is going to struggle. And maybe it's Champagnie that hits 6 threes and gives the Spurs a chance. Maybe it's Devin Vassell who hits 5 threes and gives the Spurs a chance. Maybe it's Dylan Harper again off the bench with 15 points and 8 rebounds that gives the Spurs a chance. but a chance is all they'll have. A chance is all they'll have, Brad, and their dreams will be crushed and smothered and torn apart by the New York Knicks tonight. And that is why I am so confident. That's why I'm guaranteeing as a fan that the Knicks win this game.
All I got to say is this. This is a heaping pile of pure, unfiltered poppycock by an overconfident individual. I don't think they're going to go out there and wax that ass by any stretch of the imagination. I think they're going to go out there and dominate Victor Wembanyama at all. I think this is going to be a nail-biter. Maybe the beloved New York Knicks do pull it out. I mean, they have an ice-cold killer on their team in Jalen Brunson, who's had some monstrous moments with seconds remaining on the clock. We've seen it multiple times this playoff run. We've seen it already in this series, as a matter of fact. So maybe we're going to have one of those dramatic moments at or near the buzzer that's going to propel New York to get that upper hand in that 3-1 lead. But, dude, you just dropped a pillar. Are you sure you're not a father of like 5 children somewhere? That is the ultimate dad joke that I've heard out of your mouth, maybe all time here in our short duration as a couple on BetMGM tonight. Caterpillar? Put it on a t-shirt and maybe sell one.
Wow. Wow, Brad, Brad, you are doing your best to play the villain tonight. You are trying to channel your inner Wemby. I'm surprised you were not at a park earlier today drawing, or that you were not barefoot in the locker room because you really wanted to feel the first win in the NBA Finals. I mean, all this stuff with Wemby, it's getting out of control. How cringeworthy this guy is. And look,
it is.
You're doing your best to shoot me down. You're playing the villain here, and I like it.
No.
And I accept it, and I'm embracing it. Just know that when we regather tomorrow, or actually this is our last show together for at least a week.
A few days.
So just know that tomorrow morning, when I wake up, or later tonight, when the buzzer hits 0, you, Combs, and all the doubters, you will be put on notice. You will be put on notice when the Knicks win.
Okay.
Emphatically tonight.
Okay. By the way, I agree with you on OG. I think he's going to score 20 plus. I agree with you on Brunson. I think he's going to score 30 plus as well. But, it's a team sport. It's a collection of human beings. It's a collection of performances. And I feel that San Antonio is going to throw haymakers right back and maybe land a couple on the chin. And, we could even this series up and go back to San Antonio. Honestly, that's what I would like to see, because I want this to go to the full 7. I had San Antonio in 7. But for the sake of my boy, Pat Boyle, for the sake of your soul, for the sake of your mentality, throwing out the G word, I kind of want the Knicks to win. But I'm also here for the train wreck as well.
Oh, baby. All right. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right. We'll be getting ready for the game all throughout the show. You want to call, you want to text your thoughts. Game 4 tonight. My guarantee the kiss of death for the Knicks, as producer Brandon Combs thinks so. 310-840-4910. When we come back, though, we've got another big update on the Brendan Sorsby saga. The latest with a statement from the athletic director of Texas Tech himself. 310-840-4910. We're just getting rolling here. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Think people understand. First off, everyone hates, I understand, you hate Knicks fans. And everybody will take the opportunity whenever they can to tear down Knicks fans, right? And look, let's keep it a buck, right? because you're jealous. You're not jealous of the Knicks winning because they haven't won. But you're jealous because everyone looks at Knicks fans as the shining example of a fan base. Morons outside the Garden, not included. Because Knicks fans are passionate, because Knicks fans travel, because Knicks fans take over opposing arenas. Everyone hates Knicks fans because everybody hates New York. Now, look, I'm a New Yorker, so I'm biased. Why does everybody hate New York? Because New York's the best. And I understand this is a national show, but this is a national topic, right? Everyone hates Knicks fans, so you're predisposed to be anti-fan of the New York Knicks, anti-New York Knicks, period. I get it. I mean it. I understand it. I'm a Yankee fan. I understand it, right? I get it. I totally get it. Do you not understand the psychology of what's happening here? Like, seriously. If you take a second and actually think about it, you can put yourself easily in the shoes of a New York Knicks fan to understand the emotion felt in that moment. And I can't believe that I have to spell this out for people. This is like, I feel like I'm trying to explain how to do a mundane task to my 2-year-old daughter. The Knicks have not won a championship in 53 years. You might have heard that, right? In my lifetime, they haven't won. In the lifetimes of many people, they haven't won. Many New York Knicks fans. In the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 years. And in this NBA Finals, in the first home game at Madison Square Garden, we see our best player, and maybe you want to say it's Towns, whatever, the leader of the team, the fan favorite, Jalen Brunson, literally, not figuratively, literally get forearm mushed in the back of the head and thrown to the ground by the 8-foot alien on the other team, the best player on the other team. And we're not supposed to feel some type of way about that? We're supposed to, well, they played, P.J. Brown back body dropped Chris Childs in the 90s, so no worries. JoJo English and Derek Harper got into a tussle in the 90s, so all good. No worries, because 30 years ago, something happened in Miami, or something happened in Indiana, or something happened in Chicago, or something happened at Madison Square Garden. Ergo, no worries that this happened in the NBA Finals in the year of our Lord 2026. Nope, no big deal. There is also the psychology here, right, wrong, or indifferent. And again, you don't have to like this. I'm not saying you have to like it. But what I'm saying is you have to understand it. Because it's 1 + 1 = 2, right? Victor Wembanyama is 7'9" or whatever, and you can't teach that. He's amazing. He's a better player than Brunson. This is not me saying wow, Wemby sucks. He doesn't suck. He's unbelievable. He's the big guy, and he's pushing around the little guy. You can't understand why the fan base doesn't like that? Why the fan base gets pissed about that? We're just supposed to be it's the finals and it's physical basketball, so you can ragdoll the best player on our team. Are you crazy? Is this legitimate? So, look, man, you want to say that these Knicks fans that are acting like jerks outside the Garden, causing bodily harm, that they suck? I'm with you. 100%. 100%. No defending that conduct. I'll never defend that conduct. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. And these people have no shame. And when they look in the mirror, they should be embarrassed. And I hope they are. But to suggest that Knicks fan, that represents the wide swath of Knicks fans is ludicrous. And B, to suggest that Knicks fans are soft because we collectively are pissed about what happened to Brunson, give me a break. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Because this is you're up on Mount Pius, and you are pretending like you, the person issuing this criticism, are not a big sports fan. Because here's the guarantee that I'll make. If it were you and your team, you'd feel the same way.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Before we get to the latest on the Brendan Sorsby saga, let's get to a phone call here, Brad. In the opening segment, we played my video that I posted on social media just over an hour ago. And I'll say it again. I am personally guaranteeing a Knicks victory tonight in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. You hate it. You loathe it.
I do.
You think I'm a jackass.
I do.
That's fine.
Yes.
That's fine. We've got some phone callers that want to weigh in. Let's get to B from Detroit, who's next up on BetMGM tonight. B is on line one. What's going on, B?
92 degrees in Michigan. Just got done wrestling with my alternator, and I get in the car, and I hear you talking about Knicks gonna win emphatically. I just had to call to make sure you was all right. You was feeling well today. You feel me?
I am more than all right, B. I am high stepping. I am feeling myself. I got a fresh cut. I'm feeling good, man. I've never felt better about the Knicks than tonight. I'm sure that you're a Pistons fan. I'm guessing you're from Detroit. You've probably felt that way about Detroit, this Pistons team, one time or another this year.
Now you try to hurt. Hey, you try to do fight words, Pat. Why you got to bring them up? Spurs
Look, B.
By 10.
Go ahead.
Get ready to go to bed. They're going to win by 10. You're going to be sick. You're going to get some good sleep tonight. I promise you.
B, I appreciate the call. Brad, did he say Knicks win by 10?
I thought he said Spurs by 10 for a second, but then he followed up with, you're going to get some good sleep tonight. So I'm guessing it was more the former than the latter. So I think he's siding with you. Knicks by 10.
Yeah. Yeah, B, I appreciate the call. And look, I brought up the Pistons not to be a hater, because I really, really wanted the Knicks to play the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals. I really did. And I'm kind of a little bummed out that the Cleveland Cavaliers knocked Detroit out. But man, I can imagine there was probably a lot of confident Pistons fans when they were down 3-1 against the Magic and then came back from 24 points down. Was it 26 points down in Game 6? It was 24. They came from 24 points down in Game 6 on the road in Orlando and won the game by 14. I'm sure after that, Pistons fans were ready to guarantee a victory in Game 7. I'm sure there probably were a few. And the Knicks are coming off a loss. But that is how good I feel tonight about the Knicks, Brad. Sometimes you just feel it. You just feel it, man.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from. I've had those instances in my fandom. They're very rare. But yeah, I know you're right now, walking on cloud nine. I mean, you're feeling ultra confident. You're feeling very rosy in the outlook. By the way, clarification, B did say Spurs by 10. But again, he sugarcoated at the end and said you're still going to sleep well tonight. So maybe you're going to be inebriated and just pass out from disappointment and displeasure with how your Knicks perform.
Yeah, I don't know how I would sleep well tonight, how I would sleep good tonight if the Spurs win by 10. I don't know if I'll sleep. I don't know if I'll sleep because I'll probably be going back and forth with trolls on social media all night. And I'm not going to duck the smoke, Brad, if I'm wrong. And there is no if. But if I'm wrong, I'm going to have to work the thumbs. I'm going to have to work the thumbs all night because I know that everybody's going to jump on. Everyone's going to pile on. They're going to try to kick me when I'm down. They're going to treat me like a Spurs fan outside of Madison Square Garden the other night. That's what they're going to do to me. That's what they're going to try to do to me. I won't have it. I'm going to fight back. I will fight back.
Wear a cup.
But again, we don't have to worry about that. Knicks are winning tonight. All right, let's get the latest here from this Brendan Sorsby saga. Brad, we've been talking about it all week. I got a feeling we're going to be talking about it maybe all summer. So again, just to give you the skinny in case you live under a rock and you missed it, Brendan Sorsby transferring to Texas Tech this year. Gambling scandal, was found to have bet over $90,000 on games involving his teams when he was a freshman in Indiana, the last 2 years at Cincinnati. And so the NCAA banned him. And then just this week on Monday, a Texas court granted Brendan Sorsby an injunction so that he can play. He is eligible to play this year. Now, in the last 48 hours, there have obviously been a massive amount of blowback from Brad and me ourselves on what a disgrace this is, what a pathetic injustice in ruining the integrity of the sport. Well, Texas Tech has finally decided to speak up. And here is a statement from their athletic director, Kirby Hocutt. It's too long to read the statement, but Kirby Hocutt says that Texas Tech is not a party to his lawsuit. They did not file it. They did not fund it. He's a young man, treatment for clinically diagnosed addiction, exercises legal right to a remedy in court, and a judge agreed with him. Kirby Hocutt goes on to say, I've heard the word integrity used a great deal in the last 48 hours, and that Texas Tech doesn't have, they're basically not saying they're putting them on the field. This is not about X's and O's. Not that they're not putting them on the field, but here is the one paragraph that I do want to read from Kirby Hocutt, the athletic director of Texas Tech. Quote, to my colleagues, I understand the frustration. This situation is hard. It is new, and there is no perfect answer. The system we're operating within is binary, but the situation is not. We are open to ongoing conversations about how to best handle these issues as an industry going forward. We will continue to be transparent in our decision-making. Most importantly, we will keep doing what we have always done, put our students first. Pretty effective propaganda, in my opinion, Brad, but it doesn't make it any the less BS from Texas Tech.
That is correct. So there were some things in that statement that I actually agreed with. Like, Brendan Sorsby, he's got a sickness. Addiction is a problem. And he's been dealing with the mental demons as a part of it, as part of his treatment. And being with the team, being with guys that he knows, being around a familiar environment for him, I think is healthy. And it doesn't mean, though, he has to play. He could still be a part of the team. He could stand on the sidelines on a college football Saturday because it's got to help him get to the right place, help him turn his life around. And we hope he's going to have a lot of success in the NFL or whatever profession that he ultimately chooses after he leaves Lubbock and Texas Tech University. So I'm not disregarding that. The issue that I had more than anything else in this statement from the AD is the sentence you just read. I'm going to repeat it. He said, this situation is hard, it is new, and there is no perfect answer. There is no perfect answer. That right there is a fireable offense because there is a perfect answer. The perfect answer is we're going to give him all the help that he needs. We're going to give him all the medical treatment, the psychological treatment that he may need to get right, to get his life back on track. But there is a perfect answer. And that perfect answer is we're going to help him out in that side of things, but he is never going to be able to step on the field and play college football again. Because if he is allowed, that is what we call crossing the Rubicon. It's a point of no return. Because you now open up Pandora's box here, Pat, where you could have situations in the future where a kid goes out, gambles on his own team, sways the action, whether he's on the under or the over, it doesn't matter where the action lies. And of course, with Sorsby, it was very well documented. He was taking a lot of unders. Honestly, that could be even worse. If he actually had the ball in his hands, he may be purposely throwing errant passes to ensure that under hits. That's just one example. But if this is allowed to continue, you're going to get additional situations from other kids that are going to take advantage of the system, the precedent that is put into place. And then all these schools got to do, all the administrators have got to find is a judge that may have ties to that university, that may be a fan of that university, to side with them once again. So that's what I say when crossing the Rubicon and that point of no return. Do the right thing, Tech, and make sure that Sorsby never puts on cleats and pads again in Lubbock. And we've been seeing some blowback on Twitter in regards to a lot of people, taking the same side of things that you and I have. And I was reading some of the legal experts saying there could be other counter lawsuits let's say Texas Tech decides, we're going to move forward with this, but they're going to play like the University of Texas, or they're going to play another Big 12 school as well, like Arizona or somebody. And that school's like, hey, you know what? We're not going to play you. Texas Tech may then sue Arizona. They may then sue Texas, and then a judge will ultimately decide what the fate is. This is a sticky situation. It is a very dark situation, and it doesn't look like we're going to have any kind of clarity at all this upcoming college football season, and this is going to hang over the sport like a black cloud if Texas Tech allows Sorsby to play, and after his 2-game suspension, ultimately, that's probably going to happen.
I mean, it should. It should. It's at 310-840-4910. If you want to weigh in on this on the phone lines, you can text in 310-840-4910. You said it perfectly, Brad. The statement, the quote, there is no perfect answer. Yeah, I mean, there's as close to a perfect answer as you can get. Do not allow him to play college football this year. We've already seen potential blowbacks. There is a lot of the top reporters and journalists that cover college football thinking, that a lot of teams are maybe threatening to take Texas Tech off the schedule, that they're not going to play the games against them. They're going to threaten to boycott those games. There is a potential fine, not a fine, a potential playoff ban by the NCAA that they could impose on Texas Tech. Like, I think every single weapon to combat this, if Texas Tech allows Brendan Sorsby to step on the field this year and play college football, every single weapon that the NCAA and other teams and other institutions have, they need to throw it at them.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And again, the perfect answer is just don't allow him to play. Now, I've got a lot of feedback from a lot of people, several people that are listeners of BetMGM tonight, that are followers of me or you, Pat. Pat Boyle 44 is your handle on X, mine at Noisy Huevos. And, they're stating their side of things. I'm going to read a couple of these right now. I'm going to get your thoughts. First one I got from Texan. So a guy that has at Texas Tech alum as a handle. That's a damn good handle. He says, LOL, you're literally Mr. Gambling. Sit this one out, Chief. All right. That's in regards to me, because I called the AD and said, how ignorant can you be in this situation? That's exactly what I said on X, and this is the blowback that I got. Hey, guess what? I do gamble. Guess what? Pat and I co-host on a show that is sponsored by a betting company and BetMGM. But I do not play college football. I do not play any kind of professional sport. So that is a stark and considerable difference compared to a guy who could sway the outcome of a game. And I know he's in recovery, and we hope he gets well, but he should never see the field again. There have to be consequences for your actions. A couple of the other ones people sent in. At Alex Sordura, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. He says, Brad, having anger issues, reading the statement seems strange. The bets happened at Indiana and Cincinnati, not Texas Tech. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. All the Texas Tech AD has done to date is offer support of a young man who committed 0 crimes and has since sought mental health treatment. Then the last one, Pat, I'll get your thoughts on some of these. From Sean Foss. Sean says, I don't think Hokut is ignorant. I think Texas Tech is on the hook to pay Sorsby his full NIL amount since he's technically eligible, and they decided they're not going to sit him. So this is their pathetic attempt at a PR spend to cover that up for a bad decision. Pat, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, again, the first guy, you're literally Mr. Gambling. Sit this one out, Chief. That's the stupidest response I've ever seen in my life. Like, that person has a rock. They have rocks for brains. So because you like to engage and you like to sports bet, you like to wager. We do a show that is sponsored by BetMGM. That means we should be sitting out a college football player wagering, betting on the games he's involved in. Like, how stupid can you be? There's so many idiots out there in this world. Like, you're literally Mr. Gambling. Yeah, like Brandon, like you said, you don't play college football. You're not on a college football team betting on the games that you're in. My God, idiots are there out there in this world. The other one, Alex Sawarda saying you're having anger reading this statement seems strange because the bets happened at Indiana and Cincinnati. Who gives a crap? Doesn't matter. This is a player on your team that has knowingly, and it has been documented, gambled over $90,000 on games that he's in. He shouldn't be allowed to play for your team. You shouldn't be allowing it. The NCAA banned him. And because some dumb court in Texas granted him an injunction, he's eligible to play. And Texas Tech is just going to say, hey, well, guys, what do you want us to do, man? The court said he could play. We got to pay him his NIL money. We can't. We made an investment. I mean, come on. Give me a freaking break. Give me a break because they're on the hook to pay him his full NIL. They should basically say, no, we're not paying you the NIL money because you broke NCAA law. There's got to be some kind of law that's in there. Is there not that can negate paying a player NIL money if they break the rules?
That's the bottom line here, and that's the question I have. Again, I'm not a legal expert by any stretch of the imagination. I could never pass the bar no matter how much I study because I am a blathering idiot, apparently, based on a lot of the reactions we're getting from some of our listeners throughout the day on the Sorsby situation here on BetMGM tonight. But, there has got to be some sort of legality, some sort of contract within the NIL agreement that, again, if you commit a violation, if you break a cardinal rule, and they could even have, the strict black and white, everything itemized in that contract, what those specific rules are, you're gone. We're not going to pay you. We're not going to put you on the field again. We'll help you with the resources and recovery. They could put that in there. We'll use university, resources to help you out in those instances. But if you break one of those rules, sayonara, see you later. It's a wrap. It's over. Again, that's life. You commit a crime. You do some sort of wrongdoing. There is punishment. There are consequences. There has to be a consequence for this, and it's very blatantly obvious to anybody with even a functional brain cell that he can never step foot on a college field again in uniform. Period. End of story. Can we get it right and move on?
There you go. Perfectly said. 310-840-4910. We'll get to your calls. We'll get to your texts when we return. We also going to go streaking. We almost got the 4 for 4 last night, but Brad is looking for 8 in a row. He's halfway to Monty's record. We'll do that when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So, Nick, I think two things could happen. One is I think this is again, no inside information, but just reading the room. I think Texas Tech at some point realizes we can't play the kid. Just the amount of PR hit they've already taken, they would be, just ostracized if they did this. And they basically come out and they spin it however they want. We've decided, for the best of sport, Brendan's going to enter the supplemental draft. However they spin it, that he's not going to play. I think that's a possibility. But if they decide, you know what, middle finger to everybody, 2 middle fingers, he's going to play. Then I think, does the NCAA?
What's more likely in your opinion? What of those two scenarios is more likely in your opinion?
Man, I don't know. I just think the heat that Texas Tech has taken, ultimately, I think they would decide not to have him play. But again, I don't know. They've been, man, that's a tough one.
Can I ask the question like this? Can I ask the question? Can I ask the
big
question like this? And pencil, not pen for the answer.
I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm not sure.
No, I totally understand. And that's why I want to phrase it like this, right? This is not you're planting your flag and making a prediction. But I really respect you. People really respect you. We respect your knowledge, how much you know about the sport. If I asked you, and I'm going to use the word guess. It's a guess right now.
Yeah.
Does Brendan Sorsby play quarterback for Texas Tech this season? Yes or no, and why?
Wow. 2 days ago, I would have said yes. Today, my guess is no. And I think either the Texas Tech has a conscience or the Big 12. The Big 12 can actually, who knows what the Big 12 can do? Can they rule him ineligible? I talked to somebody today. They said, what's going to keep a local judge, and I'm a Oklahoma State guy, what's going to keep a local judge in Payne County, where Oklahoma State's located, from ruling that anyone that bets on college football is ineligible to play against Oklahoma State and not allow them to play again? Like, I'm half joking, but in today's world, who knows?
Yeah, that's totally. I mean, I didn't think you were joking. I'm being serious. Like, I could see that happening. To your point.
No, but I don't know. Is that a joke or is that real? Nowadays, you don't know. I mean, there could be. Ultimately, the Big 12 presidents, they have to make a decision, and they had a couple of teams last year, Kansas State and Iowa State, that didn't play in a bowl game. There's nothing in the bylaws that says you have to play in a bowl game, but there is if you do things that are detrimental to the conference, you can be fined. They were fined $500,000 each for not playing in these bowl games. The Big 12 decided to do that. They didn't have to do that. Well, so can they issue a similar type punishment to Texas Tech? Absolutely. I've talked to a number of people. They don't care if they fine him $100 million. They don't. It's not a money deal. That wouldn't appease anybody. It's simply him not playing because he violated the one rule that everyone thought you couldn't violate. And the fact that Texas Tech, which, was against, all this gambling stuff up until the point that their quarterback was now, front and center. And now they're like, well, the judge appealed that we can't do anything. Texas Tech still has a chance here to do the right thing. I don't want to, I was ripping everybody for being, take holier than thou. So I don't want to sound like now suddenly I'm doing that. But Texas Tech can do the right thing, to quote the great Spike Lee. They can keep him on the team and just not play him. How about that?
Yeah.
The judge can't force you to play the kid. He's on the team. We just didn't play him. Would they do that? I don't know.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. We've got some calls we're going to get to and some texts as well. Hang patiently if you're there. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to talk to Gabe Ramirez about the World Cup. He's a host for the Chicago Fire. He's actually going to be filling in all of basically most of next week as well when I'm in Spain. So can't wait to chat with Gabe. But first, looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. All righty. We've got Brad looking to make it 8 in a row. Can we get a 4 for 4 tonight with some, let's say, juicy odds or the opposite of juicy odds? Because you got the ball flying out in Vegas. You got the Cubbies in the Rocky Mountains. Let's get some hits, though. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah! All right, go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. Last night, I got back onto a new streak with Ozzy Albies. Producer Brandon Combs got onto a new streak with Nick Kurtz. Our video producer, Monty, who still has the best percentage out of all of us. It's 2 days in a row, though, for Monty without getting a hit. And then we've got Brad, who's on a 7-game streak, looking to make it 8 in a row tonight. He's halfway to Monty's record, which was 14 in a row when we first started this segment. Brad, you go first, brother. Trying to get it to 8. Who is the guy tonight?
Well, we got to go to Viva Las Vegas, my friend, because the ball is just flying out of that bandbox through the wind and the heat. I tailed Shea Langoliers last night, went 1 for 5, and I'm going to chase another A tonight. And I'm going to go with Tyler Soderstrom taking on the Brew Crew. Soderstrom has gotten a hit in 13 of his last 15 games. In fact, over that 15-day stretch, he's batting .415, hit also .277 in home games this season, over 1,000 OPS. He's facing Brendan Sprout or whatever the hell his last name is. 6+ ERA. He ain't the GOAT, is Sprout. 43.4% hard hit rate he has allowed. I think Tyler Soderstrom takes me to the Ocho. We're streaking 8, baby.
All righty, I'm going to the Rocky Mountains here, where not only do the Cubs have the altitude in their favor, they've got Michael Lorenzen on the mound, who's got an ERA over 8. And I don't know what the hell Craig Counsell was doing for the last couple hours, taking a nap, but he finally got the lineup in, and I was hoping PCA was going to be batting leadoff. He is batting leadoff. Give me Pete Crow Armstrong to get a knock tonight against the Rockies. I'm looking to make it 2 in a row. PCA, you look at the last couple of games here, and he actually just had a big hitting streak snapped last night, going 0 for 4. Yeah. Before that, PCA had a hitting streak of, 12 straight games? So I think he gets back on the saddle tonight. Give me PCA to get a knock against the Rockies. Producer Brandon Combs, you're looking to make it 2 in a row as well. Who are you going with?
I am going to go against my Chicago Cubs because you know what? They frickin' deserve it. This team's driving me absolutely insane. You can't beat the Rockies. You can't beat anybody. You're just shooting yourself in the foot. Jed Hoyer has 4 more years left on his damn extension now. We got to deal with this guy building rosters. So you know what? Give me a Rocky. Give me the legend himself, Hunter Goodman. They're facing off against Shota Imanaga. He's going to have 9 home runs in the first 2 innings. Monty, what do you got?
Probably right, dude. I'm going to Nick Kurtz. I'm going to Vegas because I don't know. I think I'm cursed if I can't figure it out tonight. I've really liked the picks the last couple of days, so let's just go to the best hitting environment on the day. The total's 15, I believe. So if he can't get a hit in this game, that'd be nuts. He's the 3rd highest rated hitter on my board. Elite matchup against Sprout. 89 games with an elite rating, getting a hit 71% of the time. And he's hitting well against 80% of Sprout's pitches, so everything lines up there, plus the environment. Seems like an easy choice, so he's probably going to go 0 for 6.
Jeez. Going to go 0 for 6. All right, anyway. I got PCA. Brad's going with Soderstrom to make it 8 in a row. Combs is going with Hunter Goodman against his Cubbies, and Monty's going with the reigning AL Rookie of the Year, Nick Kurtz. So good. Brad, if you take all those 4 guys to get a hit, what are the odds on BetMGM?
You're looking at a cool plus 181. As always, fade or follow, that is up to you.
By the way, Combs is saying in our show chat, the San Francisco Giants were down 9-1 in the 8th inning, and they just walked it off with a grand slam and won 11-10.
No way.
Oh, my gosh. And also, Brad, I know you like the Padres today. Fernando Tatis has walked it off for San Diego.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you.
We're gonna talk World Cup coming up next. It starts tomorrow. We got Gabe Ramirez joining us next here on BetMGM Tonight.
if Shaq responded the way that Wemby's been responding, like he would have literally killed people. Like if Shaq elbowed Naz Reid in the throat, like Naz Reid would have died on the court. So like, I don't think Wemby's a dirty player per se, but like these are absolutely dirty plays. Where do you stand right now on Victor Wembanyama and some of these extracurriculars that he's got going on in this postseason?
Yeah, no, you're right in terms of like players, especially the big guys. Like they tend to kind of take a lot of the additional punishment and physicality that doesn't always get the whistle. Even sometimes when it gets a whistle, it's just still extra. And Shaq had his moments where, you know, he had to let people know, like, I'm not going to just continue to take all of this punishment without responding in some way. And yeah, you could consider certain plays to be dirty, but from that person's perspective, I've been dealing with dirty for months now. And this is my one time to respond to this dirty play that's been happening for months. The play last night, you know, was an open hand push to the back of the head, which is like in the backyard, in the front yard in New York City would probably lead to some different outcomes. But in a basketball game, pushing is happening all the time, some in a more disrespectful way than others. I think that was disrespectful, not necessarily dirty. They were squared off. He didn't elbow him in the back of the head, elbow him in the back of the neck, but the disrespect was high. Like you don't mush a grown man in a sporting event, regardless of what's happening. And but I don't think any of us, especially guys that are not 7 feet tall, know what it feels like to be one of those guys and take all of the extra stuff that they are expected to take. So my hope is that nothing happens that leads to anybody for either team ending up ejected or suspended for a game for extra stuff, because that's just going to rob everybody of this great finals that seems to be unfolding.
The fact that Kyler, like this idea that there's a quarterback competition in Minnesota is ridiculous, and the Vikings need to end this facade right now. No one believes them. Why would you? They made their decision that Kyler's going to start when they signed him. It's obvious to anyone with a functional brain that Kyler Murray is going to win this competition. Forget about win the competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to start for the Vikings in week 1. Plus 525 to win the NFC North at BetMGM. I like those odds of Kyler's the quarterback, and he will be the quarterback. Why would J.J. McCarthy be getting first-team reps? What is the purpose of it? What's the purpose of it? Like, the Minnesota Vikings, and like, I think most of us have been in a situation like this, or maybe we've been the J.J. McCarthy in this situation. I don't know. But this is like, you're dating a girl. She's your girlfriend. You have chosen her, right? You're not married, but she's your girlfriend. You've chosen her. Or whatever. You're hooking up, but you're not seeing anybody else. And then you meet somebody else that you like more. Because there are issues with you and the first girl. Maybe you don't like her friends. Or maybe she bothered, whatever it is, doesn't matter. You have decided that you would like someone different. And you start seeing somebody else. But instead of doing the right thing and cutting it off with the first girl, you string her along. Because it comes from a good place maybe. You feel bad for her, but you're stringing her along. The Vikings are stringing J.J. McCarthy along right now. And the stakes are way higher than just here's a 20-something in a relationship, right? Meeting someone on a dating app. There's a $1 billion organization here in a $1 billion industry that's trying to win games. And they're wasting time letting J.J. McCarthy get first-team reps. They've already made the decision that, just to use the expression, McCarthy is not the girl for them, if you understand the analogy I've just given, right? They've chosen Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's telling you he wants more reps to get fully up to speed in this offense. Here's a novel concept. Give him the reps. He's going to be the starter. It's obvious. Start acting like it. Forget about this competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to be the starting quarterback of this team.
A shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Wednesday night program kicks off right now. And you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Before we get to the guest line and talk some World Cup, which officially begins tomorrow, 20 hours away when Mexico plays South Africa, this from our friends at BetMGM. The World Cup starts tomorrow, and when the U.S. scores, you score too. Win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World's Game match in which the U.S. is playing and apply your Goal Rush token. You'll win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. The bonus bets will be split among all eligible winners after the match. All right, so the World Cup is taking over here in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada starting tomorrow. 48 teams, an expanded format, ton of excitement. And so let's get to our guest here, Gabe Ramirez, who's a host for the Chicago Fire, member of the MLS. He is also on CHSN. And, Brad, he'll be filling in with you here Monday through Wednesday of next week. So he'll be co-hosting the show with you on BetMGM Tonight. So we welcome in Gabe Ramirez. Gabe, it's Pat and Brad. How you doing, man?
Doing great. You know, Brad, it's like a soft first date right now. You know what I mean? To get to just kind of, test things out, feel it out.
You know what? I like holding hands, Gabe. I'm totally down.
Okay, all right. No kissing on the first date though. Just so we're clear on that. But we will get an opportunity to talk World Cup, so that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, before you two start getting steamy, let's talk some soccer or some footy, shall we, Gabe? Let's start with the Stars and Stripes. Team USA lost in the round of 16 in Qatar in 2022 to a tremendous Netherlands team, failed to qualify in 2018, and lost in the round of 16 in 2014 and again in 2010. According to The Guardian, Team USA has no players in the top 100 at the World Cup, yet manager Mauricio Pochettino, big-time manager, was formerly with Spurs, PSG, Chelsea. He feels the U.S. can win the World Cup. Do you agree with his sentiment? How far do you think the U.S. can go?
No. There's no chance that Team USA is gonna win the World Cup. I think you have to say that, especially when you have a young team that is trying to come into their own. Right, you have to give them a level of believability. I think that's what Pochettino is doing right there. This team, and when you're talking about bets to make, one clean sheet in the last 13 matches for Team USA. And when you're talking about going up against the best in the world, right, the Mbappes, the Messis, the James, for that matter, you're going to give up too many goals. You don't have enough firepower offensively, right? They finally have a true number 9 with Balogun. You see, obviously, Pulisic there as well, but they just don't have enough to compete with the best in the world. Excuse me. But I think that's the good thing about this year's World Cup, where, listen, we've said it in years past, right, that, this is the year that soccer comes to the forefront. But things like that take time. And what we can say as a country is that, where we were 20-some-odd years ago when it comes to U.S. soccer, we are much further along. A lot more of our best athletes are playing at the younger levels. And, you're seeing a better product on the pitch, and we'll get an opportunity to see that at the World Cup. I think best case scenario, gentlemen, they sit atop Group D, and then they win one game. But I think it's, again, an exit in the round of 16.
Jeez. All right. Well, Gabe, you mentioned him. Most people know Captain America, Christian Pulisic. If Team USA is going to go far, he's going to have to score or assist on a bunch of goals. Outside of Pulisic, who else has to step up? What are the other names on Team USA that everybody needs to know?
Yeah, I think, starting with Pulisic, I think it's important to understand what this moment means for him. right? I think it's obviously there are going to be the others on the squad that, you're going to want to pay close attention to. However, this is a legacy moment for Christian Pulisic. This is an individual who's had a dark cloud over him for the last couple of years, right? The lack of desire to compete with your team in practice like most others do. Putting club over country, which is something that is not heard of when it comes to soccer. And so this is an opportunity for him to step outside of that and, sit and be spoken about in the same likes of the Landon Donovans, the Baileys, to be legendary, right, for your country. And in order to do that, you need to be scoring some goals. He has obviously the makeup in order to do so. But, I think outside of him, Timothy Weah is someone who we've been looking at a lot. He's a smaller guy, right? A lot of the forwards for Team USA, when you're talking about Weah, 6 foot, 146, Balogun, who I mentioned earlier, 5'10", 146. So when you're dealing with some of the defenders that play in Europe, it's going to be extremely difficult, especially on set pieces out of the corner. So they're going to have to create space, a lot of balls over the top, try to use speed to their advantage, and get those guys, going in order to get some victories.
Gabe, we're looking forward to working alongside you next week with Pat on Vacacion. But let's go ahead and focus now on some of the big dogs this World Cup. Many insiders, experts really widely believe Spain, France, England, Argentina, and Brazil are the teams to beat. Among that group of supposed elites, give me a country that lives up to the hype, and flip side of the coin, which one doesn't?
It's a great question because obviously when you're talking about World Cup, right, it's my favorite sporting event. And I like soccer, but it's not my favorite sport. But in terms of events, when you see the passion that guys play with when they're playing for their country, we get it a little bit in the United States, right? But when you're looking at countries across the world, this is everything for them, right? This is their NBA championship. This is their World Series. This is their NFL championship. Like, this is their biggest moment. And if you come through in any game with a goal, with a save, you live forever in these respective countries. So when you're talking about who's left over, England is a squad that they have the biggest chip on their shoulder. They're the squad that has plenty of talent, guys like Jude Bellingham from Real Madrid, used to play in the Premier League. This is a guy who could lead his team, and they have a lot of other, obviously, guys that can put the ball in the back of the net. So that's a club that I would look at that is a dark horse that could come out on top. I think France might have too much pressure on them. Mbappe is amazing, but we've seen him falter in other instances. Spain is great. If you really want to put some clean money down, I think they're like plus 500 to win the whole thing. Pedri is an absolute beast. He plays for Barcelona. And Spain has not won in international competition since March of 2024. So there's, a lot to go on there. So those are two teams I would look at. But on the outside of the groups that you mentioned, I think if you're looking to make some money, some long money outside of the Brazils, you want to look at the teams that always surprise you, like a team like Netherlands, right, with Virgil van Dijk. I mean, that's a guy who's a killer, plays for Liverpool. If you're looking at Germany, the wonderkind, Jamal Musiala from Bayern Munich, he's a guy who I put money on. He was plus 2,000 to lead the World Cup in goals scored. I put a little sprinkle on there just in case. So Team Germany is another squad that you can look at to make a big jump there.
Oh, I like that. Speaking of some of those long shots, let's dig it a little bit deeper on maybe some of the names you already mentioned, maybe some others that could be out there. You already mentioned that Team USA, strike them off the list. I know obviously here in the red, white, and blue, a lot of people are going to be backing them at 50-1 to win the whole shebang. It ain't going to happen, says Gabe, and I tend to agree. What about Mexico? At 66-1, maybe somebody else. You mentioned Netherlands, you mentioned Germany. You want to go a little bit deeper? I mean, we got nearly 50 teams to pick from, Gabe. Anybody else of the longer odds variety really tickle your fancy?
Gentlemen, I think like any sport, right, there is, when you're looking at a field, whether it's the NCAA tournament, the playoffs for basketball, as we're experiencing right now in the present, the group of teams that are at the top, the 4 or 5 teams that are the best in whatever respective league, they're there for a reason because their team makeup is just better, right? Where they have talent in certain spots where they can outlast you. And I think when you're talking about the World Cup, you're going to experience it. So can you find teams to make a Cinderella run? Can you win some dollars on squads that can make a deep run? Absolutely. But in terms of thinking that there's some Cinderella that is going to come to the forefront with, 4 guys that play in the top leagues across the country and a bunch of guys that play locally. That's just not going to happen. But you mentioned Team Mexico. There's a guy on Team Mexico. His name is Brian Gutierrez. He came up through the Chicago Fire Academy, was on the squad up until last year, finally got his dual citizenship in Mexico, playing for Chivas. And the only way you can play for Team Mexico, their national team, is if you play locally. And so he goes on Chivas and then makes the Mexico national team. And we'll be playing in the World Cup. What an honor for him. What an honor for the city of Chicago. What an honor for MLS to know that one of your own is playing on that highest level. So that's somebody I would look out for. When you're looking at other squads, just to make money off of, right? I like to gamble, guys. That's my favorite thing to do. Uruguay is another good one. All right, guys. Uruguay, when you're talking about, because we're talking about making money in the group stages, right? I mean, round of 16, that might be tough. You're running into small things, but group stages, Uruguay, where people are not putting enough money in order to move the lines. So if you can find a good match where maybe, you could find them at, plus 115, because that's the beauty of soccer, right? You get plus money a lot of the times on a team that you think is going to win because they have to factor in the draw, right? The draw has to be in play. And so for that, you get plus money on either team. So the goal should be for you when you're looking at the schedule for World Cup on any given day, what is the outlier? What is that one match that I know this team is going to win? It is not going to end up in a draw. It might be plus 130, 120, but that's the one I'm going to lay my biggest units on for the day because I know that is the outlier for me, and I don't have to worry about a draw. I think that's the biggest one. So Uruguay would be one that I would look at. And then the last thing I'll say is look at squads with superstars, right? Those are the ones where they play in the biggest leagues in the world with some of the best players, so they have to play team ball. When they're playing for the respective country, everyone there, from the abuela, the grandmother at the lowest corner store of the poorest neighborhood, all the way up until the president of the country, they know who the man is. And that person wants to live up to that moment. And in soccer, you always get the opportunity to do so. So try to find your superstars on mid-level teams to score a goal. I think you have an opportunity to make money there as well.
Oh, like it.
We're talking to Gabe Ramirez here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Gabe is filling in for me next week when I embark on España, when I go to Spain, where I can't wait to see how the World Cup fever is there on the southern coast of Spain. It's going to be absurd, even though the tournament is going on here on our home turf. But Gabe is going to be filling in for me next week, co-hosting along with Brad Monday through Wednesday, and he's a host for the Chicago Fire of the MLS, and he's also a host on 104.3 The Score. And we're talking about the World Cup, which officially starts tomorrow. Gabe, we've seen players go from obscure to household superstars because of the World Cup. Michael Owen, James Rodriguez, the most recent one, Mesut Ozil, Thomas Muller, and 60, 70 years ago, Pele, who is a player that is definitely not a household name yet, but you think could be after this tournament. I know we've got some very exciting teams in this tourney.
That's a great one. I'm going to give you an American name, and this is an individual who he himself has dealt with some drama over the last years. He made this World Cup team, and he's known as, a guy that he's like your sixth man of the year type guy when you're thinking basketball, right? He's going to come off the bench, be your scorer. He's the one that's going to disrupt the flow. If you're in the 68th minute and things are a bit stagnant, he's the guy that'll push the pace. A lot of times, especially in World Cup competitions, everyone wants to play safe just to advance to the knockout rounds. And you need someone to be a bit reckless. Gio Reyna is a guy that is on this squad, won't start for this team, but he's someone who was playing at Borussia Dortmund at one point, the highest level in German football. Kind of went down to Gladbach and hasn't necessarily found his form, so to speak. But he gets given another opportunity. Pochettino understands his potential. This is a guy that can give you a couple of goals. So if you're looking for an American superstar who's not going to be in your starting 11, but can be someone that comes off the bench, injects this squad with some life, and walks away with a few goals, Gio Reyna is a guy that I would look at. He's coming to his own. I think we've all been in our early 20s at one point in our life, and we understand we probably were a bit more confident and a bit more believable in our abilities than we should have been. I think Gio Reyna was in that place, and now that he's matured a bit, to be given an opportunity on the world stage like the World Cup to play for Team USA. And let's not forget, the team they're playing first, Paraguay, he scored a goal against them the last time USA played Paraguay. And so to be able to get an opportunity to do it again and to elevate your celebrity in the world, the global eye of soccer, I think this is the best stage to do it on. Keep an eye out for a guy like Gio Reyna.
Oh, that's a great call. Gabe, by the way, for the record, I think Pat is channeling his early 20s tonight because he is ultra confident about his New York Knicks. I mean, he's got a super inflated ego. So, case in point right there.
Listen,
all right, Gabe.
And listen,
Yeah,
all Knicks fans are out and about, and they are the most – I thought, there's some fan bases that are annoying, but Knicks fans outside of the Garden got to be the most annoying fan base. It's entertaining as hell, but got to be annoying. You shouldn't be beating up other guys in Spurs jerseys walking around. Come on, be better than that, Knicks fans.
Amen. Although Pat's got to argue they're not true Knicks fans. So anyway, we continue. Gabe, we got a couple of games opening up action tomorrow in the World Cup. We got Mexico, South Africa, South Korea, and Czechia. Which match in your mind has the best odds of surprise any potential upsets in those pair of matchups?
It's a great one. I think when you're looking at South Africa, guys, this is a team, when you're looking at the 48 clubs that are there, they're hovering right in the mid-40s, right, in terms of power ranking. But they have a guy on their team. Like, his nickname is Mboazi. He plays defense for the Chicago Fire, okay? It's an honor that I get to see him week in and week out. He's made the MLS All-Star team already in just his first year. He's extremely young. And on South Africa, he's so good, he plays midfield. And so he's a bona fide all-star defender with a leg that is a cannon. And so I already laid some money down on South Africa, Mexico for a draw, only because I think their defense will be able to hold up against a smaller – remember, Mexico got a small team, right? They're smaller guys, right? Think about Mexico. Like, they're just shorter in stature. And that's another thing you want to look out for if you're trying to find – like small edges during these World Cup matches. Look at the height, right? Because if you're dominating your opponents by 6 inches, corner kicks are going to, like, if you have 12 more corner kicks than they do, obviously the probability of you scoring a goal goes up significantly if half your team is that much taller than the opposing. So if you're holding true for them being, equal opponents, right? Those are the small metrics that you can find the advantages in. So South Africa, to me, with Mboazi against Mexico tomorrow, I think everyone's going to be feeling that first game kickoff where there's going to be a lot of energy there, a lot of jitters. I mentioned earlier, most teams play for the draw when it gets to like the 80th minute because they don't necessarily want to press too hard to give up a counterattack goal. So I think a draw for those two teams where Mexico is the clear-cut favorite, I think that could be something that at least it could be a bias. You know how that goes, gentlemen. If I was right all the time, I wouldn't be on this phone call right now. I'd be sitting in Vegas chilling somewhere. But that's what I got in my mind for this one.
Nice.
That's good stuff. We're talking to Gabe Ramirez here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports for another 2 to 3 minutes or so about the World Cup, which officially begins tomorrow. Gabe, everybody knows Messi and Ronaldo. Right? Argentina and Portugal among the 5 or so favorite teams to win the World Cup. Messi finally got his 4 years ago in that breathtaking final that went to a penalty shootout against Mbappe in France. I don't think there's anything that can change Messi's legacy here in this tourney. I mean, unless it could get better. I don't think it certainly could get worse at all. But for Ronaldo, remember, he got hurt early in the game and wasn't really a factor when they won the Euros in 2016. He's obviously still searching for that elusive World Cup title. Is Ronaldo's legacy on the line in any way during this tournament? Bruno Fernandes just broke Kevin De Bruyne's Prem record for assists. So part 2, are you expecting much from Portugal?
Yeah, one of my favorite players in Bruno right there. He loves to get other guys involved. He's somebody that makes people better, kind of like a Lonzo Ball type of guy. And so to have him on the team with Ronaldo is going to do wonders for that squad. I don't know if it'll hurt his legacy in any way. It can only add to it. I think Ronaldo, guys like Ronaldo and Messi, they're at obviously the latter stages of their career, playing in Saudi Arabia, playing in the MLS. And so what's left now is just you getting the opportunity to see them live at the highest level, which is in this moment the World Cup. And so I think a guy like Ronaldo getting an opportunity to get into the knockout stages, right? I think his biggest hurdle is going to be, can he understand at this point in his career that he cannot carry the team on his back? and that he has to play with everyone. Maybe he's drawing attention and gives the opportunity for Bruno to score a goal himself. But I think, again, it can only add to it. And if he does find a way to be more of a team-friendly player, I think that's going to add to his legacy more and create the bigger argument, who is greater, Ronaldo or Messi. But I think, again, on my eyes, guys, tomorrow, locked in on Team USA. Right now, Team USA plus 140 to come out of the group. I think you definitely lay that. Turkey obviously is tough, but I think USA is going to be big. If you're looking for what to bet on Friday, USA versus Paraguay, bet the under. Paraguay likes to set back, try to counter. USA is going to be trying to obviously attack and score some goals. I think it might hit the under on that one. USA is like almost even money to win. But, guys, we know when we see something like that on Vegas is trying to tell us a story, and they're trying to suck us in. They're trying to suck us in and take our money. So I'm going to steer clear of the bet altogether because I think some fishy's up there, and I'd just rather bet the under.
Love it.
Good stuff. Don't forget the Socceroos, by the way, the Aussies in that group with Team USA, Paraguay, and Turkey. So it should be a good one. It's going to be tough. But, Gabe, we appreciate it, man. Looking forward to catching up with you soon myself. And for you and Brad, you guys got 3 days next week. So please make sure you continue to ram the soccer into Brad's face because the World Cup is here. It is taking over. And you will be our resident expert for Monday through Wednesday of next week, man. So it was a blast. And yes, as Brad said, I will argue those aren't Knicks fans. Those are jackasses that happen to live in New York City that are looking for an excuse to beat people up. So we appreciate the time, man. Thanks.
All right, gentlemen. Have a good one, guys.
See you, Gabe.
There you go, Gabe Ramirez. He'll be filling in for me, hosting the show with Brad next week, Monday through Wednesday, right here on BetMGM tonight. So we've got a soccer expert on the line, and we got a soccer expert on the show Monday through Wednesday of next week. Brad, I just picture you just like this, eyes agape, just listening as Gabe goes on his soccer rants and his diatribes on the games of the World Cup, and you're like,
Accurate.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. He's also, forgot, Gabe Ramirez, host for the Chicago Fire of the MLS on CHSN, and he's a host on 104.3 The Score, so make sure you give him a follow on Twitter at Gabe Ramirez. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we played 82-0 on Monday. We played 20-0 yesterday. Brad and I are going to play 162-0 when we return, and we'll get to your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Think people understand. First off, everyone hates, I understand, you hate Knicks fans. And everybody will take the opportunity whenever they can to tear down Knicks fans, right? And look, let's keep it a buck, right? Because you're jealous. You're not jealous of the Knicks winning because they haven't won. But you're jealous because everyone looks at Knicks fans as the shining example of a fan base. Morons outside the garden, not included. Because Knicks fans are passionate, because Knicks fans travel, because Knicks fans take over opposing arenas. Everyone hates Knicks fans because everybody hates New York. Now, look, I'm a New Yorker, so I'm biased. Why does everybody hate New York? Because New York's the best. And I understand this is a national show, but this is a national topic, right? Everyone hates Knicks fans, so you're predisposed to be anti-fan of the New York Knicks, anti-New York Knicks, period. I get it. I mean it. I understand it. I'm a Yankee fan. I understand it, right? I get it. I totally get it. Do you not understand the psychology of what's happening here? Like, seriously. If you take a second and actually think about it, you can put yourself easily in the shoes of a New York Knicks fan to understand the emotion felt in that moment. And I can't believe that I have to spell this out for people. This is like, I feel like I'm trying to explain how to do a mundane task to my 2-year-old daughter. The Knicks have not won a championship in 53 years. You might have heard that, right? In my lifetime, they haven't won. In the lifetimes of many people, they haven't won. Many New York Knicks fans. In the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 years. And in this NBA Finals, in the first home game at Madison Square Garden, we see our best player, and maybe you want to say it's Towns, whatever, the leader of the team, the fan favorite, Jalen Brunson, literally, not figuratively, literally get forearm mushed in the back of the head and thrown to the ground by the 8-foot alien on the other team, the best player on the other team. And we're not supposed to feel some type of way about that? We're supposed to, well, they played, P.J. Brown back body dropped Chris Childs in the 90s, so no worries. JoJo English and Derek Harper got into a tussle in the 90s, so all good. No worries, because 30 years ago, something happened in Miami, or something happened in Indiana, or something happened in Chicago, or something happened at Madison Square Garden. Ergo, no worries that this happened in the NBA Finals in the year of our Lord 2026. Nope, no big deal. There is also the psychology here, right, wrong, or indifferent. And again, you don't have to like this. I'm not saying you have to like it. But what I'm saying is you have to understand it. Because it's 1 + 1 = 2, right? Victor Wembanyama is 7'9" or whatever, and you can't teach that. He's amazing. He's a better player than Brunson. This is not me saying wow, Wemby sucks. He doesn't suck. He's unbelievable. He's the big guy, and he's pushing around the little guy. You can't understand why the fan base doesn't like that? Why the fan base gets pissed about that? We're just supposed to be well, it's the finals and it's physical basketball, so you can ragdoll the best player on our team. Are you crazy? Is this legitimate? So, look, man, you want to say that these Knicks fans that are acting like jerks outside the Garden, causing bodily harm, that they suck? I'm with you. 100%. 100%. No defending that conduct. I'll never defend that conduct. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. And these people have no shame. And when they look in the mirror, they should be embarrassed. And I hope they are. But to suggest that Knicks fan, that represents the wide swath of Knicks fans is ludicrous. And B, to suggest that Knicks fans are soft because we collectively are pissed about what happened to Brunson, give me a break. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Because this is you're up on Mount Pius, and you are pretending like you, the person issuing this criticism, are not a big sports fan. Because here's the guarantee that I'll make. If it were you and your team, you'd feel the same way.
And money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text, 310-840-4910. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, huge thanks to Gabe Ramirez for joining us last segment to talk about the World Cup. He's going to be in for me Monday through Wednesday of next week, co-hosting with Brad. So that'll be very exciting as the World Cup kicks off tomorrow. Before we get to 162-0, we do have a text message that we didn't get a chance to get to earlier. Again, I started the show with the G word, baby, the hated G word. Brad thinks I'm a jackass, disagree, loathes it, but I have personally guaranteed that the Knicks will win tonight. I am guaranteeing a Knicks victory. Posted the video on my social media channels. You can check it out at PatBoyle44, or you can check it out on the show social media channels at BetMGM Tonight. 604 number, Neil from Vancouver texts in, Pat is doing his best Dennis Green impression to start the show. The Knicks are who we thought they were. That's why they took the damn court. Thanks for the shout out yesterday, boys. And again, that's Neil from Vancouver. He texted in yesterday. So Neil is a real one. Real Neil. I appreciate it, Neil. Yeah, look, I've never been more confident as a fan that the Knicks are going to win this game tonight. Brad thinks I'm an idiot for doing so. Combs has already bet the Spurs, so that should tell you where the allegiance, for their fellow colleague on the show lies with the guys on the crew. So that's real good.
No, we're just smart and sensible. That's just the bottom line here. Though I do want to applaud your WWE mentality and persona that you exhibited in that video, man. That was next level. Well played. I think you got a future body slamming fools in the ring.
Yeah. Like that guy Danhouse, and all I got to do is paint my face like a moron, and then I can get into WWE. He is a Knicks fan, though.
There it is.
He cursed. His curse, I guess, is over. Right? He cursed the Spurs. He cursed all the Knicks opponents. The Knicks finally lost the other night. So I guess we can stop with that stupid act of Danhausen. Anyway. All right. Brad, you and I played 82-0. Go ahead.
I don't know if you've heard, Pat, but he reversed the curse on the Carolina Panthers and cursed the Golden Knights last night.
You mean the Hurricanes?
Correct.
So he cursed the Golden Knights. Had he previously cursed the Hurricanes?
Yes. And then a Hurricanes
so
fan
he reversed
paid him
the curse and cursed the Golden Knights, and the Hurricanes won.
Yep.
Did he do anything about the Knicks?
I have not heard. He's from New York, so he's a Knicks fan. So there is that.
Yeah. I'm still waiting to hear from the air corgi, by the way, that stupid dog that tried to thought they were correctly predicting the NBA Finals. And when I say the stupid dog, the dog's okay. It's the owner. It's the owner of the dog that I have an issue with, that I exchanged some spars and some blows with on social media. Oh, nice take, Pat, with a stupid AI-generated photo of me looking like a fool. Then the Knicks won game one. Then it was, I incorrectly predicted game one. The Spurs are going to win game two. And the Knicks won game two. Air corgi, float on out of here. Float on out of here. All right, Brad, we played 82and0.com the other day, where you compile a NBA starting five and you try to see if it would go 82-0, and you went 68-14. I thought I had a legendary squad, only went 60-22. Yesterday, we did the NFL version, where we played 20and0.com, and we built the team together, and we went 17-3, although I thought we should have went 20-0. So we're going to try baseball's version tonight. We're going to work as a team. The entire crew is going to compete in a round of 162-0. Can we create a dream team in Major League Baseball? Let's get producer Brandon Combs in here. Let's get VP Monty in here. If you're watching live on YouTube or on Twitter or on Twitch, you'll be able to see the screen and play along with us. Let's try to build a baseball team that goes 162-0, shall we?
Yes, indeed. And I don't know if we're off to a really great start with the Kansas City Athletics of the 1960s. Pat, I think you are a historian for that franchise, so go for it.
I do see we got Reggie Jackson right away, so that makes me excited.
That's the only name I know is Reggie Jackson.
Hold on. You have Rocky Colavito, who was a notorious home run hitter back in the day.
Yeah.
If you scroll down that list a little bit, though, Monty, who else is on that team? Yeah, probably not. So it's for me, it's either Rocky Colavito or it's Reggie Jackson. But with that OPS from Reggie Jackson being over 1,000, I think.
Yeah, it's not a question.
That's your answer.
Jackson.
Well,
it's got to be Reggie.
I mean, Colavito's average was a 294, which is higher than Reggie Jackson's. I do think that
Reggie Jackson had 47 homers. Who cares?
Yeah,
he averaged 47 home runs.
Okay.
Focus on the OPS. Reggie.
Okay.
Pick it.
Yeah, let's go, Reggie.
Move on.
Which outfield?
Yeah, so we got it. So we have 9 players to fill out. So it's every position on the diamond plus a DH. This isn't, or we do pitchers after that.
There are no pitchers.
No, there's no pitchers. Only
so it's just a lineup. Got it. And is it the same as the other sports? Do we get a wild card spin on the team and the era?
Yes.
Okay. I think we should go Reggie Jackson. I mean, because that's a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but what outfield spot?
I agree.
You want to put him in left? Put him in right?
They'll also give you the option to make him your DH, too. Just so you know.
And they will. Okay, so we can, if we put Reggie in right field, we could have him. Then we could switch him to DH if we needed to, right?
Okay,
No.
we'll just do that.
We could just
I don't
put
think you can
somebody else
switch.
in DH.
Yeah.
Yeah, the position will be locked in.
Okay, well, just pick an outfield spot.
I would say right field.
I would go right as well. All right.
Okay,
Done.
Reggie
Apparently
Jackson
it's
in
been
right
picked.
field. Kansas City Monarchs of the 40s.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Well, they had
I
Jackie,
got Jackie Robinson.
Maybe.
Yep. That's the play there.
Yep, that's a no-brainer.
That's easy.
Jackie Robinson.
So now,
Ooh.
so Combs,
Shortstop
Combs,
or
you were
second?
saying that the Negro Leagues teams are incorporated into this game, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. So
Put
shortstop.
Jackie.
spot.
Oh.
I'm thinking shortstop. I think
A
historically.
lot of great shortstops in history, though. Jackie Robinson, great player.
There were-
A lot of players at
there are a lot of good
shortstop that were
second
better than
basemen,
him. Yeah.
Well,
Is shortstop
and here's
and
the thing:
DH,
is
though?
it
Those are the only two?
Yep.
is it
'Cause he was a
defensive
shortstop for
stats?
the
Do they
Monarchs.
incorporate or just offensive?
It's just offense. I'm pretty sure it's just offensive.
Yeah, but his stolen base numbers are outrageous.
Yeah.
I go
Yeah.
shortstop. That's where I put him because we're gonna find a big bopper to fit that DH slot. No problem.
Okay. Shortstop.
Trust me.
I'm with you.
Think like fantasy baseball minds do. All right, here we go. Next.
All right, Cardinals
Oh,
of the
Cardinals.
2020s.
Oh, God. Respin.
Well,
Just because it's the Cardinals.
Oh, hold on.
Goldschmidt
'Cause we
had
got
some-
Goldschmidt, but is Goldschmidt in the
Goldie
2020s
got
isn't
some good
prime
years.
Goldschmidt.
Yeah, but he's also what is he hitting? Like 119? What's that number on there?
It says 317
OPS
average,
looks like he's in the high
35
900s.
homers, 981 OPS, 106 runs, 115 RBIs. It's pretty. I mean, it's certainly
Yeah,
not
if he hit
bad.
317, I think that's probably the play then.
Yeah, I would say Goldie.
yeah, but he only qualifies at first base and DH, correct?
Correct. I would put him at first base though. I mean, he's a
He's a gold
solid
glover.
option at first base.
I mean, the only other option I would consider here is Nolan Arenado.
Well, they also have Pujols there too, right?
yeah, but it's washed
this
up
is late
Pujols.
career Pujols.
Yeah, true. Arenado as well.
I would go Goldschmidt, and I would put him at first.
All right,
Okay.
Goldie it is. Done.
All right,
Oh,
Cubbies
yeah,
of the 20s.
Cubs!
Rogers
Hack
Hornsby,
Wilson!
baby. Hey, Hack Wilson.
Flippin' Wilson!
We got Rogers Hornsby too.
I know.
Does that say
but,
1100
Hack is-
OPS?
Yes.
Isn't Hack Wilson
And a
the all-time
380
leader
average, I
single season
believe.
for RBI? Yeah, Hack Wilson was ridiculous.
But so Rogers
The
Hornsby's
difference is
numbers were
only-
better.
The difference is only 10
Yeah, I was gonna say,
RBIs.
are we gonna find another second baseman that has an OPS higher of 1100?
No.
Probably not. Yeah,
No.
that's a good call. Sorry, Hack. I love you. Hornsby
All right,
it is.
Hornsby it is. The St. Louis
St. Louis
Browns of the
St. Louis
1920s.
Browns.
If you scroll down, I believe didn't yeah, I was just gonna say
There were some bad St. Louis Browns teams. Remember they were the
I
ones that
think
trot
we
out the little person for an at bat.
George Sisler or we respin?
I would say
This
Respin.
was a Hall of Famer. That's
yeah,
a respin.
I mean, his numbers were. I mean, what's that? What's his average there, Monty? Is it over 400?
Yeah, 407.
Yeah, with an
That's pretty
OPS
damn
over
good.
1,000.
We'll have to put him in
Where's he
DH
qualify?
though, because he only qualifies for first base, so he'd have to go to DH.
Yeah, I respin.
I think respin
Yeah.
too.
All right, respin the team or the era?
Respin
I
the. You can't do both.
No,
Oh my
Uh,
God.
It's got to be the
but
team.
then you would
I
have
stick
no
with the era.
respins.
Yeah, because the St. Louis Browns. I mean, how many errors of that are there?
Probably 3 or 4. Let's say 20s.
I'll probably
I
do
mean,
the
you're
team,
hoping to
and
get
hopefully
the
we
Yankees
get
of the 20s.
Yeah, hopefully get the Yankees. Get Babe Ruth.
Yeah. All right.
Give us Yankees.
We get the Cubs.
Cubs
the
again!
Cubs
Hey,
again!
Hack Wilson.
Hack! Hack!
All right.
It was
Hey, we
destiny
have to
was
take
meant to
Hack Wilson.
be.
Yeah,
Hell
Hack
yeah, you're
Wilson.
taking Hack Wilson.
All right.
St. Louis Cardinals with the
40s.
40.
It's an easy one.
Oh,
yeah,
Stan Musial. Stan the man. Easy.
Johnny Mize was also
relax.
great.
Well, hold on. Left or DH?
Left.
Might as well keep DH open, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
totally agree.
To the last.
Yeah, because
Stan
what
the man.
if you get the Red Sox of like the 2000s?
Ooh. Braves
Chipper
down.
Jones at third?
You get,
Oh,
I mean,
Braves in the
Javi
2000s.
Lopez
Yeah,
as
Chipper
a
Jones,
catcher.
man.
Chipper Jones at third base. Javi Lopez as a
Chipper.
catcher, though, is a
We
great.
can do better. We can get like Johnny Bench.
Think so?
Better than
We'll do
Javi
better.
Lopez?
Yes.
He averaged
Catcher with
40
1,000
home runs,
OPS?
320 and 1,000 OPS at catcher.
Hey, Jim, hey, listen,
43
Jim
homers.
and Jack, if you really want Javi Lopez, take damn Javi Lopez. My vote is Chipper Jones.
Oh God,
We do need a
Monty,
third
what
baseman.
would you do?
Why are you giving us dissent? Why are you dissenting?
We're supposed to
I'm
be a
good with-
team.
It
Monty,
seems
what would you
harder
do?
to seems hard to pass up a catcher with 40 homers and an OPS over 1,000 with only 3 spins left to go.
I agree.
Do it.
So
Go.
Third base.
Move on. Let's go.
Javi Lopez. We win. All right, Braves of the
You guys would
2010s.
regret this.
Ooh, Freddie, right at DH.
Freddie Freeman or Ronald Acuna? But Acuna
It does
hadn't
say-
had his peak seasons yet.
Says Freddie is third base eligible, weirdly enough, so we
Wow.
could do that.
Oh.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. We do that then.
Also,
guys. We
I
take
think we
hell
could do
is-
better.
cheat code.
I think we could do better too. I was thinking maybe a decade respin. I don't know.
Yeah, decade. Ooh.
Braves of
Maybe
Braves of the
Oh.
90s, and we get
Yeah.
Chipper anyway.
Yeah, but
There
we
you
also
go.
could get like dead ball era.
We get Hank Aaron. Oh no, but yeah, we could put Hank Aaron at DH.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Roll the
let's
dice!
Spin the era.
Decade
Let's do it.
respin. Let's do it. Team Huevos.
Oh,
1980s
Ooh,
Braves.
Dale
Murphy.
Murphy.
Dale Murphy.
Dale Murphy's the DH.
44
That's-
homers.
we have to.
I think that's our best option. That's our best option.
Two-time MVP.
Yeah.
All right,
There
so
it is.
third base,
All right.
no matter what, the Browns are the
Oh,
same.
why was it the Browns again?
Oh my God, we got hosed.
Hold
We have
on.
no
What is that?
response.
Harlan
This
Cliff.
guy's
He's got an OPS of 977.
Yeah, 34 homers, 290 average, 118 RBIs. I mean, we didn't get hosed, but
Yeah, that's
Harlan
not bad at all.
Cliff?
I mean, we
never
have no
heard of him
choice.
until
That's
now.
that's our guy. We have no choice. We have no respins.
All right,
I was
let's
really
see.
hoping
What do
we
we
get
do?
Johnny Dixon.
161 and 1.
Oh! Whoa!
My God, we were so close.
Dude, that's outstanding. Well played, gentlemen.
161
Harlan Cliff.
Oh my.
and 1. Who's responsible? Who held us back?
Jackie Robinson at shortstop.
Yeah, that's what, the
Seriously?
worst rated player, basically?
Yeah,
That's
Jackie
tough.
Robinson at shortstop held us back.
Wow.
161
and 1.
Well done, gentlemen.
Ranch Ricky disagrees.
How are we so damn close? I was
That was,
160
we
and
played
two
that out-
Still really
yesterday.
good.
We
What are you
played
gonna
that
do
at
with it, though?
162-0.net. Oh, wow. What a game. All right.
God.
One freaking loss. One freaking loss. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll do a little fill in the blank. Closer and closer to Game 4 of the NBA Finals. I'm guaranteeing a Knicks win. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So Nick, I think two things could happen. One is I think this is again, no inside information, but just reading the room. I think Texas Tech at some point realizes we can't play the kid. Just the amount of PR hit they've already taken, they would be, just ostracized if they did this. And they basically come out and they spin it however they want. We've decided, for the best of sport, Brendan's going to enter the supplemental draft. However they spin it, that he's not going to play. I think that's a possibility. But if they decide, you know what, middle finger to everybody, 2 middle fingers, he's going to play. Then I think, does the NCAA?
What's more likely in your opinion? What of those 2 scenarios is more likely in your opinion?
Man, I don't know. I just think the heat that Texas Tech has taken, ultimately, I think they would decide not to have him play. But again, I don't know. They've been, man, that's a tough one.
Can I ask the question like this? Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question like this? And pencil, not pen for the answer.
I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm not sure.
No, I totally understand. And that's why I want to phrase it like this, right? This is not you're planting your flag and making a prediction. But I really respect you. People really respect you. We respect your knowledge, how much you know about the sport. If I asked you, and I'm going to use the word guess. It's a guess right now.
Yeah.
Does Brendan Sorsby play quarterback for Texas Tech this season? Yes or no, and why?
Wow. 2 days ago, I would have said yes. Today, my guess is no. And I think either the Texas Tech has a conscience or the Big 12. The Big 12 can actually, who knows what the Big 12 can do? Can they rule him ineligible? I talked to somebody today. They said, what's going to keep a local judge, and I'm an Oklahoma State guy, what's going to keep a local judge in Payne County, where Oklahoma State's located, from ruling that anyone that bets on college football is ineligible to play against Oklahoma State and not allow them to play again? Like, I'm half joking, but in today's world, who knows?
Yeah, that's totally. I mean, I didn't think you were joking. I'm being serious. Like, I could see that happening. To your point.
No, but I don't know. Is that a joke or is that real? Nowadays, you don't know. I mean, there could be. Ultimately, the Big 12 presidents, they have to make a decision, and they had a couple of teams last year, Kansas State and Iowa State, that didn't play in a bowl game. There's nothing in the bylaws that says you have to play in a bowl game, but there is if you do things that are detrimental to the conference, you can be fined. They were fined $500,000 each for not playing in these bowl games. The Big 12 decided to do that. They didn't have to do that. Well, so can they issue a similar type punishment to Texas Tech? Absolutely. I've talked to a number of people. They don't care if they fine him $100 million. They don't. It's not a money deal. That wouldn't appease anybody. It's simply him not playing because he violated the one rule that everyone thought you couldn't violate. And the fact that Texas Tech, which, was against, all this gambling stuff up until the point that their quarterback was now, front and center. And now they're like, well, the judge appealed that we can't do anything. Texas Tech still has a chance here to do the right thing. I was ripping everybody for being, holier than thou. So I don't want to sound like now suddenly I'm doing that. But Texas Tech can do the right thing, to quote the great Spike Lee. They can keep him on the team and just not play him. How about that?
Yeah.
The judge can't force you to play the kid. He's on the team. We just didn't play him. Would they do that? I don't know.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix here. Let's do a little fill in the blank. He normally delegates. I didn't ask him if he wanted to delegate, so I'm going to put him on the spot, and hopefully he is ready to delegate. Combs, what's going on?
I was born ready. I'm always ready. Let's do this.
That's right. Spoken like a true man at war.
Something like that.
You're not a.
All right.
Were you ever? Combs. Were you ever at war?
No, not ever at war. I was in the Marine Corps during a time of war when we invaded Iraq right after 9/11. But I never did have to go over, thankfully. But yeah. All right.
Okay.
You guys ready for some fill in the blank?
Sure.
It's no easier way to transition from that. The USA will score blank goals in the World Cup. Pat, you're the soccer guy. Let's start with you.
Yeah, I like to think the group is tough for sure. Paraguay is a good squad. Australia is always a very scrappy team, and Turkey is a lot better than I think a lot of people are giving them credit for. I'm going to be optimistic and say that Team USA does get out of the group stage. And again, I think what Gabe Ramirez said, we had him on earlier this hour, round of 16 feels like another fitting exit for them. So all in all, that would mean at least 5 games. I'll say 7 goals for Team USA.
Wow. Okay, so you feel minimum 5 games, they escape group play into the round of 16. Man, that's still a low output. Though it is soccer, there's like a lot of 1-0 games. I'm going to be glowingly optimistic. I don't know jack nor squat about the footy. Football Americano is what I generally like when it comes to football, not the traditional football. I'm buying time. I'm gonna throw an arbitrary number: 10 goals for Team USA.
I'm gonna go with. I'm not very optimistic about this team. I'm gonna go with 5. I'm gonna say they play, I think maybe 4 games, and they'll go 5. All right. Let's go on to tonight's game. Big game for my boy Pat Boyle, guaranteeing victories. He's out here running his streets, beating up Spurs fans, yelling at people, angry.
Anybody up.
got his hair cut, went on Twitter and just told the world that he is one of the GOATs because he's guaranteeing a victory. So the Knicks' leading scorer tonight will be blank, Brad.
No brainer. It's going to be Jalen Brunson. He's going to drop a 30 piece. That's practically the G word, which I am not going to associate with Jalen Brunson. And you're welcome, Pat Boyle. But I say he scores 32. He's going to be the leading scorer of the game. The only guy remotely close would be OG Anunoby, but he'll be somewhere in the 20s, not the 30s.
Yep, I agree. Brunson, without a shadow of a doubt.
I think it's going to be a Mikal Bridges type night. I think Mikal Bridges is gonna lead the Knicks in scoring tonight. He has a big night tonight. Okay. Knicks still lose.
I mean, how many? Because he kind of hit his ceiling the other night, which was not the last game, game 2. We had 20 on like 9 of 12 shooting. He's gonna have to take like 18 shots if that's gonna happen. I would love to see it. I just don't think it's happening.
Okay. All right. Let's go last one here. We talked about it quickly. We got about 30 seconds left. Quickly, Brendan Sorsby will play blank games for Texas Tech this season. Pat?
I think he's going to play, man. I don't know. He's going to play. I don't know if it's going to be week 3. Joey McGuire put the brakes on that. I'll say 6. Brendan Sorsby plays 6 games for Texas Tech.
If he plays, they got a chance at the playoff with a minimum possible bowl game. I say 8.
We're going to preview game 4 of the NBA Finals. Deep dive when we return right here on BetMGM tonight.
if Shaq responded the way that Wemby's been responding, like he would have literally killed people. Like if Shaq elbowed Naz Reid in the throat, like Naz Reid would have died on the court. So like I don't think Wemby's a dirty player per se, but like these are absolutely dirty plays. Where do you stand right now on Victor Wembanyama and some of these extracurriculars that he's got going on in this postseason?
Yeah, no, you're right in terms of like players, especially the big guys. Like they tend to kind of take a lot of the additional punishment and physicality that doesn't always get the whistle. Even sometimes when it gets a whistle, it's just still extra. And Shaq had his moments where, you know, he had to let people know, like, I'm not going to just continue to take all of this punishment without responding in some way. And yeah, you could consider certain plays to be dirty, but from that person's perspective, I've been dealing with dirty for months now. And this is my one time to respond to this dirty play that's been happening for months. The play last night, you know, was an open hand push to the back of the head, which is like in the backyard, in the front yard in New York City would probably lead to some different outcomes. But in a basketball game, pushing is happening all the time, some in a more disrespectful way than others. I think that was disrespectful, not necessarily dirty. They were squared off. He didn't elbow him in the back of the head, elbow him in the back of the neck, but the disrespect was high. Like you don't mush a grown man in a sporting event, regardless of what's happening. And but I don't think any of us, especially guys that are not 7 feet tall, know what it feels like to be one of those guys and take all of the extra stuff that they are expected to take. So my hope is that nothing happens that leads to anybody for either team ending up ejected or suspended for a game for extra stuff, because that's just going to rob everybody of this great finals that seems to be unfolding.
The fact that Kyler, like this idea that there's a quarterback competition in Minnesota is ridiculous, and the Vikings need to end this facade right now. No one believes them. Why would you? They made their decision that Kyler's going to start when they signed him. It's obvious to anyone with a functional brain that Kyler Murray is going to win this competition. Forget about win the competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to start for the Vikings in week 1. Plus 525 to win the NFC North at BetMGM. I like those odds of Kyler's the quarterback, and he will be the quarterback. Why would J.J. McCarthy be getting first-team reps? What is the purpose of it? What's the purpose of it? Like, the Minnesota Vikings, and like, I think most of us have been in a situation like this, or maybe we've been the J.J. McCarthy in this situation. I don't know. But this is like, you're dating a girl. She's your girlfriend. You have chosen her, right? You're not married, but she's your girlfriend. You've chosen her. Or whatever. You're hooking up, but you're not seeing anybody else. And then you meet somebody else that you like more. Because there are issues with you and the first girl. Maybe you don't like her friends. Or maybe she bothered, whatever it is, doesn't matter. You have decided that you would like someone different. And you start seeing somebody else. But instead of doing the right thing and cutting it off with the first girl, you string her along. Because it comes from a good place maybe. You feel bad for her, but you're stringing her along. The Vikings are stringing J.J. McCarthy along right now. And the stakes are way higher than just here's a 20-something in a relationship, right? Meeting someone on a dating app. It's a $1 billion organization here in a $1 billion industry that's trying to win games. And they're wasting time letting J.J. McCarthy get first-team reps. They've already made the decision that, just to use the expression, McCarthy is not the girl for them, if you understand the analogy I've just given, right? They've chosen Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's telling you he wants more reps to get fully up to speed in this offense. Here's a novel concept. Give him the reps. He's going to be the starter. It's obvious. Start acting like it. Forget about this competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to be the starting quarterback of this team.
on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Wednesday night get-together kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or you can text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. 310-840-4910. We are just over 30 minutes away from tip-off. Game 4 of the NBA Finals, the Knicks and the Spurs at Madison Square Garden, with the Knicks up 2-1. And Brad, I started off the show by relaying a video that I posted to my social media channels here just before the show began. We played it. I'll say it again. I'm guaranteeing a Knicks win tonight. Personal guarantee. The Knicks will win Game 4 tonight at Madison Square Garden and take a 3-1 series lead in the NBA Finals. You detest it. You loathe it. You think I'm a jackass. Producer Brandon Combs has already gone and bet the Spurs to win the game. That's fine. I stand firm. I stand true. The Knicks are winning Game 4 tonight. But Brad, you picked the Spurs in 7 before the series began. I said Knicks in 6. Yep. If the Spurs do win Game 4 tonight and I get colossal egg on my face and I look like a donkey and a jackass and a moron and an idiot, what does this do to your idea of the outcome of this series? If the Spurs do win tonight and we have all 4 wins by the road team, does that change how you feel about the series, or you still think Spurs in 7?
Look, I think it's going to be a stroke of genius at Casa de Evans. The Spurs somehow, pull the rabbit out of the hat. And let's be real here. The trend this entire series has been road warriors. We've talked about it until both of us have been blue in the face. Knicks taking the pair of games in San Antonio. And then, of course, San Antonio turning around in Game 3 and stealing one inside a rowdy and raucous MSG. If they can go out again tonight, given the backdrop, given the environment, given how deafening it is in that building inside the Mecca, and they deadlock this sucker up, it goes back to San Antonio. Maybe the Knicks take it there. It goes back to MSG. Maybe the Spurs exact their revenge. It comes down to Game 7. And maybe the trend then bucks. I think the Spurs are very much back in the conversation. And I'll be really, really interested, Pat, to see what our friends at BetMGM do in terms of line movement. Let's say, hypothetically, San Antonio does win tonight, gets back to dead even 2-2 in the series. Are the Spurs then a surefire favorite? I think they will be. I would guess they're a minimum going to be like minus 125, minus 130 to win the whole enchilada and hoist the Larry O'Brien. If, I know it's an enormous if, they can steal another dub tonight inside MSG.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. Before the series started, the Spurs were what on BetMGM to win the series? They were about minus 170, if I remember correctly, right?
That sounds right. Yep.
So if they win tonight to go to 2-2, they'll have all the momentum. They'll have a Game 5 at home where they'll be favored by about 6 points, 6.5 points, maybe 5.5. I think they'll be close to the starting price. I think the Spurs will be about minus 150 to win the series.
Okay. And that's fair. And I think that's very much a card in play. I think the odds just will be a little bit lower because of where the trend has gone, where the road teams just reigning supreme so far in this series.
Yeah, that's fair. I think, look, again, for me, there is no if. The Knicks are winning tonight. But let's play devil's advocate to myself. If the Spurs win here, I still think, I'll be confident that the Knicks can then go back on the road and win Game 5 because the home team will have been, the home team will be 0-4. And
yeah, crazy.
Assuming this game, if the Knicks get blown out by 20, okay, then I'm completely wrong, and I'm like the wrongest you could possibly be. Then maybe that changes my confidence for Game 5. But assuming this game is close, assuming this game is tight and all 4 games have been tight and all 4 games have basically come down to the final 2 minutes, I'll be confident that the Knicks can just go on the road and win game 5 anyway and then still have a chance to close this thing out in 6. But if I had to predict how the rest of this series goes, Brad, and I'm guaranteeing a Knicks win tonight, I think you do get the Spurs backs against the wall. Game 5 performance at home. Well, they'll probably win. And the Knicks close this puppy out next Tuesday. I'm in Spain, and I'm watching at 4 o'clock in the freaking morning, and the Knicks win it in Game 6. Look, here I'm guaranteed
Pat, I
to
gotta
have
ask
to
you this.
watch the. Go ahead.
Pat, I got to ask you this. Okay, so it's going to be 4 a.m. in España. Are you just going to stay up all night? You're going to try to go to bed early, get a little shut-eye, and then wake up at the butt crack of dawn? I mean, your body clock is going to be so screwed up anyway over the course of, the couple of days you're already going to be there. So I'm just curious if you're going to go eat some fine tapas, maybe, suck down a couple of bottles of wine and stay up all night long until tip-off at 4 a.m. That's what I would encourage you to do as a red-blooded 31-year-old male. If I were your age and I was in España and my favorite team, number one on my list that I want to see during my lifetime win a championship, I just party my ass off, try to quell the nerves. I'd be imbibing, I'd be eating, I'd be partying, I'd be having a good old time in preparation mentally for my team to play at 4 a.m. in a foreign country. You gonna do that?
Well, I can guarantee you I'll be up all night for Game 6 because that'll only be 2 days into the trip, and Sunday night is a red eye. We fly out this Sunday night, 5 days from now, or 4 days from now, I guess. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 4 days from now, we fly out at 11 o'clock at night, Eastern time. So
yeah,
we have a layover in Portugal, but that's essentially a red eye, right? Because I'm going to fly. It's like 7 hours or so to Portugal. And then you add in the 6-hour time difference. And so that'll be noon Portugal. And I'm going to try to sleep on the plane. Don't get me wrong. But either way, I'm going to be jet lagged. I'm going to be jet lagged so that by the time, if there is a Game 6, it rolls around on Tuesday night, I'm going to be still living on normal biological clock time. And so 3 o'clock in the morning in Spain, when the game basically starts, is 9 p.m. for me. There's no shot.
Yeah, true.
There's no shot I'm going to be tired. And there's no shot I'm not staying up all night. So yes, I will find a spot to watch the game. Whether that is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Amazon Prime is the TV rights holder in Europe for the NBA Finals. I have a Prime account. Should be able to watch it. If not, VPN, so I can watch it on YouTube TV. Don't tell anybody. Either way, I will be watching the game. Look, I mean, best case scenario, there's like a bar. There's a nightclub / lounge that I can maybe go to and watch the game.
It's not going to be open
idea.
at 4 in the morning, dude.
In Spain?
Bars open like 24/7 in Spain?
I'm under the impression anything goes in Europe, man. And in Spain, southern coast of Spain, I'm under the impression that the World Cup going on, but here's the other thing. They might be, Brad, because you got the World Cup going on. So if you have Spain or if you have other teams in Europe playing 9 o'clock Eastern games here in the States, that's 3 a.m. I think I'm going at a really good time here. I think I got a good shot that there is an establishment that might be open. I can have a couple of drinks and then I'll just figure it out in the morning. We have a whole itinerary of plans. We're doing the Rock of Gibraltar one day. We're going flamenco dancing one day. I mean, look, man, I'll do whatever it takes. I'll find some energy drinks. I'll find something else. So do whatever the hell it takes to get up and be explosive and be fired up for the day's activities the following day. I'll do whatever it takes. And then if there is a Game 7, there's not a shot in the world. There's not a question as to whether or not I'm staying up all night to watch it.
Well, look, you're going to be in Europe,
by the way.
so espressos, yeah, it is a wedding, but espressos are always your friend. Anywhere you go, whether in España, whether in France, whether you're in England, I mean, you're going to find espresso bars. Just take a shot, and you're going to get electrified instantaneously. The other downside you have to consider is this. Let's say your Amazon Prime account doesn't work. Let's say you can't VPN in, and it doesn't work, and you got to go to a watering hole to watch the game. Well, what happens if Spain is in action in their soccer game, you can go to any bar imaginable in the south of Spain, and nobody is going to be showing the NBA Finals matchup because soccer is the sport. So I don't know what you're going to do, man, in that instance. I hope it doesn't come to that.
If I get iced out from watching the game, if there is no possible way for me to watch the game, that is a nightmare. That is nightmare fuel scenario, Brad. I don't even want to think.
It's possible.
I don't even want to think of a possible scenario where that happens. By the way, our guy Lee in our Culver City studios at Westwood 1 says in our show chat, Yep, parties start at 3 a.m. That's damn right, Lee.
Oh.
Damn right.
Okay, there it is.
Monty said maybe you can listen to it old school. I don't know. Is maybe NBA.com? Do they have radio broadcast capabilities? Let me actually see. Spain World Cup games. Let me check their schedule first. Okay, so their first game is Monday. That's this Monday against Cabo Verde, 12 p.m. Eastern. That'll be 6 p.m. Spain time. That's not a problem. Their next game is not until Sunday, June 21st. The NBA Finals are already over. I don't have to worry about it. Good thing is I don't have to worry about a Spain game on TV. Yeah.
Okay.
Bad news is, though, our bars and night lounges or whatever you would call them, are they going to be open? That's the thing I run into if I can't access the game via YouTube TV on VPN or Amazon Prime.
Yeah, you're going to be at a rock and a hard place at that point. Look, I'm confident that Amazon Prime is going to be able to work out for you. I am secondarily confident that the VPN issue is not going to be an issue at all. I mean, worst case scenario is, yes, you could probably find it like NBA.com, somewhere online where you could actually listen to the audio broadcast. The very last resort is just watching a live box score. And I've been there. I've been on a plane during the NCAA tournament, my Illini playing. I had shoddy, craptastic Wi-Fi on my Southwest flight, but it worked just barely enough that I could monitor what was going on with the game. The audio wasn't coming in, and unfortunately, the game was not on the TV options that Southwest provided, so I was watching the live box score to keep track of what was going on. That was the only saving grace that I had, and it was pure hell.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm Googling here as we speak, and I Googled, can I watch NBA Finals on Amazon Prime in Europe with a U.S. subscription? And the answer I got was no, you cannot directly watch the NBA Finals using a U.S. Amazon Prime account while in Europe due to international licensing restrictions.
Dude, you gotta have to figure this out. You gotta figure this out.
That VPN better work.
I'm telling you. You're going to be swimming across the Atlantic, get back into the States to watch a Game 7, possibly. Or Game 6,
that VPN better. That VPN better freaking work, man. I'm telling you. Or there better be a bar. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll tell the owner of the bar, and I took Spanish for 12 years in school. So, and I've been brushing up this week. I'll tell him I'll rent out the bar. I'll give you however much you want. I wouldn't pay $5, $6, $7 to go to a Knicks game at Madison Square Garden, but I don't know, maybe $1,000 or maybe a couple $100 so that the owner of a bar would stay open until 5 o'clock in the morning when the game would probably finish 5 a.m. Spain time, so I can watch it. I don't know, man. I'm starting to panic.
Yeah, you better come up with all kinds of contingency plans just in case. Knock on some doors, just randomly go up. Very friendly and pretty much every part of Spain. Apparently somewhat fluent in Espanol, so you just go up, speak a little Spanish, and say, "Hey, do you like the NBA? Can I come in? I've got wine. I'll bring food." Just demand, beg, plead. I've been waiting for this moment my entire life. Please let me in and watch the Knicks win a title, please. I'm begging you.
Now, Monty sent in a link, and he's saying that website says you can watch on Prime in Spain, but I don't know if it's accurate. And this is about Amazon.com. A little article that's written up.
You're not going to find out until you land.
I'm not.
Till
I'm not
actual
gonna.
boots are on the
Unless
ground. You're not going to find out
I can reach.
until you're there. Drama.
And my brother lived in Germany. My brother lived in Germany in Leipzig for like almost 10 years. I could probably ask him if he had his Amazon Prime account before that, or if he set it up an Amazon Prime account in Europe. I don't know. I better start finding out. I got a couple of days. Here's the thing that would make it easy, Brad. Go ahead.
Pat, I've got a solution. Worst case scenario, get your ass on a train and go to the bordering country that is going to have a player in the NBA Finals. Francais, Victor Wembanyama. Do you think France, somewhere, anywhere, are going to be broadcasting that game? You're damn right they will be. He is a treasure of that country. They're not going to, disallow people in Francais from watching their native son. So that might be your solution.
Okay, here's the issue. I'm on the southern coast of Spain. That is a several-hour train ride.
Are you a true fan?
Yes. Yes. I'm looking up trains from Rota, Spain, where I'll be in the southern coast. I don't know, man. Look, here's the easy thing. Knicks win tonight. The Knicks win on Saturday. Yeah. And then there ain't no game 6,
there you
baby.
Go.
How about that? Let's get back to the X's and O's of the game. Let's get back to the X's and O's of the game. We've already gone through my dilemma long enough. So, Brad, for the Knicks to win tonight, you and I both think Brunson will probably score 30.
Correct.
I think OG is going to score at least 20. I think you do as well. So I guess that partly answers the question. But let's say we're wrong. Does it have to be Karl Anthony Towns stepping up like he did in Game 1 and Game 2? Does it have to be Mikal Bridges stepping up like he did in Game 2 when he scored 20? If it's not Brunson, and maybe OG just does what he's been, last game, OG nearly scored 30, but basically outside of that, the guy's been like right on the mark of 17, 18 points almost every game. If it's not Brunson and OG gives you that, who would you be looking to from my Knicks to step up and deliver?
It's going to be somebody probably coming off the bench. Could be Bridges, as Brando mentioned. I mean, he was a guy that was basically in witness protection last game. Didn't really do much of anything. But, they can catch fire. Maybe, contribute 20, 25 points in the game if he erupts. Maybe Shaman, a guy that had considerable minutes in last game, played nearly 30 ticks, only had 3 points. He was like 1 of 7, 1 of 8 from the field. But he can maybe catch fire and exhibit a hot hand from way downtown. So those are the X factors in the game. It's probably more so Bridges in my mind than anybody else, but maybe somebody, really shines brightly coming off the pine. To a certain extent, I think San Antonio's got to have the exact same outcome because Dylan Harper, is going to be good probably for at least a dozen points. Probably going to grab like 6-7 rebounds, maybe have 2 or 3 assists. I mean, he has been a money man this entire series for the most part. But, Keldon Johnson is the guy that really has to step up. He was terrible in games 1 and 2, 3 points apiece in those 2 games. Game 3, play a little bit better. If that version of Keldon Johnson arrives tonight, that could be the difference of the Spurs winning or losing. He is the ultimate X factor in my mind. And a lot of people not talking about it because they're focused on Castle, Champagny, of course, Wemby. But Keldon Johnson, for me, has really got to bring his A game.
You know what? For my Knicks, I think it's going to be Karl Anthony Towns. I think it's going to be Towns because he's going to have to get back to imposing physical will on Wemby on the defensive side, and he's got to be aggressive on the offensive side. Again, he missed 2 threes in the fourth quarter. Everybody on the Knicks missed threes in the fourth quarter. They started out 0 for 9 from deep in the fourth quarter as a team. So, but before that, Cat was 4 for 7 from the field. He's been efficient all series long. He's got to be more aggressive. He's got to take the ball to the freaking cup like he did in Game 1 and Game 2. And he gets a lot of his scoring done early. I want to see Karl Anthony Towns step up in the fourth quarter and take some pressure off Jalen Brunson. He had 18 points in Game 1, 21 points in game 2. He had 12 rebounds in game 1 and 13 rebounds in game 2. Like, that's the kind of performance I think the Knicks need from Cat. Again, we can try to say, oh, well, this guy may be off the bench. This guy, no, like, the Knicks need their stars. And so, again, if it's not Brunson, for me, it's got to be Cat. Has to be. He was big in games 1 and 2. He's got to be big again tonight. For San Antonio, I think it is maybe a little bit more obscure. I think it's Devin Vassell. And I think the fact that he only took 4 shots the other night is a travesty. He went 3 for 4, Brad. 3 for 4. All three, all of his shots were from deep. Scored 11 points. He only missed once. How do you not give him the ball more in the fourth quarter? You know, they had De'Aaron Fox trying to play make. That didn't work. They had Dylan Harper trying to play make. He has been great in this series. He also wasn't scoring that much in the fourth quarter. It was Wemby that was carrying them, and they were getting, all the free throws thanks to the refs. So I think Vassell, and again, that's a guy that shoots better on the road from deep. He was over 40% this year from three-point land on the road. I think it's got to be Devin Vassell, who they turned to early. They were turning to Julian Champagnie when they were at home. Vassell is a guy that I'm worried as a Knicks fan could end up burning the Knicks tonight if he gets hot early on. Devin Vassell is the guy that I would be looking out for, that I am I'm scared of, because he's been shooting the ball well. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get the ball in his hands. Finally, Brad, we talked a lot about the officials in game 3. Mike Brown complaining about the refs afterwards. We've debated, we've said coaches do that. NBA coaches, the great coaches have done it. Do you expect a direction, the change of direction in the foul calls tonight? Zach Zarba's the crew. He is essentially about as average as you can get. Doesn't call a lot of fouls, doesn't call too many fouls. He's kind of right in the middle in terms of his personal foul calls, the crew that works with him. Again, over-unders in terms of if you expect a lot of points in games that he refs or not a lot of points, he's right in the middle. So do you expect the Knicks to maybe get some more calls tonight, or do you think it's going to be 50-50?
Look, that was strategically done by Mike Brown. A, he was pissed off at the moment, but B, he purposely got that out there because I think he will get a friendlier whistle, at least early on in the game, to kind of quell the disgruntledness that he had in the last contest. So, yeah, I think the first half, you may have it won't be a distinct, but a decent free throw advantage for the New York Knicks. I could see that happening, but hopefully it balances out in the second half and we just play an even Steven game, that one that's fairly cold across the board.
I agree. Just give me fair. That's all I want. Fairness. And so if Wemby decides to mush Jalen Brunson in the back of his head and throw him down, hopefully he'll get called for a flagrant or at least a technical. Just fairness. That's all I'd like. Fairness and equality. 310-840-4910. All right, Brad, let's give out some plays here. Let's make some picks. Game 4 tonight. Tip-off is under less than 15 minutes away. What do you like here from a betting perspective?
I'm going to go quick. I'm just going to give you the plays and not a whole lot of reasoning. Dylan Harper, 20-plus points plus rebounds at a minus 115. Again, he's going to be a money man off the bench, which he has been this entire series. This seems like a low-hanging fruit to me. I'm going to live in a land down under on the game tonight at 215.5. It went under in game 1 and game 2, went over in game 3. I think it's going to be more of the game 1 or 2 variety. That's at a minus 105 at our friends at BetMGM. And then finally, my favorite bet tonight, Wemby under 11.5 rebounds. Say what? A little bit heavier juice there to minus 125. But he has gone under 10 times in the postseason. And the Knicks just dominated the glass. They're the best postseason rebounding team in this playoff run. It's going to be more of the same. Wemby probably not even get close to double figures in the boards department. So 11.5, hell yeah, I'll take that under.
All right, sweet. Look, I'm going with 2 plays. And again, I've already guaranteed a Knicks win. That's not betting advice. Like, obviously, please gamble responsibly. Again, Combs already bet the Spurs. So if you want to fade me, I guaranteed a Knicks win. That's fine. But I think the Knicks win. So yesterday they were at minus 2.5. It was plus 100. It was even money. Now it's a little bit more, it's in the juice territory. I still think the Knicks win this one. I'm guaranteeing the victory. Again, that's more as a fan than anything else. But again, that's my play. The Knicks to win. And OG Anunoby over. It was 15.5 points yesterday. It's up to 16.5. Even then, He has gone over this in 12 of the 15 playoff games this year, including 5 straight. OG, he's shooting the three well. He's getting to the rim. He's being aggressive. He's more physical than the Spurs defenders, and he's faster than most of them. I think OG continues to score in bunches tonight. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we got a temperature check. We got some last-minute predictions. You want to weigh in? Game 4 thoughts? 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I don't think people understand. First off, everyone hates, I understand, you hate Knicks fans. And everybody will take the opportunity whenever they can to tear down Knicks fans, right? And look, let's keep it a buck, right? Because you're jealous. You're not jealous of the Knicks winning because they haven't won. But you're jealous because everyone looks at Knicks fans as the shining example of a fan base. You know, morons outside the Garden, not included. Because Knicks fans are passionate, because Knicks fans travel, because Knicks fans take over opposing arenas. Everyone hates Knicks fans because everybody hates New York. Now, look, I'm a New Yorker, so I'm biased. Why does everybody hate New York? Because New York's the best. And I understand this is a national show, but this is a national topic, right? Everyone hates Knicks fans, so you're predisposed to be anti-fan of the New York Knicks, anti-New York Knicks, period. I get it. I mean it. I understand it. I'm a Yankee fan. I understand it, right? I get it. I totally get it. Do you not understand the psychology of what's happening here? Like, seriously. If you take a second and actually think about it, you can put yourself easily in the shoes of a New York Knicks fan to understand the emotion felt in that moment. And I can't believe that I have to spell this out for people. This is like, I feel like I'm trying to explain how to do a mundane task to my 2-year-old daughter. The Knicks have not won a championship in 53 years. You might have heard that, right? In my lifetime, they haven't won. In the lifetimes of many people, they haven't won. Many New York Knicks fans. In the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 years. And in this NBA Finals, in the first home game at Madison Square Garden, we see our best player, and maybe you want to say it's Towns, whatever, the leader of the team, the fan favorite, Jalen Brunson, literally, not figuratively, literally get forearm mushed in the back of the head and thrown to the ground by the 8-foot alien on the other team, the best player on the other team. And we're not supposed to feel some type of way about that? We're supposed to, they played, P.J. Brown back body dropped Chris Childs in the 90s, so no worries. JoJo English and Derek Harper got into a tussle in the 90s, so all good. No worries, because 30 years ago, something happened in Miami, or something happened in Indiana, or something happened in Chicago, or something happened at Madison Square Garden. Ergo, no worries that this happened in the NBA Finals in the year of our Lord 2026. Nope, no big deal. There is also the psychology here, right, wrong, or indifferent. And again, you don't have to like this. I'm not saying you have to like it. But what I'm saying is you have to understand it. Because it's 1 + 1 = 2, right? Victor Wembanyama is 7'9" or whatever, and you can't teach that. He's amazing. He's a better player than Brunson. This is not me saying wow, Wemby sucks. He doesn't suck. He's unbelievable. He's the big guy, and he's pushing around the little guy. You can't understand why the fan base doesn't like that? Why the fan base gets pissed about that? We're just supposed to be it's the finals and it's physical basketball, so you can ragdoll the best player on our team. Are you crazy? Is this legitimate? So, look, man, you want to say that these Knicks fans that are acting like jerks outside the Garden, causing bodily harm, that they suck? I'm with you. 100%. 100%. No defending that conduct. I'll never defend that conduct. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. And these people have no shame. And when they look in the mirror, they should be embarrassed. And I hope they are. But to suggest that Knicks fan, that represents the wide swath of Knicks fans is ludicrous. And B, to suggest that Knicks fans are soft because we collectively are pissed about what happened to Brunson, like, give me a break. Stop it. Like, stop it. Stop it. Because this is like, you're up on Mount Pius and you are pretending like you, the person issuing this criticism, are not a big sports fan. Because here's the guarantee that I'll make. If it were you and your team, you'd feel the same way.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show. Get in your last-minute predictions for Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. Knicks and the Spurs at 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text. 310-840-4910. And yes, in case you missed it, I, Pat Boyle, am guaranteeing a Knicks victory tonight. They will win tonight. Brad hates it. Brad detests it. He loathes it. It's fine. I'll be right. We got some interaction on Twitter, by the way, Brad. So I posted the video of me personally guaranteeing the Knicks win. We've got Chris BX, which I'm guessing is Chris from the Bronx, but his at is tremendous. Gas station Jalen. And he responds, I think the Knicks win out. TBH. And I love that. That would help me out with this dilemma with Spain. Win tonight, win on Saturday in Game 5. Ticker tape parade next week. I won't be there for it, but that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, man, he would take that all diggity day long if that were the case. If they could just take care of business, before you have to worry about all the obstacles you could potentially have across the pond. That's a money shot. That is the best case scenario. So they got to go out and handle the competition tonight. I just think this game is going to be rough. It's going to be rugged. I think you're going to be biting your nails down to the bone. So buckle up, my friend. Hopefully you're wearing a diaper as well, because you may need it.
Ooh. I haven't worn a diaper in a couple of years. So we've got at Alex Poland responding, again, at Pat Boyle 44, Brad at Noisy Huevos. Alex Poland responding to me personally guaranteeing the Knicks are going to win. He said, gotcha. I'll take Spurs. Yeah, welcome. Join the crew. Join the club. Yeah. Him and producer Brandon Combs Combs literally texted us in our show group chat a screenshot of him taking the Spurs. So that's fine. We've got Derek Mullins at PPC Click Shark. He's responded and said, are you trying to show off a new haircut by hijacking your Knicks audience? No. The haircut just happened to be in effect. I was feeling good. I was feeling giddy. I was feeling like the Knicks were going to win this game no matter what. But then I said, you know what? Let me get this haircut before I go to Spain. I got my family's charity golf outing on Saturday. So I got the haircut, and that really put it over the top, if I'm being honest.
I don't know the feeling. So I'm going to live vicariously through you, mi amigo. You have a wonderful head salad. And I would kill to have exactly what you have, but never again in my life.
Oh, head salad. That's by the way, Brett. So do you just bick your head every couple of days? How do you manage, or do you just keep a nice little layer of whatever hair grows?
I wax my head. Like ladies wax their legs. That's what I do. No, I don't do that. I don't want to endure the pain. I have a skull shaver, my man. So it's just a little buzzing device that taking the shower with me, and I visit my barber. He does a tremendous job, and then I clean up with a big razor, and it looks good for like 2 or 3 days, and then I have to rinse and repeat. So it kind of sucks, but honestly, I look tougher. Nobody has crossed my path, especially in a dark alley after 10 o'clock at night, because it could be a Mark Sanchez moment. I like it kinky.
I love that. They're sort of threatening to stab anybody that gets it. Well, I guess, yeah. Well,
He got stabbed.
Yeah.
And that's usually what happens to me.
Yeah, you're saying you would get stabbed.
Yeah, I mean, look, I might swing at a guy, but chances are he's going to shank me. He's got a knife, and it could be a wrap for me. Or I'm just going to go back to St. Elmo's, order a couple more drinks while I'm bleeding out.
By the way, do you know who the halftime show is tonight at Madison Square Garden, Brad?
Is it Cardi D's?
Did you see Charles Barkley was on Dan Patrick today, by the way, and basically was like, I'm hoping that they fire me because then they'll have to pay me for the next 6-7 years. Because I know they know I signed a contract that I damn sure ain't doing for the next 6 or 7 years. So I hope they fire me. That was one of the Chuck said a lot of wild comments. That was one of the wildest ones.
Oh, I applaud him. And look, McAfee gets away with far more egregious things on his show, and now they're talking about backing up the truck and paying him $60 million like a year or something like that. I mean, come on, Charles could say what he said. It's fine.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I didn't mind it. Just. Yeah, I mean, I guess 5-10 years ago, that would have been received a lot differently. But no, it is not Cardi D's,
no doubt,
performing halftime tonight. It's Wu-Tang Clan.
Wu-Tang Clan. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
like all the members of Wu-Tang outside of ODB, because of course, rest in peace. But they're all coming out with Method Man, RZA.
That's my guess. I just I know. James Dolan, he went on WFAN earlier, and he said, and he announced it, Wu-Tang Clan is performing the halftime show tonight at the Garden. So, for Wemby, Mr. I'm going to hang out with monks. He's going to meet the real Shaolin monks tonight. And ain't going to be pretty for Mr. Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, well, you know what your theme song is going to be? Cream dollar bills, y'all. Because indeed, if the Knicks win, hopefully you actually put your money where the mouth is, too, at our friends at BetMGM, and you're backing them with the almighty dollar as well. But that is outstanding. Honestly, dude, I think you just made my night. My wife, who loves old school hip hop, was not aware that Wu-Tang is performing at halftime. So when I get off the show here in a minute, I'm going to go and give her the news, and she is going to be out of control. She's like, oh, yeah, let's party. Let's throw down. Let's go. I mean, game on.
There you go. Beautiful. And I hope I don't know if they'll show it. I can't remember outside of the Super Bowl.
They better. They better. It'd be a travesty if they didn't show Wu-Tang. You kidding me?
Yeah, but how much of it? How much of the halftime show will they show? Yeah. Like a quick highlight montage? Are they going to show? I'm assuming Wu-Tang Clan's probably going to perform for, I don't know, what? 8 to 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, probably a couple songs. Maybe a medley of some sort. I mean, I could probably find it online somewhere. Maybe NBA.com could possibly have like an all broadcast or something where I could see it. Somebody will have it. Somebody maybe will live stream it on social media. I need Wu-Tang live inside the Garden NBA Finals Game 4 in my damn life.
Yeah, like they're going to do Cream. They have to do Cream. Cash rules everything around me. Yeah. I would assume they're going to do Triumph. Right? Because that intro and then Protect Your Neck. Yeah. I mean, those three songs, and that probably gets you 10 shortened versions. That probably gets you 10 minutes there. So yeah, I would hope they show it. But either way, we have a text message that has come in here. By the way, you can call the show, text the show, 310-840-4910 in case there is a game 6 and or God forbid a game 7. I'll be in Spain next week. I'll be off from the show for all of next week and Monday and Tuesday the week after that. Fly back on the 23rd. And so potentially having to watch the NBA Finals Game 6 in Spain, we have a 702 number texting in. When I was deployed, my family would FaceTime me NFL games so I could watch the Vikings. Now, I guess that's a last resort. I would absolutely need to be on Wi-Fi. There's no, I mean, look, I guess I'll run up my data bill in case I'm not, and I have to run up my data bill for FaceTime so that my brother or sister or mom or whoever could FaceTime me the TV screen. But that's like absolute last resort, Brad.
Well, that's going to save you a pretty penny. I mean, you were talking about money bags. Going in, talking to the owner of whatever fine establishment you would go to in España and be like, I'm running out this bar. Here is a bag of cash. I got to watch the Knicks game. I mean, that's what you were talking about doing. I mean, this is a simple, money-saving, cost-effective solution. And I would highly recommend you follow it. Save some dough.
And then we do have Antoine the mailman in Tacoma, Washington, has texted in a link for a website and said, Pat, you can use this link to watch the finals. Now, look.
Oh, pirated.
My mind resides in the gutter, Brad. How many times has somebody sent you a link and they're like, here, like check this out. Can't believe it. And then it's the dude that hangs the most massive dong in the world. Like, you ever get sent that? Especially, it's usually the San Francisco Chronicle, I think. That's how you know.
Yeah. Yes,
I'd be very
I'm very
skeptical.
familiar with the large object that you speak of. I mean, it's like staying on the cerebral cortex. I can't get out of my mind. I've seen so many times.
Yeah. So that is my fear there. But I trust Antoine the mailman. He also tweets at us very often. So I do have another potential tool in the tool belt if I can't watch the Knicks NBA Finals in Spain via the traditional outlets. All right, we'll take a quick break here. 310-840-4910. They're going to tip it off when we come back. We'll start the watch party. Any last temperature check for me? Phone calls, texts, you want to get in, 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So, Nick, I think two things could happen. One is I think this is again, no inside information, but just reading the room. I think Texas Tech at some point realizes we can't play the kid. Just the amount of PR hit they've already taken, they would be, just ostracized if they did this. And they basically come out and they spin it however they want. We've decided, for the best of sport, Brendan's going to enter the supplemental draft. However they spin it, that he's not going to play. I think that's a possibility. But if they decide, you know what, middle finger to everybody, 2 middle fingers, he's going to play. Then I think, does the NCAA?
What's more likely in your opinion? What of those two scenarios is more likely in your opinion?
Man, I don't know. I just think the heat that Texas Tech has taken, ultimately, I think they would decide not to have him play. But again, I don't know. They've been, man, that's a tough one.
Can I ask the question like this? Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question like this? And pencil, not pen for the answer.
I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm not sure.
No, I totally understand. And that's why I want to phrase it like this, right? This is not you're planting your flag and making a prediction. But I really respect you. People really respect you. We respect your knowledge, how much you know about the sport. If I asked you, and I'm going to use the word guess. It's a guess right now.
Yeah.
Does Brendan Sorsby play quarterback for Texas Tech this season? Yes or no, and why?
Wow. 2 days ago, I would have said yes. Today, my guess is no. And I think either the Texas Tech has a conscience or the Big 12. The Big 12 can actually, who knows what the Big 12 can do? Can they rule him ineligible? I talked to somebody today. They said, what's going to keep a local judge, and I'm an Oklahoma State guy, what's going to keep a local judge in Payne County, where Oklahoma State's located, from ruling that anyone that bets on college football is ineligible to play against Oklahoma State and not allow them to play again? Like, I'm half joking, but in today's world, who knows?
Yeah, that's totally. I mean, I didn't think you were joking. I'm being serious. Like, I could see that happening. To your point.
No, but I don't know. Is that a joke or is that real? Nowadays, you don't know. I mean, there could be. Ultimately, the Big 12 presidents, they have to make a decision, and they had a couple of teams last year, Kansas State and Iowa State, that didn't play in a bowl game. There's nothing in the bylaws that says you have to play in a bowl game, but there is if you do things that are detrimental to the conference, you can be fined. They were fined $500,000 each for not playing in these bowl games. The Big 12 decided to do that. They didn't have to do that. Well, so can they issue a similar type punishment to Texas Tech? Absolutely. I've talked to a number of people. They don't care if they fine him $100 million. They don't. It's not a money deal. That wouldn't appease anybody. It's simply him not playing because he violated the one rule that everyone thought you couldn't violate. And the fact that Texas Tech, which, was against, all this gambling stuff up until the point that their quarterback was now, front and center. And now they're like, well, the judge appealed that we can't do anything. Texas Tech still has a chance here to do the right thing. I don't want to, I was ripping everybody for being, take holier than thou. So I don't want to sound like now suddenly I'm doing that. But Texas Tech can do the right thing, to quote the great Spike Lee. They can keep him on the team and just not play him. How about that?
Yeah.
The judge can't force you to play the kid. He's on the team. We just didn't play him. Would they do that? I don't know.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Not a whole lot to update you here in the first minute of the game. Knicks and Spurs, they have tipped it off. Game 4 of the NBA Finals. It is 5-2 with the Spurs leading the Knicks. De'Aaron Fox got a foul drawn on Karl Anthony Towns. First possession, hit both of his free throws. Karl Anthony Towns went down, got a bucket. Then Vassell hit a three. And then they just called a foul on Wemby. On Cat, the Spurs are challenging. And I think the Spurs are going to get the freaking call here. And I think they're going to rule this an offensive foul on Karl Anthony Towns, and he's going to have 2 fouls in the first 65 seconds of the freaking game. Talked about the officials, Brad.
Yeah.
And Wemby claimed that he was getting hooked by Karl Anthony Towns, and the officials are going to listen. I haven't seen it on my screen, but I'm looking at the game cast here, and I saw Karl Anthony Towns offensive foul, turnover. So they reversed the call, which was called a Wemby foul, and they're calling it a charge on Cat. He's got 2 fouls in the first minute and 5 seconds of the game. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Bridges in the last game. He got 2 quickies, right? And then he was, on the bench for all of the first quarter until he returned the second quarter. I mean, this is really an earth-tilting development because Cat defensively in this NBA Finals has been outstanding. And, obviously his primary assignment has been Victor Wembanyama. So with him on the pine now, Mitchell Robinson's got to come in. And he's got to stand tall, and he's got to avoid those whistles as well. So, I mean, this is a devastating early development potentially for your New York Knicks. So San Antonio, of course, the onus is on them. They got to take advantage of this. We're going to see what they can do here on this possession. And Wembanyama immediately going to work. And how the hell did that ball go in? He just got a wonderful carom. Bouncing around the rim, and it falls through against Mitchell Robinson. So, we'll have to wait and see. And Ms. Mitchell Robinson, comes back on the other end of the floor and misses a bunny. So, yeah, this is huge, folks. And San Antonio, much like they did in Game 3, maybe they get an early advantage in the first quarter. Could be a game of runs, which we've seen consistently throughout the NBA Finals. But yeah, this is trending in a direction similar to the last game. Will it have an identical outcome? And this series does indeed even back up and returning to San Antonio here in short order.
I mean, it's just such a garbage call. Again, Wemby's reaching in on Karl Anthony Towns as they're about to feed the ball to him in the high post. Wemby's got his arm inside. Now, Cat does... He kind of closes his arm on him. He says, they're saying that he hooked him. He kind of had his arm closed on him. Wemby's got his hand in his space. You're entitled to try to catch the basketball. And after that, after he catches it, Wemby's still got his hand in there. So just garbage, man. And the fact that they called it a foul on the floor on Wemby, and then they have the balls to overturn it, knowing that that's the second foul already on Cat. It's terrible. Just absolutely terrible. And Vassell hits another three already. That's the guy that I was worried about, and it's already 10-2 San Antonio. How many times are the Knicks going to get off to these terrible starts? How many times?
And they just got a steal in San Antonio. Breakaway dunk for Julian Champagnie. All of a sudden, 12-2. 9:16 to go in the first quarter. This is a very similar start to Game 3. So the question that immediately comes to mind is, will the Knicks be able to go on another monster run like they did in the second quarter of the last game, to make it an actual game heading into the half? I mean, that is going to be the key now. Or is San Antonio going to come out here and just really assert themselves in this first half? You threw the G word out there, my man. You should not have thrown the G word out there, because the worst case scenario was already unfolding right before your beautiful eyes, and you're never going to be able to live this down because of one, Brandon Combs.
It's early. Let's pivot here for the final minute because we were tracking Shohei Ohtani, Brad. We needed 7 strikeouts. He had 5. He got his we needed 7 strikeouts. He got his 5th. He got his 6th. He just gave up a 2-run double though to Brandon Lau. So that probably is going to be the end of Ohtani.
He's
his
out.
ERA now
Just got pulled.
Yep. His ERA has risen to over 1. He gave up 3 earned runs tonight. His ERA is now 1.06. Crazy.
It is crazy. And he's still, one of the front runners for the NL Cy Young, and he's nearly 4-1 odds currently at BetMGM. At least entering the night he was with Christopher Sanchez in the lead, and the Miz, Jacob Mizorowski, right behind him. Again, folks, we're going to be talking about this throughout the entire summer. You and I both believe this is maybe arguably one of the greatest NL Cy Young races I can remember, maybe in my lifetime, as we're going to have a handful of guys in the running for that coveted honor.
All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. You're off tomorrow and Friday. I'm off the next week after that, so it'll be a while before we do a show together. And let's hope the Knicks don't make me look like an ass tonight.
Hey, man. Just power through and enjoy España. Drink at least a half dozen bottles for me, mi amigo. Peace.
if Shaq responded the way that Wemby's been responding, like he would have literally killed people. Like if Shaq elbowed Naz Reid in the throat, like Naz Reid would have died on the court. So like, I don't think Wemby's a dirty player per se, but like these are absolutely dirty plays. Where do you stand right now on Victor Wembanyama and some of these extracurriculars that he's got going on in this postseason?
Yeah, no, you're right in terms of like players, especially the big guys. Like they tend to kind of take a lot of the additional punishment and physicality that doesn't always get the whistle. Even sometimes when it gets a whistle, it's just still extra. And Shaq had his moments where, you know, he had to let people know, like, I'm not going to just continue to take all of this punishment without responding in some way. And yeah, you could consider certain plays to be dirty. But from that person's perspective, I've been dealing with dirty for months now. And this is my one time to respond to this dirty play that's been happening for months. The play last night, you know, was an open hand push to the back of the head, which is like in the backyard, in the front yard in New York City would probably lead to some different outcomes. But in a basketball game, pushing is happening all the time, some in a more disrespectful way than others. I think that was disrespectful, not necessarily dirty. They were squared off. He didn't elbow him in the back of the head, elbow him in the back of the neck, but the disrespect was high. Like you don't mush a grown man in a sporting event, regardless of what's happening. And but I don't think any of us, especially guys that are not 7 feet tall, know what it feels like to be one of those guys and take all of the extra stuff that they are expected to take. So my hope is that nothing happens that leads to anybody for either team ending up ejected or suspended for a game for extra stuff, because that's just going to rob everybody of this great finals that seems to be unfolding.
The fact that Kyler, like this idea that there's a quarterback competition in Minnesota is ridiculous, and the Vikings need to end this facade right now. No one believes them. Why would you? They made their decision that Kyler's going to start when they signed him. It's obvious to anyone with a functional brain that Kyler Murray is going to win this competition. Forget about win the competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to start for the Vikings in week 1. Plus 525 to win the NFC North at BetMGM. I like those odds of Kyler's the quarterback, and he will be the quarterback. Why would J.J. McCarthy be getting first-team reps? What is the purpose of it? What's the purpose of it? Like, the Minnesota Vikings, and like, I think most of us have been in a situation like this, or maybe we've been the J.J. McCarthy in this situation. I don't know. But this is like, you're dating a girl. She's your girlfriend. You have chosen her, right? You're not married, but she's your girlfriend. You've chosen her. Or whatever. You're hooking up, but you're not seeing anybody else. And then you meet somebody else that you like more. Because there are issues with you and the first girl. Maybe you don't like her friends. Or maybe she bothered, whatever it is, doesn't matter. You have decided that you would like someone different. And you start seeing somebody else. But instead of doing the right thing and cutting it off with the first girl, you string her along. Because it comes from a good place maybe. You feel bad for her, but you're stringing her along. The Vikings are stringing J.J. McCarthy along right now. And the stakes are way higher than just here's a 20-something in a relationship, right? Meeting someone on a dating app. There's a $1 billion organization here in a $1 billion industry that's trying to win games. And they're wasting time letting J.J. McCarthy get first-team reps. They've already made the decision that, just to use the expression, McCarthy is not the girl for them, if you understand the analogy I've just given, right? They've chosen Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's telling you he wants more reps to get fully up to speed in this offense. Here's a novel concept. Give him the reps. He's going to be the starter. It's obvious. Start acting like it. Forget about this competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to be the starting quarterback of this team.
Shuts down. The games light up.
I'm sticking to it. I said Knicks in 6 before the series. It's still Knicks in 6. They will win tomorrow. Maybe San Antonio gets another game. Maybe they give you the backs against the wall. Game 5 performance at home. They ain't seen a Game 7. This series is still over. This series is toast. It was toast the minute the Knicks won 2 games on the road.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Spanking that ass left and right. Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours coming at you right now as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern like we do every night, Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. It's welcome to our NBA Finals watch party / listen party. If you're watching, watch me react to the Knicks game and go nuts here. If you're listening along, you can listen to me go nuts as we react in-game, live analysis, instant reaction, breaking it down for you. My thoughts, the emotional roller coaster that I am going to be as a diehard Knicks fan throughout the remainder of this game tonight. You want to join the show, you can call in, you can text in 310-840-4910. The Spurs lead the Knicks 19-10 right now with 6:25 left to go in the first quarter. Make it 22-10 because Devin Vassell, as I predicted, has caught fire in the first quarter. He's already hit 3 threes. He has not missed. The Knicks got off to a terrible start. They were down 12-2. They fought back. They got it to 14-10, and the Spurs have now scored 8 in a row the other way as the Knicks are already down by 12 here in the first quarter. I might have to get the rally cap. I don't know where my Knicks hat is at the moment. I think it's downstairs. I'll have to put the rally cap on if they go down by 15. That was the rule of game 1. Rally cap if the Knicks go down by 15. Rally shades, which are in the corner of my desk, if the Knicks go down by 20. I haven't had to break it out in any game yet, despite the Knicks going down double digits in all 3 games at one point or another. They never got down by more than 15. They were close. And not only that, in case you're just joining us and you missed the opening segment of the show or the first couple of hours of the show, I've personally guaranteed the Knicks are winning this game tonight. So maybe I shouldn't even need the rally cap. Maybe I shouldn't even need the rally shades if the Knicks somehow fall down by 15 or 20 points. But I have guaranteed a Knicks victory. Do I feel good about how this game has started? No, I don't. And I think Mitchell Robinson has gotten into foul trouble as well. Ariel Huck-Porty is on the floor for the Knicks right now in the first quarter. And maybe many of you are probably saying, who? And that's fair. Or no, maybe Ariel Huck-Porty's in the game. Mitchell Robinson is not in foul trouble, but I believe the Spurs are already, they have 3 fouls. So I guess they could start the hack-a-mitch with the Knicks, which the Knicks want to avoid. But Karl Anthony Towns got himself into foul trouble early on, picking up 2 fouls in the first minute and 5 seconds of the game. The second one of which was total garbage, in my opinion. They called a foul on Wemby on the floor. The Spurs challenged it, and they overturned it, claiming that Karl Anthony Towns arm-hooked Wemby on the entry pass into the high post. And Wemby's hitting threes now in the first quarter. The Knicks are down by 13. But Mikal Bridges just answered with a 2. So the Knicks are down 11 with 5:20 left to go in the first quarter. Again, it's another bad start. If the Knicks didn't get off to bad starts in the first quarter, they'd probably be up 3-0. But early box score, Wemby's got 7 points, 2 rebounds, and a block. And again, Devin Vassell, 9 points. He's hit 3 threes. He's hit every shot he's taken. Meanwhile, for the Knicks, OG Anunoby, he's got 5 points. Everybody in the starting lineup has at least a bucket. Brunson has 2. But again, Karl Anthony Towns in foul trouble. Keldon Johnson gets a bucket, and on the other end, Bridges with a big 3 to get the Knicks back within 10. All right, so 27-17, 4:30 to go in the first quarter. Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. We've got some temperature check questions that we wanted to, the guys wanted to throw my way before the game, but I think they will still, they're still applicable here with the Knicks down by 10 in the first quarter. Combs, what's going on?
What's going on, Pat? How you feeling, buddy? Down
whatever.
with about 4 minutes to go. I mean, how you
they've
feeling?
done this in every game. So it's not surprising. Wemby's going off the floor now for the first time, so Luke Cornett is coming in, and that makes me happy. And I was wondering, by the way, if Ariel Hukporti was coming into the game not only to prevent the hack-a-mitch, but also maybe to, play a little physical ball here. Give a little something to Wemby. And he did knock him over on the last possession there on the shot attempt, kind of a little shove in the back that didn't get called, and Wemby kind of stumbled over. So Ariel Hukporti, the German center, second year in the league with the Knicks. And, all right, nice little shift there. But, again, how am I feeling? Annoyed because it's another terrible start. Doesn't matter whether they've been at home or on the road. The Knicks in the first 6 minutes of the game, they just haven't been a good team. I don't know. Motivation shouldn't be a problem. I don't know what it is. And De'Aaron Fox is hitting threes. I mean, come on. Spurs just going to shoot lights out tonight?
I mean, it kind of looks that way right now. Like early on, the Spurs look like they are on fire and honestly kind of on the verge of, in the first quarter, maybe running away with this thing by halftime is what the Spurs team looks like. But look, the Knicks have found ways to go on runs in every game. The first 3 games of this series, the Spurs have done this in every game where they've taken leads and usually dissipate at some point between midway through the first and midway through the second. But the Knicks have to get something going, and the fact that Cat's already in foul trouble, the fact that Mitch Robinson's going to the free throw line and missing free throws, it's not good for the Knicks early. But look, they're not dead yet. I'm not ready to call it, but my bank account thanks you. I'm
glad you're not ready to call it, Combs, because again, the Knicks they've done this every game, and I mean they were down by 12 in the second quarter last game, and then led at halftime. They were down basically by the same margin and erased the deficit early third quarter in game 2. Mitch misses both free throws. What a surprise. What a surprise. But I don't know if I'd be getting cocky yet if I were you.
Oof. No, I'm not cocky. I mean, look, I know it's going to be a good game. I still think this thing comes down to the wire, like all of the games really have so far. But it's still early. Still a lot of game to go. I gotta ask you though. Let's say it trends this way, and the Spurs do win Game 4. Is Game 5 do or die for the Knicks in your opinion?
No. Game 5 is not do or die. It will, no way. If they lose this, the momentum that they got from winning both games in San Antonio is erased. Momentum in the NBA Finals is a fickle thing. You want to say that the Spurs, like the Knicks had all the momentum going home. If they lose this, they've lost both. The Spurs have all the momentum now. And if the Spurs win 3 in a row, if they were to win a Game 5, I still give the Knicks a chance to win the series. And it's okay. Win at home in Game 6, and then win a Game 7 on the road, which they already proven at this point that they have been able to do twice in San Antonio. So no, if the Knicks lose tonight, Game 5 is not a do or die because, again, let's assume the worst. They lose 3 in a row and they're down 3-2. I still would give them a tremendous chance of winning the series.
Well, this is what I told at when they went down, when the Spurs went down 2-0. This is what I told you, and you told me that there was no way. Told me I was crazy. I said the Spurs are going to go to New York. They're going to win both games in New York, and we're not going to have a home team win a game until Game 5. I think the Spurs win Game 5. I think I agree with you. I think that the Knicks win Game 6, And then I think that the Spurs win this thing in 7. I think we don't see through the first 4 games, we don't see a home team win. And then for the last 3, we don't see a home team lose. I think that's how this series goes. So I kind of think Game 5's do or die, because if you win Game 5, if the Knicks find a way to steal Game 5 in San Antonio, and then they come back, I think the Knicks can finish this thing in 6 like you predicted. But if they don't win Game 5, I don't think they're winning Game 7.
Okay. I mean, those are some very specific predictions, which I respect from the take standpoint. I hate from a Knicks fan standpoint. Karl Anthony Towns back on the floor, by the way. The refs missed another call. Wemby, offensive interference, basically offensive goaltending. Ball was still over the cylinder, and he puts his big, gigantic French pterodactyl wing over the basket and tips the ball in. They don't call offensive interference. And they've gotten every single call so far. They've gotten every single call so far. Like, that's not even a debate. The Spurs have gotten every 50-50 call here in the first quarter.
I mean, okay. I'm not one of those people that blames the refs. I mean, the refs aren't the reason why you're down by 13 right now. I'm sorry, but it's not. It's just because you come out slow, and the Spurs
I never said it was
hot.
And I hate that. But I hate that. Well, the refs aren't the reason the Knicks lost. No, but it played a factor. It played a factor in Game 3, and it's played a factor so far. Karl Anthony Towns had to go sit in the first minute of the game because they overturned a call looking for the most subjective thing possible. And Wemby literally, clearly goaltends offensively, and they don't call it. So, no, it's not the reason they're down 13, now 15, but it's part of it.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Mike Brown has a chance to challenge that, right?
Challenge a challenge? No. If they overturn it in the challenge,
no.
Brown.
I'm talking about the goaltending.
Oh, the offensive goaltending?
Yeah. Why doesn't Mike Brown challenge it then? If it's so clear and so obvious, and if his players are telling him, hey, he goaltended there, why doesn't Mike Brown challenge in that spot? Especially down, it puts you down 15 at that point. Why don't you challenge that to try to grab some momentum there, take some points off the board, give your team a chance to breathe while they're sitting there and reviewing the play.
I suppose.
I mean, I understand. I do understand the whole thing about going at the refs and getting calls, and I do understand that it plays a part. But at some point, you need your head coach to make a move and be like, look, even if I get this wrong, we're going to challenge this because this is a momentum swing thing. And he didn't do it.
Are you sure? Can you challenge offensive interference?
Why couldn't you? I mean, if you're going to tell me that you can challenge an arm hook on a play, but you can't challenge offensive goaltending, I don't know. First of all, that would be pretty dumb if it's not allowed to be challenged. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to watch this thing down in the stretch. Spurs up 14 right now with 1:50 to go in the first quarter.
No, this again. Here is the AI overview. So always take that with a grain of salt. But I think you can only challenge a called goaltending or basket interference violation only if the whistle has blown and an official has made the call on the floor. So I don't think you can challenge a non-goaltending or offensive interference. I could be wrong.
That's dumb.
Again, the AI freaking Google overview could be wrong, but
yeah, if they're right, that's dumb.
Did Towns just pick up his third foul?
He did. No, I don't think he. I think they're just bringing him to the bench to rest him. I don't think he picked up a foul. It still said 2 fouls on the graphic, so I don't think he did. Let me ask you this:
they gave Landry Shamet defensive 3 seconds. So we're bringing out defensive 3 seconds now out of nowhere. Tell me how many times you see a defensive 3-second call. Whatever. I'm done blaming the refs. The Knicks need to play better.
Well, you're headed to Spain, right? And we've talked about this at length. If the Knicks lose the series while you're in Spain, Is that going to ruin your trip?
I don't know. I'll be unplugged. I'll have a reason to be unplugged. Actually, I won't be unplugged because I'll be putting stuff on social media no matter what. I feel like I have to as a diehard Knicks fan, even if I wasn't a sports talk show radio host, I'd probably still be posting stuff on social media. But so I don't know. If they lose in Spain, I guess I maybe would have a reason to be unplugged. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna. Yeah, it would probably ruin the trip. I don't know. I'm trying to not be a over emotional fan. Yeah, if the Knicks lose the NBA Finals while I'm in Spain, yeah, it's gonna ruin my mood for days. Days. I mean, Combs, I don't know about you. What's like the most heartbreaking like ends to a season you can imagine, you can remember as Cubs, Bears, Bulls fan, and like how long did that take you to get over some of those losses? Yeah. It'll ruin my trip.
2003, Cubs NLCS, losing that series to the Marlins, coming back home with a 3-2 lead, and your two studs on the mound in Game 6 and Game 7. I mean, months, years to get over that. It wasn't Bartman. I mean, you can blame Bartman all you want. It's Alex Gonzalez booting the double play on the very next damn at-bat. The only error he committed all season long. That's what ruined that one. But yeah, no, it would ruin it. I mean, certainly would ruin it for me. But on the flip side, how hard is it going to be if they win in 6, like you predict, and you can't be home for the parade? Will that bother you?
Yeah, I mean, it would bother me, but again, I have, submitted to the powers that be that I'm in Spain, and so whatever happens while I'm there, I can't change. Like I can't.
Yeah.
I can't change it. It's going to be upsetting. Then again, I'm trying to think here, Combs. The parade down the Canyon of Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
That would be. I mean that's just an absolute shutdown zone. What do they call it when gridlock? That is gridlock.
Yeah.
If the Knicks win the title and the parade is down the Canyon of Heroes, if I were to try to go to that, that's an all-day affair. I would have to try to take off from. I would then have to try to take off from the show, which I don't want to do. I don't want to take off to the show just to go to the parade because then it's going to take me hours to get back. And
this is the first championship of your lifetime. If they win it,
true.
I would take off everything to be at that parade. Like at that point, I would almost demand that you take the show off and go to the parade because, like, how many more times are you going to get a chance to do this? You might never get another chance to do this. It's been 53 years. Could be another 53 years. I might never see the Cubs make another World Series in my lifetime. Like, you never know if you're going to get another one. Like, I mean, so here, timeline-wise, Game 7 would be what, next Friday?
Yeah. So I would have to hope that the parade is. Yeah, there's no shot. I don't fly back until Tuesday. I would fly back Tuesday. I would have to hope that if the Knicks win Game 7 on Friday, for whatever reason, they don't have a parade until, Wednesday?
Wednesday. Yeah, it would be Monday most likely, right? Because, I mean, they're in San Antonio for Game 7. So then they'd have to fly back the next day, parade. Probably, I mean, Sunday or Monday Monday would be the latest for the parade. My guess would be either Sunday or Monday.
Yeah, I don't know actually, because I know when the Eagles won the Super Bowl on a Sunday, obviously, and then Valentine's Day was that Friday. They waited till Friday to have their parade. And I remember thinking, I was like, wow, 5 days later. That's a long time.
That is.
So
a long time.
If the Knicks do 5 days later, that's the day after I fly back. So then it's a possibility.
Yeah. I mean, you have to go to that. If you're home in time and they win this thing in 7, like, you have to go. I mean, dude, just as a fan, from a fan perspective, I mean, that's something for the chat. If you were on vacation when your team won a championship and you came home and there was a parade, would you take another day off of work to go to the parade? Is it almost mandatory for you to go to the parade? Like, I would think so. Like, I know I would. Look, it's getting pretty bad right now. The Knicks are down 21 right now with 27 seconds to go. How nervous are you right now on a scale of 1 to 10?
10.
How
That they're
angry
going to
are you
lose
right
this game? 10. They're down 20 in the
Yeah.
first quarter. How could I have any kind of optimism? I'm gonna have to break out. I'm gonna have to break out the rally cap and the rally shades for the rest of the show. I don't know.
Monty said in
Desperate
the
times
chat,
call
it
for
doesn't
desperate
matter.
measures. The Knicks. I mean, they called. Did they make that a flagrant one? By the way, Mitchell Robinson elbowed Wemby in the chin, and
I did not see. Let me check.
Yeah, they upgraded it to a flagrant foul. So you got Jeremy Sohan right now into the game for the New York Knicks. Jeremy Sohan, who, by the way, used to be on the San Antonio Spurs.
Yeah.
Long time San Antonio Spur. He was there for the first 5 years of his career. He's on the Spurs this year. That's where the Knicks traded for him. He was either was a trade or he got released flat out, and the Knicks picked him up on waivers. The Knicks have Jeremy Sohan, who was with the Spurs this year, playing on the floor right now. That's how desperate they have gotten here in this first quarter, with Mitchell Robinson getting called for a flagrant foul, Karl Anthony Towns in foul trouble, and the Knicks playing like absolute dog crap. Dog crap.
End of the first, and they're down 19 at the end of the first. Let me ask you this. Monty in the chat, by the way, says it doesn't matter if you're back in time because the parade's going to be in San Antonio.
Funny, Monty.
Are you more nervous or are you more angry?
Angry. Angry.
Okay, it's fitting.
I just how could you come out with this kind of a start?
Yeah. That's tough. At home.
All right. We got it. Let's get it. We got to take a break. We've got some phone callers that we got to get to here. So hang patiently. We'll get to some of your calls as soon as we get back. 310-840-4910. You can text in as well. 310-840-4910. My guarantee that the Knicks would win, it's blowing up in my face. They're down by 19 at the end of the first quarter. So we're going to get some desperate measures. We're going to get the rally cap. We're going to get the rally shades. And we're going to believe. We're going to believe. The Knicks have erased double-digit deficits in all 3 games so far. Can they do it again tonight? We'll find out. Stick with us when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I don't think people understand. First off, everyone hates, I understand. You hate Knicks fans. And everybody will take the opportunity whenever they can to tear down Knicks fans, right? And look, let's keep it a buck, right? Because you're jealous. You're not jealous of the Knicks winning because they haven't won. But you're jealous because everyone looks at Knicks fans as the shining example of a fan base. Morons outside the garden, not included. Because Knicks fans are passionate, because Knicks fans travel, because Knicks fans take over opposing arenas. Everyone hates Knicks fans because everybody hates New York. Now, look, I'm a New Yorker, so I'm biased. Why does everybody hate New York? Because New York's the best. And I understand this is a national show, but this is a national topic, right? Everyone hates Knicks fans, so you're predisposed to be anti-fan of the New York Knicks, anti-New York Knicks, period. I get it. I mean it. I understand it. I'm a Yankee fan. I understand it, right? I get it. I totally get it. Do you not understand the psychology of what's happening here? Like, seriously. if you take a second and actually think about it, you can put yourself easily in the shoes of a New York Knicks fan to understand the emotion felt in that moment. And I can't believe that I have to spell this out for people. This is like, I feel like I'm trying to explain how to do a mundane task to my 2-year-old daughter. The Knicks have not won a championship in 53 years. You might have heard that, right? In my lifetime, they haven't won. In the lifetimes of many people, they haven't won. Many New York Knicks fans. In the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 years. And in this NBA Finals, in the first home game at Madison Square Garden, we see our best player, and maybe you want to say it's Towns, whatever, the leader of the team, the fan favorite, Jalen Brunson, literally, not figuratively, literally get forearm mushed in the back of the head and thrown to the ground by the 8-foot alien on the other team, the best player on the other team. And we're not supposed to feel some type of way about that? We're supposed to, they played, P.J. Brown back body dropped Chris Childs in the 90s, so no worries. JoJo English and Derek Harper got into a tussle in the 90s, so all good. No worries, because 30 years ago, something happened in Miami, or something happened in Indiana, or something happened in Chicago, or something happened at Madison Square Garden. Ergo, no worries that this happened in the NBA Finals in the year of our Lord 2026. Nope, no big deal. There is also the psychology here, right, wrong, or indifferent. And again, you don't have to like this. I'm not saying you have to like it. But what I'm saying is you have to understand it. Because it's 1 + 1 = 2, right? Victor Wembanyama is 7'9" or whatever, and you can't teach that. He's amazing. He's a better player than Brunson. This is not me saying wow, Wemby sucks. He doesn't suck. He's unbelievable. He's the big guy, and he's pushing around the little guy. You can't understand why the fan base doesn't like that? Why the fan base gets pissed about that? We're just supposed to be it's the finals and it's physical basketball, so you can ragdoll the best player on our team. Are you crazy? Is this legitimate? So, look, man, you want to say that these Knicks fans that are acting like jerks outside the Garden, causing bodily harm, that they suck? I'm with you. 100%. 100%. No defending that conduct. I'll never defend that conduct. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. And these people have no shame. And when they look in the mirror, they should be embarrassed. And I hope they are. But to suggest that Knicks fan, that represents the wide swath of Knicks fans is ludicrous. And B, to suggest that Knicks fans are soft because we collectively are pissed about what happened to Brunson, give me a break. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Because this is you're up on Mount Pius, and you are pretending like you, the person issuing this criticism, are not a big sports fan. Because here's the guarantee that I'll make. If it were you and your team, you'd feel the same way.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Joe Namath, guaranteed a Super Bowl victory. Mark Messier, guaranteed a Game 7 win. Patty Boyle is guaranteeing a Knicks win tonight. Yep, thanks for playing that one back. Blowing up right in my face. Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Posted that to my social media earlier today at Pat Boyle 44. And not a good start. Not a good start. Spurs lead the Knicks 47-25 with 10:45 left to go in the second quarter. And they're reviewing another foul to see if it's a flagrant one. I mean, did they call that a flagrant foul on Jose Alvarado? Because
yes,
he knocked Wemby over on what was a three-pointer. So it's a three-pointer and one, and it's flagrant free throws, and the Spurs get the ball. So they have a chance. Wemby hits both these free throws, and the Spurs then hit another three. This could be an 8-point play. Could be an 8-point play. I don't know if that's ever happened before in the NBA. Three-pointer, and while the three went in, a foul away from the play, Alvarado knocking over Wembanyama. They upgraded to a flagrant, so I believe he's going to have 2 free throws, and the Spurs get the ball back. So that's 3 points, 2 free throws. They get the ball back. If they hit another three, it could be an 8-point possession for the San Antonio Spurs. I mean, Combs, are you ready to admit that this was fixed? This game was fixed from the beginning here, that the Spurs are not only getting fouls overturned into their favor, they're getting flagrant fouls. They're getting every possible thing that they could. Well, I guess they don't get the ball back there. But
it was not called a flagrant foul, by the way. It was not. I was wrong.
Okay. So it was just a common foul.
Yep, common foul. Not flagrant.
I mean, this is utterly ridiculous.
Look, I mean, you could put it any way, I guess, that you want. I mean, you could look at it like maybe if you take the free throws off the board. I mean, the Spurs are still down by 15 here.
The Knicks.
I mean, the Knicks are still down by 15. Like it's tough, man. I get what you're saying. Like I do understand when people talk about the referee, because yes, I do believe umpiring, refereeing, hockey, basketball, baseball, it can change the complexion of a game when you have a bad official. I completely understand that. But you have to play through it, and you have to play better, and you have to figure out a way to not let that dictate the pace of the game. And the Knicks have not done that. The Knicks have not played well tonight. That's why they're down by 20 points right now.
All right. Karl Anthony Towns did get an and one. The largest lead so far tonight for San Antonio was on that last possession, 23 points. The Knicks were 23 points down. They were 22 points down with under 8 minutes to go in the ball game against the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and they historically, miraculously, famously won that one. So we'll see. I've broken out the rally cap and the rally shades, by the way. Brunson getting in transition and hitting a layup. So it's down to 18. 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. Spurs lead 48-30. I did say back in Game 1, before Game 1 started, and I mentioned it again in Game 3, but if the Knicks got down by 15, I'd break out the rally cap. I got my Knicks hat. I've turned it upside down. And if they got down by 20, which they were, I have broken out the rally shades, which are just a very frat bro looking pair of shades that I have from playing sports. I mean, they're baseball shades. They're the yellow. I think they're Oakley. I forget what brand they are, but they've got the multicolored tint. So that might be the magic that we need. Maybe not, because the Spurs cannot miss from deep. They've just hit another 2 threes to get it back to a 24-point game. San Antonio is 11 of 16 from deep. They're shooting 70% from three, and they're shooting 70% from the field.
If you have something to hold on to here, Pat, and this is what at some point, like they're not going to shoot 70% from three the entire game. At some point, they're going to start missing shots. The Knicks just have to find ways to, as they just hit another one. At some point, they're going to start missing shots. I don't know when that is, but they're not going to shoot 70% from 3-point land in this game. And so you need the Knicks to make the most out of their misses, and if they can't do that, then it's going to be a long night. As I mean, it's already looking like a long night right now.
Yeah, let's get to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Chance is in Alabama next up on BetMGM tonight. Chance is on line one. What's up, Chance?
Man, I almost drove to the Tennessee border because you can't play sports bets here when I was listening to you earlier. I'm just getting back into the NBA, so I'm going to listen to your advice on things. But, man, thank goodness I didn't go, man. I had a few beers, so I decided not to take that trip. But as a Bill fan, man, if they ever won a Super Bowl, I don't care if I'm in Egypt. I'm making that darn rally. You know, we've never won a championship, so I don't care what I got to do. I don't care if I got to walk to Western New York. And, Buffalo Bills, I don't ever want to hear a New York Knicks fan ever again complain about a Buffalo Bills fan who complains about calls. I've never heard so much complaining about calls. It's ridiculous. I mean, why would the refs have it in for the New York Knicks? It's a bigger market. I mean, if anything, they'd probably want the Knicks to win.
No, they don't, Chance. They don't. They want the Knicks to. They want Wemby to win because Wemby is this the proclaimed next heir to the throne, the face of the NBA. Adam Silver wants Wemby and the Spurs to win a title. Absolutely. If you asked him, that's who he would say. He'd rather. Who cares? Yeah. So what? The Knicks are the biggest market. It doesn't matter. You've already got the viewership. You got the viewership. They want this to be a 7-game series with again, Game 3 had an average of, 23.6 million viewers. I think it was the most watched Game 3 of the NBA Finals since the Bulls and the Jazz in 1998. Now, that's a very specific, little cherry-picked headline there, that it was the most watched Game 3. But still, the most watched Game 3 since 1998 Jordan Bulls against the Utah Jazz. And just imagine what the rest of this series could do if it goes 7. That's what I think Adam Silver and the NBA would want. So, again, I'm complaining about the referees and the officials, yes, because for me, it feels like the Knicks have gotten every 50-50 call to go against them, and every foul that they commit, which is a little physical, let's check it for a flagrant. Let's review it for a flagrant. Let's check this. Let's check that. That's why. So, Chance, I appreciate the call. But it feels like the Spurs were allowed to get physical. Wemby literally took Brunson by the back of his head and threw him down. And the NBA reviewed it after the game and said, nope, no need to elevate it to a flagrant. Wemby's got 2 flagrant points. So he's picked up 2 flagrant fouls already. Right? If you get a flagrant 2, no, he only got 1. He got the flagrant 2. He got ejected out of the game for elbowing Naz Reid. So you get a flagrant 2, that's 2 flagrant points. If you get 4 flagrant points, meaning if he were to get ejected again, or if he were to get 2 flagrant 1s, he would then be suspended for 1 game. That's what happened to Draymond Green in the finals that the Cavs came back from 3-1 down. It wasn't just because he kicked LeBron in the junk. No, it was because the NBA afterwards said, they reviewed it after and they said, that's a flagrant 1. That was his 4th flagrant point. That's why he got suspended for the game after that. And the NBA had a chance to review it. And they said, nope, here's 7'4", treating Jalen Brunson like a rag doll, mushing him from the back of the head and throwing him down. That's not a flagrant 1. That's not a flagrant 1 because, God forbid, we put a 3rd flagrant point under Wemby's belt where he then risks getting suspended for a game in the NBA Finals if he were to pick up another one. And tonight, the Knicks, every foul the Knicks have committed. We're going to check for a flagrant. We're going to review for a flagrant. I mean, get freaking lost. So, yes,
Pat,
I have reason
would
to
you
complain.
want that? Would you want that as a Knicks fan?
I want fairness.
Want Wemby suspended? If you're
want
a Knicks
fairness.
fan. Okay, so you were complaining the other day
that the guy is 7'4", and then he is a dirty player on top of it. And if you don't think that's true, elbowed Naz Reid in the face intentionally, basically whispered to his teammates to commit cheap shot fouls on Jared McCain in the Thunder Spurs series, and did what he did to Brunson. He's a dirty player. Yes, I want him suspended if he continues to play like a dirty player.
First of all, it's a terrible take. Second of all, you were saying the other day how you want if you don't want there to be any excuses, you don't want there people to be saying this about if the Knicks win, you don't want them to be able to say, the Spurs did this or the Spurs did that. You don't want that. So now you would want the Knicks to win with Wemby being suspended for a ticky-tack flagrant foul, which, by the way, we're not going to ignore the fact that Brunson was the one who caused him by grabbing onto his jersey, was the one that caused him to push off on him. And then we're going to ignore the fact that OG Anunoby and 3 other Knicks came off the bench and entered the court the other night when Josh Hart pushed a Spurs player, Luke Cornett. And you're going to ignore that? You don't want them suspended, right? You don't want OG Anunoby suspended, do you? Like you got
It happens.
play
That happens
things fair,
all the time.
Pat.
That happens all the time.
So
happens
does
all-
things like so does the things that so does pushing a guy in the back of the head when he's constantly grabbing on your jersey. Happens all the time.
No, it doesn't.
Oh,
No, it doesn't. And
on,
it should be called a
Pat.
flagrant foul when it happens. Because Brunson maybe committed a foul first, that just gives Wembanyama the green light to take him by the back of the head and basically throw him onto the ground. That gives him a green light.
All, he didn't just basically throw him on the ground. He just pushed him in the head, and Brunson sold it a little bit more. So let's stop pretending like that doesn't happen. It does. I understand that you're a Knicks fan. I understand you want more calls. I understand, the officiating and all this other stuff. But it's going both ways. It's going both ways. We know officiating in the NBA is terrible. We complain about it all the time. It's the same way we complain about the NFL officiating, the same way we complain about umpires in Major League Baseball. We know officiating around leagues all over the place is terrible. It's terrible for both sides. And when you're going to say, oh, well, they're getting the calls, they're shooting more free throws, they're doing more of this, they're doing more. Play better. Play through it. Stop using it as an excuse because there are things that you're getting away with too.
There's nothing the Knicks are getting away with. They've been called for defensive 3 seconds twice. I haven't seen 3 seconds get called all season. The Knicks have been getting called twice in this game. So you're just biased. You're a Spurs. You want the Spurs to win. I've been telling everybody since November that the Spurs were going to be good. And you're hating on me because I'm a Knicks fan, and that's the cool and funny thing to do. So, no, the Knicks have not gotten away with anything.
If they lose, I don't lose a wink of sleep because they're not my team. My team's been out of it since September.
Whatever comes. 310-840-4910. The Spurs lead the Knicks 59-34 with 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. And the Spurs are now employing Hakamich up by 25. That goes to show you everything you need to know about this team, about the San Antonio Spurs. Hakamich up by 25. 310-840-4910. We'll return with another scoreboard update when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So, Nick, I think two things could happen. One is I think this is again, no inside information, but just reading the room. I think Texas Tech at some point realizes we can't play the kid. Just the amount of PR hit they've already taken, they would be, just ostracized if they did this. And they basically come out and they spin it however they want. We've decided, for the best of sport, Brendan's going to enter the supplemental draft. However they spin it, that he's not going to play. I think that's a possibility. But if they decide, you know what, middle finger to everybody, 2 middle fingers, he's going to play. Then I think, does the NCAA?
What's more likely in your opinion? What of those two scenarios is more likely in your opinion?
Man, I don't know. I just think the heat that Texas Tech has taken, ultimately, I think they would decide not to have him play. But again, I don't know. They've been, man, that's a tough one.
Can I ask the question like this? Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question like this? And pencil, not pen for the answer.
I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm not sure.
No, I totally understand. And that's why I want to phrase it like this, right? This is not you're planting your flag and making a prediction. But I really respect you. People really respect you. We respect your knowledge, how much you know about the sport. If I asked you, and I'm going to use the word guess. It's a guess right now.
Yeah.
Does Brendan Sorsby play quarterback for Texas Tech this season? Yes or no, and why?
Wow. 2 days ago, I would have said yes. Today, my guess is no. And I think either the Texas Tech has a conscience or the Big 12. The Big 12 can actually, who knows what the Big 12 can do? Can they rule him ineligible? I talked to somebody today. They said, what's going to keep a local judge, and I'm an Oklahoma State guy, what's going to keep a local judge in Payne County, where Oklahoma State's located, from ruling that anyone that bets on college football is ineligible to play against Oklahoma State and not allow them to play again? Like, I'm half joking, but in today's world, who knows?
Yeah, that's totally. I mean, I didn't think you were joking. I'm being serious. Like, I could see that happening. To your point.
No, but I don't know. Is that a joke or is that real? Nowadays, you don't know. I mean, there could be. Ultimately, the Big 12 presidents, they have to make a decision, and they had a couple of teams last year, Kansas State and Iowa State, that didn't play in a bowl game. There's nothing in the bylaws that says you have to play in a bowl game, but there is if you do things that are detrimental to the conference, you can be fined. They were fined $500,000 each for not playing in these bowl games. The Big 12 decided to do that. They didn't have to do that. Well, so can they issue a similar type punishment to Texas Tech? Absolutely. I've talked to a number of people. They don't care if they fine him $100 million. It's not a money deal. That wouldn't appease anybody. It's simply him not playing because he violated the one rule that everyone thought you couldn't violate. And the fact that Texas Tech, which, was against, all this gambling stuff up until the point that their quarterback was now, front and center. And now they're like, well, the judge appealed that we can't do anything. Texas Tech still has a chance here to do the right thing. I don't want to, I was ripping everybody for being, take holier than thou. So I don't want to sound like now suddenly I'm doing that. But Texas Tech can do the right thing, to quote the great Spike Lee. They can keep him on the team and just not play him. How about that?
Yeah.
The judge can't force you to play the kid. He's on the team. We just didn't play him. Would they do that? I don't know.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. I guess let me get my rally cap back on. I'm not giving up that easily. Let me get the rally shades back on. Jalen Brunson with a couple of buckets in transition off of the first few Spurs turnovers of the entire game. And the Spurs immediately call timeout. They're back out of the TV timeouts. 59-38, San Antonio leads. Under 6 to go in the second quarter. They just hit another three. They cannot miss. They hit another three. I think they're 13 of 18 from deep right now. I said I was scared of Devin Vassell. He's got 15 points on 4 of 4 from deep. Hasn't missed a shot. They are 13 of 21. Thank you, Combs. Wow, Wemby missed one. What a shocker. By the way, BetMGM players will receive an NBA Finals odds boost token. To use the token, add a wager made up of NBA playoffs bets to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings and unrestricted bonus dollars. I mean, if they offer the Spurs to hit 45,000 threes tonight, I guess you should put your odds boost token on that. Spurs to hit 80,000 threes. Whatever the odds are. Go ahead. 310-840-4910. I've been very, very vocal in my complaints against the officiating tonight. Karl Anthony Towns picked up 2 fouls in the first minute and 5 seconds of this game, including a foul that was initially called on Wemby that was overturned, which I thought was garbage. It was a subjective call. They've reviewed several other Knicks fouls to see if they're flagrant fouls already. Nothing on the Spurs. Nothing. The Knicks have been called for 2 defensive 3-second calls already. When the hell do you ever see a defensive 3-second get called in the NBA? Let alone in the finals, let alone twice in one game. Let's get to Marcelo, who's in Colorado Springs, next up on BetMGM tonight. Marcelo's online too. What's up, Marcelo? Marcelo, you there? Let's see if let's try one more time.
Him.
Let's see if Marcelo dropped. Okay.
Yep.
All right, Marcelo, if for whatever reason, if you got disconnected there, give us a call back, 310-840-4910. Let's get you a box score update here because you might be asking, well, if the Spurs have 64 points already and there's still 4.5 minutes to go in the second quarter, who the hell's doing all the scoring? Well, I will be glad to tell you. Again, Devin Vassell, 4 for 4 from deep, 5 for 5 from the field. He's leading the way with 15 points. That's who I was nervous about. And sure enough, he has literally not missed a shot. Nor does it feel like the Spurs, anybody on the Spurs has missed a shot. Wemby's got 14 points and 4 rebounds. De'Aaron Fox has 13 points. And off the bench, Carter Bryant has 5 points. Dylan Harper has 5 points as well. The Spurs are shooting 63% from the field and 60% from deep. Meanwhile, for the Knicks, OG Anunoby leading the way with 12 points. Jalen Brunson's got 12 points. But because of the foul trouble, Karl Anthony Towns has only played 8 minutes. He's got 6 points. And Mikal Bridges has 5. Now, Brandon Combs and I were talking about, well, if the Spurs start missing, the Knicks can maybe get back into this game. That's the problem. That is the problem. They're not missing shots. I have not seen a shooting performance like this in a long, long time in an NBA Finals game. Dylan Harper just hit another 3. They have 14 threes in the first half. Let me remind you what the NBA record is for 3-pointers in a game, because I think the Knicks tied it in the first half against the Philadelphia 76ers. The Knicks tied the first half 3-pointers record. The NBA record for most 3-pointers made by a team in a single game is 29, which the Celtics tied against the Knicks back in 2024, and then again on April 10th of this year against the Pelicans. The Grizzlies hit 29 threes on April 6, 2026, and I think that was with the back. I think they lost that game by double digits too. I remember talking about that on our show. And the Milwaukee Bucks on December 29, 2020 hit 29 threes. This is the NBA Finals. The Spurs are on the road, and they have 14 of them in the first half. 14 in the first half in the NBA Finals. The record for most threes in a game is 29. So that just, again, there you go. Now, again, let's see what it was for a half, because, again, the Knicks literally tied it against the Sixers. NBA record for most 3-pointers made by a team in a single half is 18. Maybe it was in a playoff game that the Knicks did it against the Sixers. Because I remember there being a record like that not too long ago. Yep. Yeah, the Knicks did it. 18. The Spurs are 4 away from doing that. We'll do some hot or cold. We'll get you an update when we return. We'll see if the Knicks can keep it within 30 here on BetMGM tonight.
if Shaq responded the way that Wemby's been responding, like he would have literally killed people. Like if Shaq elbowed Naz Reid in the throat, like Naz Reid would have died on the court. So like I don't think Wemby's a dirty player per se, but like these are absolutely dirty plays. Where do you stand right now on Victor Wembanyama and some of these extracurriculars that he's got going on in this postseason?
Yeah, no, you're right in terms of like players, especially the big guys. Like they tend to kind of take a lot of the additional punishment and physicality that doesn't always get the whistle. Even sometimes when it gets a whistle, it's just still extra. And Shaq had his moments where, you know, he had to let people know, like, I'm not going to just continue to take all of this punishment without responding in some way. And yeah, you could consider certain plays to be dirty. But from that person's perspective, I've been dealing with dirty for months now. And this is my one time to respond to this dirty play that's been happening for months. The play last night, you know, was an open hand push to the back of the head, which is like in the backyard, in the front yard in New York City would probably lead to some different outcomes. But in a basketball game, pushing is happening all the time, some in a more disrespectful way than others. I think that was disrespectful, not necessarily dirty. They were squared off. He didn't elbow him in the back of the head, elbow him in the back of the neck, but the disrespect was high. Like you don't mush a grown man in a sporting event, regardless of what's happening. And but I don't think any of us, especially guys that are not 7 feet tall, know what it feels like to be one of those guys and take all of the extra stuff that they are expected to take. So my hope is that nothing happens that leads to anybody for either team ending up ejected or suspended for a game for extra stuff, because that's just going to rob everybody of this great finals that seems to be unfolding.
The fact that Kyler, like this idea that there's a quarterback competition in Minnesota is ridiculous, and the Vikings need to end this facade right now. No one believes them. Why would you? They made their decision that Kyler's going to start when they signed him. It's obvious to anyone with a functional brain that Kyler Murray is going to win this competition. Forget about win the competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to start for the Vikings in week 1. Plus 525 to win the NFC North at BetMGM. I like those odds of Kyler's the quarterback, and he will be the quarterback. Why would J.J. McCarthy be getting first-team reps? What is the purpose of it? What's the purpose of it? Like, the Minnesota Vikings, and like, I think most of us have been in a situation like this, or maybe we've been the J.J. McCarthy in this situation. I don't know. But this is like, you're dating a girl. She's your girlfriend. You have chosen her, right? You're not married, but she's your girlfriend. You've chosen her. Or whatever. You're hooking up, but you're not seeing anybody else. And then you meet somebody else that you like more. Because there are issues with you and the first girl. Maybe you don't like her friends. Or maybe she bothered, whatever it is, doesn't matter. You have decided that you would like someone different. And you start seeing somebody else. But instead of doing the right thing and cutting it off with the first girl, you string her along. Because it comes from a good place maybe. You feel bad for her, but you're stringing her along. The Vikings are stringing J.J. McCarthy along right now. And the stakes are way higher than just here's a 20-something in a relationship, right? Meeting someone on a dating app. It's a $1 billion organization here in a $1 billion industry that's trying to win games. And they're wasting time letting J.J. McCarthy get first-team reps. They've already made the decision that, just to use the expression, McCarthy is not the girl for them, if you understand the analogy I've just given, right? They've chosen Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's telling you he wants more reps to get fully up to speed in this offense. Here's a novel concept. Give him the reps. He's going to be the starter. It's obvious. Start acting like it. Forget about this competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to be the starting quarterback of this team.
Shuts down. The games light up.
I'm sticking to it. I said Knicks in 6 before the series. It's still Knicks in 6. They will win tomorrow. Maybe San Antonio gets another game. Maybe they give you the backs against the wall. Game 5 performance at home. They ain't seen a Game 7. This series is still over. This series is toast. It was toast the minute the Knicks won 2 games on the road.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Spanking that ass left and right. Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. 5th and final hour of this Wednesday night show kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get back to your phone calls here in just a moment. We've got a couple of interesting phone calls, it looks like, on the line, so get right to those calls. We're going to do a little hot or cold here in a bit. But it's our NBA Finals watch party. I'm a diehard Knicks fan, in case you're new to the show. And in case you missed it earlier today, I'm not running from it. On my social media channels, Twitter, Instagram, at PatBoyle44, put out a video. I had never felt as good in my life as the Knicks were going to win than today. And so I personally guaranteed that the Knicks would win this game tonight. And it has blown up disastrously in my face. They just got to the halftime break, and the Spurs lead the Knicks 76-49. San Antonio just set an NBA Finals record for most threes in a single half. Just heard Mike Breen say it on the broadcast in the commercial break. In the NBA Finals, nobody has hit more three-pointers in a single half than the Spurs just did. 14 for 26, 54% from deep. They're shooting 60% from the field on the game. The Knicks, by the way, 41% from the field and just 4 for 12 from deep. So the Spurs have hit 10 more threes than the Knicks. And if you're watching live on YouTube or Twitter or on Twitch, I did say if the Knicks got down by 15, I'd put the rally cap on. I got my Knicks hat on, turned inside out. And if they got down by 20, I'd put the rally shades on. So that's why I look like a jackass, even more so than somebody that guaranteed that the Knicks would win, and they're down by 27 at the half. But that's fine. Got a show to do. Not ducking it. Not running from it. At this point, I'd be lying if I said I believed that they had a miracle comeback in them. They used that up in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. And so for all intents and purposes, again, barring what would probably be considered the greatest comeback of all time, if the Knicks do this, down 27 and a half. They've trailed by as many as 29. Barring that, this would be the greatest comeback of all time. In the NBA Finals, to come back from 29 down to erase a 27-point deficit at half, there's no greater comeback in the history of the NBA if this happens. Barring that, this is 2-2. And the home team will have yet to win a game. And it'll go back to San Antonio for Game 5 on Saturday night. Look, I was flippant, if I'm using that word correctly, losing my mind on some of the terrible calls that happened in the beginning of this game. Karl Anthony Towns gets put into foul trouble immediately, a minute and 5 seconds into the game, because they call, whatever, a ticky-tack bump foul on De'Aaron Fox on the first possession of the game. And then they call a foul on Wemby on Karl Anthony Towns, the Spurs challenge, and Zach Zarba and this officiating crew said, "Oh, no, Wemby hooked him. Yeah, that's an offensive foul. There's 2 fouls for you." They elevated a common foul to a flagrant foul on Mitchell Robinson for elbowing Wemby in the chin. Did not elevate, by the way, after last game. Wemby mushing Jalen Brunson in the back of the head, throwing him down like a rag doll. Didn't elevate that one, but they immediately give a flagrant foul to Mitchell Robinson. They evaluated another foul on Jose Alvarado for a flagrant foul, and there you go. But other than that, I mean, the Spurs are putting on one of the greatest shooting performances in an NBA Finals game that I've ever seen. And so what are you going to do? They showed up, and they have not missed, it feels like. They've got 76 points at the half. They have hit it feels like they've hit every three they've taken. Again, they haven't. 14 of 26. At one point, though, they were 11 of 16. So they're actually 3 of their last 10. The Knicks have a chance. The Spurs have only hit 3 out of their last 10 threes. It's just, it's a clinic. This game, the physicality hasn't even really been able to be a factor. Because anytime the Knicks have tried to get physical, they get called for a flagrant or a technical. The Knicks have been called for 2 defensive 3-second calls, which is utterly insane that happened. But the Spurs they're destroying them. You know, we want playoff basketball to be physical. We want playoff basketball to be rough and tough and a matter of willpower and who's going to get to the bucket and who's going to defend. And this game is a microcosm of what the NBA in the regular season has become. A 3-point shooting contest. And don't get me wrong, I'm a diehard Knicks fan. I love the NBA. I pay for NBA League Pass. That's somebody that loves the game and watches the game in the regular season almost every night. And I'm telling you that. The regular season on many nights is a 3-point contest. Who hits more threes is going to win. That's what the Spurs turned this game into. That's what they turned this into. I mean, they've taken 26 threes in the first half. Like, they look like the Boston Celtics. And part of the reason why the Boston Celtics won their title 2 years ago because they did this exact thing on a nightly basis. I just, to have a couple threes go down in the first few minutes and be like, oh, okay, all right, we got ourselves a nice little cushion here. That's one thing. To then they're hunting threes. I don't know if they saw something in film. I don't know if they said, hey, if we hit some threes early, we can take the game. We have the momentum. But this has not been their game plan most of the game so far. Let me actually look how many threes the Spurs took in totality in games 1, 2, and 3. So in total in game 1, they took 43 threes. And by the way, if I'm not mistaken, the San Antonio Spurs were not a good 3-point shooting team in the regular season. And I'm not just saying that as a Knicks fan. Like, I'm being completely objective when I say that. 3-pointers made per game this year. I got to take the rally shades off for a second here because it's tough to see. The San Antonio Spurs, let's see, 3-pointers made per game in the NBA regular season. They were in the bottom half of the league. Or they were basically in the middle. Basically right smack dab in the middle. 3-pointers attempted per game. Once again, the Spurs were essentially smack dab in the middle. 3-point percentage, the Spurs were, once again, right in the middle. They are the definition of an average 3-point shooting team this year in the regular season. In the postseason, the San Antonio Spurs. Now, again, them and the Knicks are the only teams left. So some of these numbers for some of these teams will be skewed. The Spurs have the 5th most, 5 out of 16 3-pointers made. And the Spurs have taken, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th most threes out of 16. So that's right in the middle. And they're 5th in 3-point percentage out of the 16 teams that made the playoffs. This is not who this team is. Again, they shot 11 of 43 from deep in game 1. In game 2, they shot 11 of 29 from deep. That's more who the Spurs are. Not a big three-point shooting team. 11 of 43 in game 1, 11 of 29 in game 2. Game 3, 12 of 34. 11 of 43, 11 of 29, 12 of 34. Tonight at halftime, 14 of 26. It's just, that's basketball, man. That is basketball. As much as sometimes, like I said, we want it to be about physicality, sometimes just, hey, if you're making threes, that's it, man. And don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not giving the Knicks a pass. They have played terrible defense. There have been so many rotations, and they've over-rotated, and they've left guys open. Devin Vassell has been open on half of his threes. Dylan Harper's been open on half of his threes. The Knicks have been terrible with their rotations. The Spurs are also just essentially hitting everything they're shooting. So they're still at half, and it's looking like this game is over. 76-49, Spurs lead. Let's get to your phone calls and your texts here. 310-840-4910. We've got a 734 number texting in. Tony Brothers and Scott Foster will make sure New York win the next 2. I don't know about that. Don't know about that one. Now, Scott Foster, again, without the numbers, I feel like Scott Foster has always been anti-Knicks. Maybe that was years ago, but then Brad read me the stat going into game 1 that the Knicks are actually 9-0 in the last 9 games that Scott Foster officiated, or at least from a betting standpoint, they were 9-0 against the spread, and they covered and won game 1. So maybe I'm looking forward to Scott Foster in game 5. Tony Brothers is the worst ref in the NBA, and so I have confidence that he'll screw it up one way or another. For which team? Who knows? Let's get to your phone calls here, though. Let's go 310-840-4910. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Looking like a jackass with my rally cap, rally shades, guaranteed a Knicks win. They're down 27 at the half. Let's get to Allison in New York, who's next up on BetMGM tonight. Allison's on line 2. What's up, Allison? Allison, you there?
Hello? Yes, I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So basically, I just want to I'll start with my position on the whole thing. Is obviously I'm a Knicks fan, die hard. However, obviously I don't think this is the game they were playing in the last 2, but I do think my theory on the entire thing is yeah, they're gonna lose last time, they're gonna lose this time. The reason is because they're dragging this shit out because of the Burger King jalapeno Whopper. And why I say that is because I have seen nothing but fucking ads on this burger.
All right, Allison, and we got to let you go. And we got to dump that. Make sure we dump that, please. On the radio. It might have made it out on YouTube, but we've got to dump that on terrestrial radio. Allison had a very interesting theory, but then started letting S-bombs and F-bombs fly. So unfortunately, could not hear the end of that. Allison, appreciate it, but I don't know which radio show there that you think you can curse like that. Look, diehard Knicks fan. That's what she started with. In case that made it out over the air. So I get she is as angry as I am, but our call screener at our Westwood One Studios in Culver City, California, they will put the topic of the phone call. Sometimes generic, sometimes very specific. And the subject line for Allison in New York was that the series is rigged to sell the BK jalapeno burger. What the hell that means, I have no idea. No idea. I'm guessing that's Burger King, and I'm going to Google it here. And yes, so you have, I got to take the rally shades off for just a minute because I can't see a damn thing. The loaded jalapeno Whopper is a limited time summer menu item at Burger King. Features a flame-grilled beef patty, American cheese, lettuce, and tomatoes layered with 3 distinct jalapeno additions: pickled jalapenos, crispy fried jalapenos, and a creamy jalapeno sauce. I got to be honest. I remember the BK, have it your way, Whopper, Whopper, like the commercial that drove millions of us clinically insane, 2 years ago? Every Sunday watching Red Zone, without fail, every primetime sporting event, I feel like, for a solid 6-month span, was Burger King must have poured in over $100 million in advertising revenue, or just in advertisements for TV, to just nonstop, just get it in your head, drive you insane until you went to Burger King. I haven't seen this Burger King commercial. I haven't seen the loaded jalapeno Whopper. I got to be honest. I haven't seen any commercials for this. But that sounds like that will ruin your intestines from the inside out. I might as well have eaten a loaded jalapeno Whopper before this game started, because I don't know if I would be in more pain than I am now. Maybe that's the only thing that could have put me in more pain, was to eat a loaded jalapeno Whopper. But why the NBA would drag the series out, would extend the series for the Burger King jalapeno Whopper, is beyond me. More commercials for it, perhaps. Maybe I haven't been paying attention to the commercials because we're doing the show. And that's throughout the other 3 games. Maybe let's get producer Brandon Combs. Combs, have you seen any commercials for the Burger King loaded jalapeno Whopper? I haven't seen a damn thing. But it's got crispy jalapenos, pickled jalapenos, and a jalapeno sauce. That is a nightmare on a bun. You are asking to be admitted into the hospital if you eat that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't touch it. I'm not a big, guy who likes a lot of spicy stuff. I mean, we had a caller just now who Allison, who was pretty spicy with her mouth. And I was interested. I was really interested to know what the thing with the jalapeno burger, because I looked up to see if there's a deal. I know it's the official burger of the finals, but there's no deal if the Spurs score so many points, or if the Knicks score so many points, or if the over hits, you get a free burger. There's no deal. They're not going to sell more of these burgers because, first of all, I don't know who's buying these things, but you need to stop. Whoever's keeping these things in stock for Burger King, stop.
Yeah, you have a problem. You're a masochist. But so, by the way, okay, so the official sandwich of the NBA Finals is the loaded jalapeno Whopper, or it's just Burger King?
Yes. No, it's the Burger King loaded jalapeno Whopper. It's just a quick Google search is where I found it. It was the jalapeno burger is the ultimate game day bite for the NBA Finals.
How much money did Burger King spend on that to be the official sandwich of the NBA Finals?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who does that with that kind of burger? That's I don't know, man. I like some spicy stuff. That's a niche market. 3 different things of jalapenos on a burger?
Yeah.
Oh,
sounds like death on a bun.
Well, Alice, I think that was a half satirical phone call than anything else, and it would have been funny if she didn't curse twice in the span of 5 seconds, and we could have let it air on the radio. But Allison's theory is that the series is going to extend as long as possible so that Burger King's jalapeno loaded Whopper gets as much play as possible. That's funny. I gotta admit. All right, second half has started. 76-49 Spurs. Let's get to another call here. 310-840-4910. Derek is next up in Colorado on BetMGM tonight. Derek's on line 1. What's up, Derek?
Hey, how you doing, Pat?
Not that great.
Theory on why I'm sorry, man. But I think I know why the refs are giving it to the Knicks, and I think it's because the refs for the NBA in particular are just major divas, and I think they're making it a personal mission to like coach like Polano. Like, and it's about as simple as that. They're just making sure they just give it to him just enough so that it's like bothers them, you know?
Yeah, Derek, you broke up for a decent amount of that phone call, but I don't know, Combs, did you catch enough of that? That the NBA refs are divas and they want to make sure that they control the game and give it to
Yeah,
who?
they want. Basically his thing was they want to make it about themselves, and when they're in New York and they're blowing whistles, they're making it about themselves. Is basically what I got as the gist of that call.
I mean, that's got to be an offensive foul. Thank you. That has to be a charge. Castle, again, putting his elbow into Brunson's neck. Why don't we review that? Review that for a flagrant, please. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, like, that's what we've done as fans for years. Complain about the refs, complain about the umpires, complain about the penalties in an NFL game, dictating the outcomes of games. Baseball has actually made the change to move forward. As much as we kind of crap on what Rob Manfred has done to hurt the game of baseball, them going to the ABS challenge system, them hopefully going to robot umpires calling balls and strikes, an automated ball and strike, strike zone. That's the best thing for baseball. We take the human element of screwing games up out of the way. I don't know how we do that for football or basketball. I mean, you have all these challenges now. We have reviews. But a game that's as physical in nature as basketball, I just don't know how, that we're going to be, there's fan bases that complain about refs. And I've become part of that tonight. And I think the Knicks got screwed. They're also getting destroyed. So in retrospect, probably doesn't matter. But I don't know, if Karl Anthony Towns, if they don't overturn that call in the first minute and Karl Anthony Towns doesn't have to immediately sit because he's in foul trouble, maybe the Spurs don't get off to such a huge lead. Maybe I'm just drinking copium here. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll take a short break. We didn't even get to any hot or cold, but we do have more callers on hold, including a diehard Knicks fan that maybe sent out a warning shot that this could happen yesterday. He wants to check in when we return. We've got other callers as well. We'll get right back to your calls. 310-840-4910. Spurs lead the Knicks 81-52. Third quarter just underway. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back on BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I don't think people understand. First off, everyone hates, I understand, you hate Knicks fans. And everybody will take the opportunity whenever they can to tear down Knicks fans, right? And look, let's keep it a buck, right? Because you're jealous. You're not jealous of the Knicks winning because they haven't won. But you're jealous because everyone looks at Knicks fans as the shining example of a fan base. Morons outside the garden, not included. Because Knicks fans are passionate, because Knicks fans travel, because Knicks fans take over opposing arenas. Everyone hates Knicks fans because everybody hates New York. Now, look, I'm a New Yorker, so I'm biased. Why does everybody hate New York? Because New York's the best. And I understand this is a national show, but this is a national topic, right? Everyone hates Knicks fans. So you're predisposed to be anti-fan of the New York Knicks, anti-New York Knicks, period. I get it. I mean it. I understand it. I'm a Yankee fan. I understand it, right? I get it. I totally get it. Do you not understand the psychology of what's happening here? Like, seriously. If you take a second and actually think about it, you can put yourself easily in the shoes of a New York Knicks fan to understand the emotion felt in that moment. And I can't believe that I have to spell this out for people. This is like, I feel like I'm trying to explain how to do a mundane task to my 2-year-old daughter. The Knicks have not won a championship in 53 years. You might have heard that, right? In my lifetime, they haven't won. In the lifetimes of many people, they haven't won. Many New York Knicks fans. in the NBA Finals for the first time in 27 years. And in this NBA Finals, in the first home game at Madison Square Garden, we see our best player, and maybe you want to say it's Towns, whatever, the leader of the team, the fan favorite, Jalen Brunson, literally, not figuratively, literally get forearm mushed in the back of the head and thrown to the ground by the 8-foot alien on the other team, the best player on the other team. And we're not supposed to feel some type of way about that? We're supposed to, they played, P.J. Brown back body dropped Chris Childs in the 90s, so no worries. JoJo English and Derek Harper got into a tussle in the 90s, so all good. No worries, because 30 years ago, something happened in Miami, or something happened in Indiana, or something happened in Chicago, or something happened at Madison Square Garden. Ergo, no worries that this happened in the NBA Finals in the year of our Lord 2026. Nope, no big deal. There is also the psychology here, right, wrong, or indifferent. And again, you don't have to like this. I'm not saying you have to like it. But what I'm saying is you have to understand it. Because it's 1 + 1 = 2, right? Victor Wembanyama is 7'9" or whatever, and you can't teach that. He's amazing. He's a better player than Brunson. This is not me saying wow, Wemby sucks. He doesn't suck. He's unbelievable. He's the big guy, and he's pushing around the little guy. You can't understand why the fan base doesn't like that? Why the fan base gets pissed about that? We're just supposed to be it's the finals and it's physical basketball, so you can ragdoll the best player on our team. Are you crazy? Is this legitimate? So, look, man, you want to say that these Knicks fans that are acting like jerks outside the Garden, causing bodily harm, that they suck? I'm with you. 100%. 100%. No defending that conduct. I'll never defend that conduct. It's ridiculous. It's horrible. And these people have no shame. And when they look in the mirror, they should be embarrassed. And I hope they are. But to suggest that Knicks fan, that represents the wide swath of Knicks fans is ludicrous. And B, to suggest that Knicks fans are soft because we collectively are pissed about what happened to Brunson, give me a break. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Because this is you're up on Mount Pius, and you are pretending like you, the person issuing this criticism, are not a big sports fan. Because here's the guarantee that I'll make. If it were you and your team, you'd feel the same way.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Well, the Knicks have gone on a 7-0 run, and that's not even the most important news. Game 4 of the NBA Finals, Knicks lead 2-1. And again, I look like a jackass if you're watching live on YouTube or Twitter or on Twitch. I got the rally cap and the rally shades on, trying to do whatever I can as a diehard Knicks fan. I also did personally guarantee the Knicks would win this game, and they've trailed by as many as 29 tonight. But they did just go on a 7-0 run, so they're down by 22. 81-59, 8:23 left to go in the third quarter. More importantly, Victor Wembanyama elbowed Karl Anthony Towns in the face. They review it. They upgrade it to a flagrant 1, which is huge because that's now 3 flagrant points against Wemby. He got the flagrant 2. There's 2 points when he intentionally elbowed Naz Reid in the neck and got ejected from that game against the Timberwolves. But now this is a flagrant 1, so that's 3 flagrant points. If you get a 4th, you are automatically suspended for the next game. So if Wemby picks up another flagrant foul before Game 7, he would be suspended if there is a Game 7. If he picks up a flagrant foul in Game 5, he's suspended for Game 6. If he picks up another flagrant foul here the rest of the game, he would be ejected and suspended for Game 5. which makes that call to not upgrade what he did to Jalen Brunson last game. The NBA reviewed it, had the opportunity to upgrade that to a flagrant one. If they did that, and he picks up this flagrant one just now, he would have been suspended for game 5. But they didn't elevate that foul, or what wasn't even called a foul. They didn't elevate that play where he basically mushes Jalen Brunson from the back of the head and throws him down. They didn't elevate that. So, flagrant one for Wemby. And the Spurs lead the Knicks 81-59. The story of the first half, again, the Spurs not being able to miss from three-point land. They're 15 from 29. They set the NBA record for most threes and a half with 14. NBA Finals record for most threes and a half. Want to make sure I said that correctly. Wemby's got 19 points and 6 rebounds. De'Aaron Fox and Devin Vassell both have 15 points. And Dylan Harper, 15 points off the bench. For the Knicks, OG Anunoby has 19 points. Jalen Brunson leading the way with 22. They're about the only two guys that have showed up so far. That's it. So, Spurs called a timeout. It's 81-59, 8:23 left to go in the third quarter. Still a ton of time left, but geez. I was reading a show chat message from Monty. I thought he was sending something about tickets for the Knicks games, but he wasn't. So let's get back to your phone calls here. 310-840-4910. We talked to Ross in New Jersey the other day, and he sent a warning that he thought Game 4 might be a blowout, and I dismissed it. And I said he was nuts, and I said he was cowardice. Well, Ross in New Jersey has called in. Ross, this has been an utter disgrace, my friend.
I hate sports, Pat. I really do. Why couldn't I have gotten into like dinosaurs or like movies or something as a kid, bro? I had to get into the torture chamber that is professional sports and the fandom that comes with it, bro. Me and you both.
Yeah.
This is
you ain't kidding. By the way, you could have got into dinosaurs. They're extinct, though, so you would basically be getting into something that you'll never get back. At least with sports, we always have the hope of believing that there's next year or next game or whatever.
No, I meant like the kids that like watch Jurassic Park when they're little and grow up to be like scientists and whatnot. I had to watch the All-22 of the 1994 New York Rangers, and then it just branched out from there. And then I was talking to you and Brad last night, and actually, just really quick side note, you referenced the Kirk Cousins Giant game. That wasn't even the game I was talking about, and that tells you all you need to know. I meant when Sam Darnold went from an MVP to having less than 100 yards at a neutral site, and then won a Super Bowl the year afterward. But we don't have to talk about that. Listen, man, there's not much you could do about an opponent shooting 70% from three. I mean, we could talk until we're blue in the face about changes on defensive units, whatnot, swap outs and everything. But if you got Castle, fade away from the logo, pretty much they're just hogging everything they hit goes through. It doesn't matter what you do. What you can control is when you go 30% from behind the arc on your own end of the court. And look, there was a point in time when we were the ones that we weren't even shooting 70, we were shooting 95%, it felt like. And that was when we were running teams out of the building a couple rounds ago. Now all of a sudden, look, it's a 2-1 lead, barring, like you said, which I would agree would be the best comeback in NBA history, at least in my life, if they were to come back from this. Now all of a sudden it still is only 2-2, but man, that Pacer game I referenced last night, that was 28 at halftime, and they never looked back. The Pacers never did. This was only 27. And look, we could also talk about the refs who were blue in the face and everything, but when you're losing the 3 column, when you're losing the turnover column again is 7-2, when you drop the 4 first quarters in this series by a cumulative 48 points, you can't play this hero ball every single time. I'm not going to draw it all up to luck because there's obviously some late game strategy and the heroics that come with it, but you cannot play hero ball every single game and rely on it. And when you lose the first 4 quarters in the first 4 games of a series by pretty much 50 points, all you're doing is setting yourself behind the 8 ball for no reason. And at some point, just like that 24 team I brought up that I thought was different, but it's looking no different tonight, bro. The 24 team ran out of gas. This team's looking like they're getting closer to the empty part of the gas tank as well.
Stop! Run out of gas, Ross. No, come on. No, look, have they lost all the momentum? Yes. Did they win both games on the road and now it's looking like it's going to be 2-2? Yes. To say this team's running on empty, they've been the most rested team outside of the 2016 Warriors in like NBA postseason history, Ross. They've literally had 2 weeks combined, almost 3 weeks combined before the Eastern Conference Finals. And then again, they had 9 days off before this series began. There shouldn't be an empty. There shouldn't be an empty.
There better not be one. Bro, you know what? I saw a graphic the other day, and I wanted to think nothing of it. But the 06 Finals, Dallas was up 2-0. They wound up losing the series. The 2016 Finals, the Warriors were up 2-0. We all know what happens. If you pick up what I'm putting down. If you want to pick up something else, I'll put down the 2019 World Series. The road team won every game. So if that's the way it's got to be, I feel bad you'd be on the other side of the world if the series goes the distance. But that would be a good problem to have after the display we saw tonight, bro. I feel bad for people in that building, by the way. We think we got it bad from the comfort of our own homes. Imagine being in that nightmare and then having to get out of that crowd, bro. This was a really rough showing, but I don't know, man.
Well,
I guess
Ross,
I'll look glass half full like you are. Best of 3, man. They got to make the most of it.
Yes, yeah. If they lose, it's the best of 3. Ross, I appreciate the call, brother. The good thing is the Knicks are on a 13-0 run, and it's down to 16. And Landry Shamet had a wide-open 3, and I thought he was going to hit it, and the place would have lost their mind. Towns on an offensive rebound. They call a foul. Okay, 13-0 run for the Knicks. They were down as many as 29. They're down by 16. There's 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. There's a lot of time. And maybe it's the rally cap speaking. Maybe it's the rally shade speaking. But I believe that maybe the Knicks could get this under 10. And we'll see what happens from there. Here's the thing. The Spurs are missing all their threes now. They're not making every single shot they take. And Wemby's on the bench. This is the time right now with Luke Cornett on the floor and some of the other Spurs reserves that the Knicks have to get it close. Oh, they just had a 3 rattle in and out. They had 3 chances at a 3-pointer to get it to a 13-point game, and they missed all 3 shots. But it was 29. I was without an ounce of hope. They got it down to 16. But looks like they called a foul on Josh Hart. So Stephon Castle going to go to the free throw line. All right. Again, here's the thing. Now, I'm not going to say the Knicks have to get it under this many amount or they're not going to have a chance to win. Again, they erased a 22-point deficit with under 8 minutes to go against the Cavaliers. That being said, I don't think that's going to happen against the Spurs. I think if the Knicks are going to have a chance to pull off what would be one of the most miraculous comebacks in NBA history, they probably have to get this under... They probably got to get it under 10 by the fourth quarter. They probably have to get it under 10. Maybe 12. 12 or less going into the fourth. But it's still way too early to look at that. They were down by as many as 29. It's 17 right now, and Stephon Castle's got another free throw coming. Let's get... all right, looks like we had a couple of callers that dropped off. So let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix. Combs, let's do 1 or 2 hot or cold here while we have some time.
All righty. How you feeling?
I feel like they've dragged me back in. I feel like they've given me an ounce of hope, but the last couple of possessions, they had a chance to hit some threes, and they missed them. So how long did that hot stretch last for?
You go up, you go on a 13-0 run, and then you just think you're invincible. There's been some really poor shot takes in the last couple of possessions, in my opinion, by the Knicks that have kind of stalled their momentum. And now that the Spurs are starting to put it back on them. So when you go on these runs, sometimes you don't have to just keep shooting threes. You don't. Take 2. Get the ball in down low. Work the ball down to Cat. Let them work on Luke Cornett for a little bit. And continue this run that you're on and just chip away at this lead. Instead, they're taking really bad threes. And now the Spurs have, put another 4 or 5 points back on the board. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're not down 29 anymore where it has to be threes. They got it down to 16, and it's like, okay, you got it down to 16. You now get some high percentage shots. Get this down to 10 by the fourth. That's what I was just saying. But yeah, I mean, look, the one possession, I don't blame Shamet. He's a three-point shooter. He missed it. The offensive rebound, though, or the 1-3 taken by Alvarado was definitely a forced shot. And then the last possession, Josh Hart. I mean, look, they dared Josh to beat him last game, and he hit his threes, but probably not the guy I want taking a three-pointer down 16, 17 points.
And now you find yourself back down by 20. So it's kind of it's a momentum killer. You had it there for a minute, and then you just kind of lose it. So a nice and one from Brunson. Yeah. But yeah, let's do a hot or cold before we go to break. Let's do this one. Let's talk about the other championship series that's going on right now. Let's go to the ice, the Stanley Cup final. Blindly take the over in every Stanley Cup final game the rest of the way if you haven't already. Hot or cold?
Yeah, hot. I mean, geez. By the way, tomorrow it is 6.5. So now I feel like, the BetMGM, our friends at BetMGM, they have adjusted. Because I think it was 5.5 for the first 3 games. Last game was 6. But 9 goals in game 1, 7 goals in game 2, 9 goals in game 3, 8 goals in game 4. And it's just like these are good defensive teams. And there's not a ton of just like, there's not bad defense. There are just a ton of breakaways, odd man rushes happening because these two teams are taking aggressive chances and they're paying off. And the goaltending has been a little shoddy. The defense hasn't been bad. The goaltending's been a little shoddy. So it's like, at some point you expect maybe regression to the mean. It hasn't come yet. Combs. And as good as these defenses are, you've got unbelievable playmaking and great goal scorers playing at the peak of their powers right now. So yes, I would think, all right, 6.5, that's a lot, especially for a Stanley Cup Finals game. But yeah, I mean, I feel like every game the rest of the series is going to have 7+ goals in it because why wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, I kind of feel the same way. I don't think that you're going to see a game in this series that has less than 6 goals. I thought if there was one, it was going to be the last game. And then we were 4 minutes into the game, and there were already 3 goals scored. It was out of this world. So I just think both of these offenses are high powered right now. If there is a goalie, I think that can stand on his head, it is Hart, and I think Vegas has the edge there. I think they've got the better goaltender, but both of these offenses are so high powered and they can score from every angle. I just don't think you're going to get a game in this series that's under 6. If there is a game that would go under the total, I think it would be a game 7.
Okay. Yeah, and that's a good call. All right, they just took a TV timeout. The Knicks have got it back to within 17. Again, trailed by as many as 29. So excuse me for having a little bit of hope here. And the Knicks do have the ball after an airball 3 from Dylan Harper. So it's 87-70. The Spurs lead. 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. We're not even in the fourth quarter yet. And this game started, 2 hours ago. This game might not end till freaking midnight Eastern. So anyway, 87-70, Spurs lead at 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. We'll come back for our final segment. Last chance to get your calls in and your texts in at 310-840-4910. Yeah, I guarantee the Knicks win. I've got the rally cap and the rally shades on. I'm not saying die yet. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So, Nick, I think 2 things could happen. One is I think this is again, no inside information, but just reading the room. I think Texas Tech at some point realizes we can't play the kid. Just the amount of PR hit they've already taken, they would be, just ostracized if they did this. And they basically come out and they spin it however they want. We've decided, for the best of sport, Brendan's going to enter the supplemental draft. However they spin it, that he's not going to play. I think that's a possibility. But if they decide, you know what, middle finger to everybody, 2 middle fingers, he's going to play. Then I think, does the NCAA?
What's more likely in your opinion? What of those 2 scenarios is more likely in your opinion?
Man, I don't know. I just think the heat that Texas Tech has taken, ultimately, I think they would decide not to have him play. But again, I don't know. That's a tough one.
Can I ask the question like this? Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question like this? And pencil, not pen for the answer.
I'm not trying to avoid it. I'm not sure.
No, I totally understand. And that's why I want to phrase it like this, right? This is not you're planting your flag and making a prediction. But I really respect you. People really respect you. We respect your knowledge, how much you know about the sport. If I asked you, and I'm going to use the word guess. It's a guess right now.
Yeah.
Does Brendan Sorsby play quarterback for Texas Tech this season? Yes or no, and why?
Wow. 2 days ago, I would have said yes. Today, my guess is no. And I think either the Texas Tech has a conscience or the Big 12. The Big 12 can actually, who knows what the Big 12 can do? Can they rule him ineligible? I talked to somebody today. They said, what's going to keep a local judge, and I'm an Oklahoma State guy, what's going to keep a local judge in Payne County, where Oklahoma State's located, from ruling that anyone that bets on college football is ineligible to play against Oklahoma State and not allow them to play again? Like, I'm half joking, but in today's world, who knows?
Yeah, that's totally. I mean, I didn't think you were joking. I'm being serious. Like, I could see that happening. To your point.
No, but I don't know. Is that a joke or is that real? Nowadays, you don't know. I mean, there could be. Ultimately, the Big 12 presidents, they have to make a decision, and they had a couple of teams last year, Kansas State and Iowa State, that didn't play in a bowl game. There's nothing in the bylaws that says you have to play in a bowl game, but there is if you do things that are detrimental to the conference, you can be fined. They were fined $500,000 each for not playing in these bowl games. The Big 12 decided to do that. They didn't have to do that. Well, so can they issue a similar type punishment to Texas Tech? Absolutely. I've talked to a number of people. They don't care if they fine him $100 million. They don't. It's not a money deal. That wouldn't appease anybody. It's simply him not playing because he violated the one rule that everyone thought you couldn't violate. And the fact that Texas Tech, which, was against, all this gambling stuff up until the point that their quarterback was now, front and center. And now they're like, well, the judge appealed that we can't do anything. Texas Tech still has a chance here to do the right thing. I don't want to, I was ripping everybody for being, take holier than thou. So I don't want to sound like now suddenly I'm doing that. But Texas Tech can do the right thing, to quote the great Spike Lee. They can keep him on the team and just not play him. How about that?
Yeah.
The judge can't force you to play the kid. He's on the team. We just didn't play him. Would they do that? I don't know.
Out opinions and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get aboard the phones. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Got Linnell Willingham and Josh Graham coming up. Westwood One Sports night at the top of the hour. Make sure you keep it tuned here. They'll have all your post-game analysis and instant reaction to whenever this game actually freaking finishes. But look, yeah, I'm the idiot today. That guaranteed, personal guarantee that the Knicks would win this game. They have trailed by as many as 29. Here's the thing. We still got 30 seconds left to go in the third quarter. They got it down to 15. They're giving me hope. They've cut the deficit in half. They're still down 15. There is still a lot of work to do. The one good thing is whatever voodoo magic the Spurs had working in the first half where they could not miss a shot, they can't make a three right now. Jordan Clarkson, get the hell. I don't want to see him ever again. Jordan Clarkson cannot be playing another second in this game. He is absolutely horrendous. He is horrible. Get his ass off the floor. He's been a basketball terrorist this entire quarter. Can't catch the ball, can't pass the ball, can't do anything. He's in there for one reason, to score points. He's horrible. Horrible. And here's the crazy thing. Yeah, I'm holding on to any little ass glimpse of hope that I have. It's a 15-point game going into the fourth quarter. They were down by 29. The Knicks have had plenty of chances to get this to like 10. Brunson throwing the ball right into a double team. Jordan Clarkson can't catch. Jordan Clarkson can't pass. They can't grab rebounds. They've given the Spurs like 3 second and third chance opportunities here in just the last 5 minutes. Like the Spurs are trying to offer it to the Knicks. They're trying to offer it to them. And so the Spurs look like a completely different team there in that third quarter, or at least the last 8 minutes of that third quarter, than they did in the first half. The Knicks just outscored them 26-14 in the third. They do that again in the fourth, and they lose by 3. They've got to outscore the Spurs by 15 points here. Again, did the Knicks use their one miracle in this postseason? Maybe. Erased a 22-point deficit with under 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Do we see another miracle here? Probably not. Am I going to have to come on the air tomorrow and say, yep, I was the jackass. I guaranteed the win. And they were getting their asses kicked. They got blown out for the majority of the game. Maybe they make it close. Maybe they get it under 10, but I'll be here. Don't you worry. I'll be here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Not a problem. I will be here. I will be in Spain come Sunday night, but I will be here tomorrow and Friday. By the way, the one good piece of news, we did go 4 for 4 tonight in Let's Go Streaking. Hell yeah. It's our segment we do in the first hour of the show every day. We go around the crew. Everybody picks one batter to get a hit, and we went 4 for 4. Brad just got a knock with Tyler Soderstrom in the A's-Brewers game. Combs took Hunter Goodman for the Rockies. He got a hit. I had PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong. He got a hit. And Monty had Nick Kurtz, and he got a hit. So we did go 4 for 4. And that is the second time this week that I believe we've done that. So the boys have gotten hot again tonight. So there you go. That's the one good piece of news. And Brad is now up to 8 in a row. So he's more than halfway to our video producer, Monty, Michael Montgomery's record streak, which was 14 in a row. 14 straight correct picks of a batter to get a hit. Brad's at 8. Me and Combs are at 2. Monty just started a fresh streak. All right, so there's a piece of good news to depart you with. But again, the fourth quarter hasn't even begun, and it's time for us to say goodbye and pass things over to Josh Graham and Linnell Willingham here. Knicks are down 15. Hopefully I'm talking tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern with a miracle. One of the greatest comebacks ever. Other than that, though, it's going to be 2-2, going to a Game 5 in San Antonio on Saturday night. We'll talk all about it tomorrow. We'll have a jam-packed show no matter what happens, so I can't wait to talk to you guys then. We'll have the first day of the World Cup in progress. We'll have the first game of the World Cup done, Mexico and South Africa. So everybody, all the soccer fans out there, enjoy it. Long tournament begins tomorrow. Go Team USA. Until then, we'll see you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. For everybody on the show, thanks to our guest, Gabe Ramirez. Thanks to my co-host, Brad Evans. Brad is off the rest of the week, so it'll be me and Kate Constable the next 2 days. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to VP Monty. Thanks to Zach Kroll, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's go Knicks. Let's see if we get a miracle. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
if Shaq responded the way that Wemby's been responding, like he would have literally killed people. Like if Shaq elbowed Naz Reid in the throat, like Naz Reid would have died on the court. So like I don't think Wemby's a dirty player per se, but like these are absolutely dirty plays. Where do you stand right now on Victor Wembanyama and some of these extracurriculars that he's got going on in this postseason?
Yeah, no, you're right in terms of like players, especially the big guys. Like they tend to kind of take a lot of the additional punishment and physicality that doesn't always get the whistle. Even sometimes when it gets a whistle, it's just still extra. And Shaq had his moments where, you know, he had to let people know, like, I'm not going to just continue to take all of this punishment without responding in some way. And yeah, you could consider certain plays to be dirty. But from that person's perspective, I've been dealing with dirty for months now. And this is my one time to respond to this dirty play that's been happening for months. The play last night, you know, was an open hand push to the back of the head, which is like in the backyard, in the front yard in New York City would probably lead to some different outcomes. But in a basketball game, pushing is happening all the time, some in a more disrespectful way than others. I think that was disrespectful, not necessarily dirty. They were squared off. He didn't elbow him in the back of the head, elbow him in the back of the neck, but the disrespect was high. Like you don't mush a grown man in a sporting event, regardless of what's happening. And but I don't think any of us, especially guys that are not 7 feet tall, know what it feels like to be one of those guys and take all of the extra stuff that they are expected to take. So my hope is that nothing happens that leads to anybody for either team ending up ejected or suspended for a game for extra stuff, because that's just going to rob everybody of this great finals that seems to be unfolding.
The fact that Kyler, like this idea that there's a quarterback competition in Minnesota is ridiculous, and the Vikings need to end this facade right now. No one believes them. Why would you? They made their decision that Kyler's going to start when they signed him. It's obvious to anyone with a functional brain that Kyler Murray is going to win this competition. Forget about win the competition. There is no competition. Kyler Murray is going to start for the Vikings in week 1. Plus 525 to win the NFC North at BetMGM. I like those odds of Kyler's the quarterback, and he will be the quarterback. Why would J.J. McCarthy be getting first-team reps? What is the purpose of it? What's the purpose of it? Like, the Minnesota Vikings, and like, I think most of us have been in a situation like this, or maybe we've been the J.J. McCarthy in this situation. I don't know. But this is like, you're dating a girl. She's your girlfriend. You have chosen her, right? You're not married, but she's your girlfriend. You've chosen her. Or whatever. You're hooking up, but you're not seeing anybody else. And then you meet somebody else that you like more. Because there are issues with you and the first girl. Maybe you don't like her friends. Or maybe she bothered, whatever it is, doesn't matter. You have decided that you would like someone different. And you start seeing somebody else. But instead of doing the right thing and cutting it off with the first girl, you string her along. Because it comes from a good place maybe. You feel bad for her, but you're stringing her along. The Vikings are stringing J.J. McCarthy along right now. And the stakes are way higher than just here's a 20-something in a relationship, right? Meeting someone on a dating app. There's a $1 billion organization here in a $1 billion industry that's trying to win games. And they're wasting time letting J.J. McCarthy get first-team reps. They've already made the decision that, just to use the expression, McCarthy